Imagine if your Pokemon was a cute girl. That's what this story is about, and it's also about a good boy and his veterinarian owner. Thousands of years ago, the magical beasts were ruled by a clan of dragons. Above them stood only the one who was called the demonic god, another conqueror monarch who stopped the era of civil strife, established trade and production, restored all the lands from war, but in historical memory remained a scoundrel tyrant. According to chroniclers, he was in fact a terrible conqueror who sowed only chaos and death around him. With the help of an army of demonic beasts, he captured all the lands. His greed knew no bounds, and he sought to plunge the whole world into darkness. Representatives of the intelligentsia who suffered from repression wrote about him. They portrayed him as a real nightmare and a monster who holds the whole world in his tenacious paws, forgetting to mention that he built roads, cities, canals, and other outstanding infrastructure projects. However, the conqueror's reign was short-lived. People rebelled against him, awakening their potential, chroniclers wrote. But in fact, they adopted his methods of warfare. At the dawn of the awakening of spiritual power, some gained the ability to control magical beasts. They began to be called trappers, but even today they are not idle because wars never end. Riding on their beasts, the most powerful spellcasters constantly repelled the attacks of the dragons. Often battles took place right above the city, and already downed magical beasts fell right onto people's houses if they had not been defeated earlier. Xiao Xinyu, a third-year high school student, simply took refuge in his home when the aerial battle began and the house began to shake under the blows. The wall collapsed right in front of his eyes, almost burying him in rubble. And then the boy saw something that would forever be etched in his memory. The dragon falling to the ground, a legendary creature whose mere appearance terrifies everyone. Words came from the sky calling for a spirit beast to be bound by blood to the summoner. The fire line unleashed a second strike to finish off the dragon on the ground, the purple fire instantly killing it. The giant snake's body weakened, and it could no longer hold on to the task and began to fall down as a limp carcass. Drenched in dragon blood from head to toe, Xiao Hinyu still couldn't believe that he had survived such a mess. That was when he first met the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy. Her name was Su Ruan. She landed next to him and deftly jumped off her pink lion. She apologized for the destruction and promised to compensate for the damage on behalf of the academy, after which she walked away with her companions, leaving the guy alone in the dilapidated building. That day, Xiao Xinyu saw the hunters in person for the first time. Before that, he could only watch them on TV screens. Every person in this world dreamed of becoming a beast hunter. For this, it was necessary to pass the exam at the academy and buy a beast, but Xiao did not have enough money. Then, unexpectedly, another terrible demonic beast attacked his stomach, burying its wet nose there. Blue puppy eyes stared at Xiao as if begging for a treat. In appearance, it was the most ordinary dog, only the mark on the forehead indicated a demonic beast. The dog launched a cuteness attack and began licking the guy's face, clearly asking for cohabitation and friendship. Xiao thought that this little guy had come running here for the dragon, or from somewhere else, and he wondered if this dog could be tamed. A similar creature was mentioned in the textbooks, a storm dog. It had a weak bloodline but didn't require much spiritual power, and Xiao thought that he might be able to feed the baby. There were only 3 days left until the national exam, and Xiao didn't have much hope. But he still tried to tame the dog. After that, he immediately rushed to the trapper's shop in Qingfeng City, where they lived. For a moment, the boy thought that it would be better to give the baby to someone who could take care of him. The dog had no future with him, especially since he fed not only on spiritual power, and in one night he destroyed a week's supply of provisions. While Xiao was thinking, the owner of the store suddenly opened the doors and asked in a stern voice what he was doing here so early in the morning. The guy offered the owner to buy a good boy with blue eyes and a funny face. But no one wanted to take such a little one even for free. The animal had a low pedigree and had no evolutionary path, so the owner told the guy to go away. Xiao covered the puppy with his body and muttered discontentedly to the owner that if he didn't want to buy it, then he shouldn't buy it, and there was no need to shout at all. Suddenly he saw the status window above the puppy's head, and it turned out that he was not so simple and was hiding his true strength. It was so unexpected that Xiao decided that he was confused. However, even when he rubbed his eyes, he still saw the hidden path of the dog's evolution, and he was so amazed that he read the inscription out loud. The owner heard this and was ready to chase the guy away with a broom, and again shouted that the dog had no hidden evolution, he would be Bobik all his life, and wear slippers for his owner. So Xiao realized that the strange status window that he had imagined was only visible to him. At the same time, a certain Su Jie, Xiao's classmate, appeared on the scene. apparently unable to sleep. So he came to the store to mock the main character of the story. His father was a local rich man, so he could afford to pay for his son to have a spirit beast. Suja thought that the dog was a new acquisition for Xiao, who had previously given up taking the exam due to lack of funds. Xiao immediately hid the secret dog, not wanting anyone to realize what a treasure he had gotten before he did. But the rich man's narcissistic son had already realized that it was just a storm dog, which became a new reason for ridicule. Suja laughed loudly and told the boy that he would not have passed the exam even if he had decided to participate. So the bully felt his superiority, and this made him very happy. As if that wasn't enough, Suja mentioned Lin, and it was from her words that he learned everything about his classmate. Lin was Xiao's girlfriend, but now she was no longer. Suja's mouth stretched into a caustic grin. Here, the culprit of the discord herself appeared on the stage and immediately approached Suja. Apparently, they were having something like a date. Lin felt awkward, although she was more angry at herself for worrying about being involved with a loser like Xiao, who was still hanging around with mongrels while the girl herself had long since broken up with him and was dating a rich guy. Xiao did not lose heart and paid them back in the same coin. He said that he broke up with Lin himself and it was her right to waste her life with a rich idiot, but it was he who helped her when she was at rock bottom. In general, there is a love triangle with a complicated relationship. This has never happened before, and here it is again. Suja immediately fluffed up his rooster feathers and declared that he would not tolerate such treatment of his girlfriend. But Xiao had already left. One way or another, everything had to be decided at the exam that determined their fates. Everyone thought that this storm dog was useless, just like Xiao himself, but this exam might not go as expected. 3 days later, the young students gathered at Zealand Square to take the National Trapper exam, and everyone was told to take their seats. Many people who knew Xiao Xinyu were surprised that he came here, because he didn't even have a spiritual beast with him, but he still applied to join the Azure Dragon Academy. It was one of the best academies in the country, so the loser who approached the test ball was the subject of much ridicule. At the table with a crystal ball like a fortune-telling ball sat a very eccentric teacher. His name was Chen Qing Yan, a teacher at the Azure Dragon admissions office. He opened his eyes and quickly checked the list. There was only one student in Qingfeng who dared to apply to the academy, so the professor looked at him closely. Suja, who couldn't eat without making fun of those who were poorer and weaker than him, immediately appeared behind Xiao. Over the past years, only 8 people from their city had applied to the academy. Such self-confidence was worthy of laughter in the bully's opinion. Moreover, no one passed this exam, Suja added caustically, making a nasty face. And even more so, a loser like him will definitely not succeed, Suji declared, promising that if the guy succeeds, he will even recognize him as his elder. Xiao did not give in to the provocation this time either, and responded with dignity. He was completely confident that he would succeed today. Ignoring the angry cries of the rich Pinocchio, Xiao told the teacher that he was ready to begin the test. Professor Chen warned the boy that the selection process for the Azure Dragon Academy was very strict, and he risked not getting into anything at all, since he had not indicated other educational institutions in his application. Such self-confidence became another reason for ridicule. Xiao was perceived as an upstart and a braggart. In order to enter the Dragon Academy, one had to score 800 points, and despite this, the guy was determined. He simply believed in himself. The first test was to determine the amount of his spiritual power, and Professor Chen pointed to an amber crystal ball, the kind used by fortune tellers. As soon as he touched it, the ball filled with spiritual power which it drew from the guy and began to glow brightly. But the first numbers he showed were not at all impressive. Suja immediately laughed at him as if he had been expecting this, 300 units. Not even close to the threshold. The rest made sarcastic jokes along with him. Professor Chen also looked disappointed. He thought that he had a promising student with character in front of him, but in the end it turned out to be a false impression, and he asked the next one to go. By the way, it is not clear who, because only one student tried to enter the Azure Dragon. But Xiao didn't remove his hand from the ball and continued to pour his spiritual power into it. He wanted to show them all what his self-confidence was based on. In an instant, the strength indicator rose beyond the passing mark and continued to rise rapidly. Until it stopped at 1028, which was even higher than the minimum score. Such was the strength of Xiao's self-confidence. This boy was clearly a monster, possessing such strength, Professor Chen thought in amazement. The strength indicator is directly related to the potential of the hunter. In other words, innate talent determined everything. Every 100 units of strength allowed him to make a contract with one mythical beast. It was easy to calculate that Xiao with his level could subjugate an entire squad. In the future, this guy might even reach the 10-star level and become a legendary beast hunter. In recent years, there were only a few people with such a level in the country, so Professor Chen was well aware of the importance of this guy. Among them was that same brilliant and beautiful Ye Ningxuang. Last year, she passed the exam by only 2 points, beating Xiao, the professor thought. So in one instant, the guy, in the eyes of his classmates and ex-girlfriend, made the transition from rags to riches. Of course, Suja and Lin couldn't accept this so easily, and immediately reminded him that there were 2 tests in the exam. The next one was testing the bloodline of the spiritual beast. The professor was just about to move on to the next test when an employee approached him. He quietly said that there was a slight glitch in the measuring system, and Xiao's actual result was 1,032 units, 2 units higher than Yening Shuang's. It is difficult to understand the obsession of Eastern people with numbers because they are abstract and have no weight. It is clear that Xiao is comparable to someone who has already been recognized as a genius. Professor Chen ordered not to tell anyone about this. The second test was testing the lineage of the spirit beast, and in theory, it depended solely on property qualifications and luck. Because spirits were bought. The boy was told to summon his spirit and reveal it to everyone, and Xiao did so, and a fire seal with a 5-pointed star appeared on his right hand. There was tension in the air all around, as if there were high-voltage lines, and first the paws of his beast appeared. But in the end, instead of a shadow fang, a storm dog appeared on the square. Just a good and sweet boy who was sleeping peacefully. The quality of the pedigree is one of the factors that limited the growth of a trapper, and it was obvious that such a dog could not have a high one, so the professor was extremely disappointed. Although, again, it was not yet clear why it was necessary to worry about it so much. If the guy could simply take another spirit, having received it from the academy or the state, especially since he was gifted. The professor made the same mistake as last time and thought that the unusual guy would have an ordinary dog, so he was already preparing to refuse him admission. But then a cry of amazement went through the crowd, and everyone realized that it was not a storm dog at all that stood before them. The good boy awoke and woofed, becoming a very formidable wolf, which greatly astonished everyone around. For storm dogs were not supposed to have a pedigree. Professor Chen immediately pointed the thermometer at the storm wolf, and the device showed his hidden hell-level bloodline. The abilities listed hellfire, fire, and wind attributes, hidden skills, hell howl, piercing attack. Xiao Xinyu had already surprised everyone twice by revolutionizing opinions, as if he was breaking all the laws of common sense. The guy chuckled, satisfied with the effect he had produced. So both tests were considered passed, and Professor Chen loudly announced the result, accepted into the Azure Dragon Academy. And a couple of the main bullies, realizing how much they got into trouble because they despised Xiao the loudest and called him incompetent, decided to run away from their shame as quickly as possible. However, Zhao noticed this and immediately reminded Suju that he should say goodbye to his senior as he promised. Suju immediately grimaced with disdain, as if he had eaten processed food, and declared that he would not kneel down and acknowledge him as his elder, since they would not do anything to him anyway. But Xiao was not one of those merciful people who forgives insults. As soon as he became stronger, he knew the value of reputation, and wanted everyone to understand everything correctly. The storm wolf fell heavily on Suju's back so that he didn't even have time to scream. Thus, the bully and rich brat found himself on his knees as he had promised, and no one had pulled his long tongue. He was forced to apologize for his behavior. Having gotten what he wanted, Xiao simply let his former classmate go. He was no use anyway. Then a scene happened that only happens in Chinese authors. We see Lin recognized Xiao as the emperor and immediately asked to come back, said that she loved him very much, and even agreed to become a concubine. The guy walked past proudly. The past should remain in the past, he thought, knowing full well that there would be many beauties waiting for him in the future. Lin continued to humiliate herself and even fell to her knees, begging for forgiveness, thereby cutting off her current game with Suje. Apparently the girl was very desperate or just stupid. On the way home, Xiao decided to call his sister and tell her the good news. He is now a student at the strongest academy in the country. Pleased with himself, he dialed her number, already imagining how happy she would be. But when they picked up the phone, Xiao heard a terrible scream, after which the signal was cut off and the guy instantly darkened. The outskirts of Qingfeng City were engulfed in flames. People were running around everywhere looking for their loved ones. All this was happening next to the farmer's market, so there were a lot of people there. One blonde girl hugged the child tightly and, hiding behind a piece of the building, calmed her down, saying that everything would be fine, gently stroking her head. But a wild, huge scorpion had already found them and was expecting to have a great dinner of fresh meat. And thick saliva was dripping from its chelicera. Xiao didn't know what happened. He ran towards the crowd that almost swept him away and looked for his sister. He was roughly pushed in the shoulder countless times, but the boy did not give up. In an instant, he seemed to be at war, with dust and smoke all around, waves of suffocating heat hitting his face, the smell of burning, panicked people running and screaming everywhere, the wounded screaming and calling for help. The cause of disasters and destruction appeared almost immediately, a giant rad scorpion with glowing red eyes. A strong shell, sharp pincers, and a poisonous tail made it a natural-born death machine. Xiao desperately called out to his sister, hoping to shout over all the noise and din that was all around. Then the system appeared before his eyes again and suggested using the Stormwolf skills. Of course, Xiao was ready to use anything, even sell his soul to the devil, just to save his sister. He could already see the poisonous sting moving towards her, threatening to deprive the guy of the only person close to him. Unfortunately, the ability still didn't work, and Xiao didn't understand why, and then he remembered that the director of the Azure Academy, who was sitting on the pink lion, was shouting the words of the spell, and only then was the dragon defeated. It seemed that without stupid theatrical cries of naming abilities, it was impossible to use them. Then the guy decided to try and began to read the words like a spell. The dog turned into a formidable wolf with a cross on his forehead under the influence of these words. As if Sao had let him off the leash and thrown him into battle, the wolf quickly rushed towards the scorpion. Obeying the master's command, he opened his mouth, in which a monstrous force began to gather. It was like the storm wolf was carrying a compact turbo laser from a star destroyer, because when he fired a volley, the scorpion immediately felt sick. This attack cut the insect in half and protected the girl and child, and the dog immediately returned to its true form. Here Xiao realized that such a powerful blow could have hit his sister, who was somewhere under the monster's carcass. Fortunately, when he ran around it, he saw that she was completely fine, like a girl in her arms. The guy asked how she was, but the blonde girl was more worried about her brother. Now Xiao could personally tell her that he had entered the Azure Dragon Academy and would soon become a real beast hunter. Their touching reunion was interrupted by the storm dog that had done all the work. Xiao introduced his good boy, who was his spirit beast, to his sister. The friend made a woof and extended his paw. This guy knew how to gain trust. I immediately wanted to cuddle him. Once the monster died, the panic on the city streets died down and citizens began to return to find their loved ones. One woman had just returned for her daughter and thanked the guy, mistaking him for a trapper. The girl rushed to her mother with tears in her eyes, and the hero of the day left them and was already gone. He decided to check the scorpion's carcass. In the place where the storm wolf's laser had pierced the thick armor, a hole was visible. And in it he noticed the core of a magical beast. It had a medium level and the poison attribute. It wasn't like it was some special thing in the world of beast hunters, Xiao thought as he looked at the purple crystal. A bad snack was better than nothing, so he immediately gave the core to the storm wolf because it could help him evolve. The beast was dead and neutralized. Now they were completely safe, the guy announced to everyone. People immediately surrounded him and began to thank him, which made Xiao feel embarrassed and like a hero. The rescued girl ran up to him and declared in a squeaky voice that she would also become a trapper like her. And Xiao had no doubt that she would definitely succeed, so he gently stroked the little girl's hair. Late in the evening, he returned home. The room was still in a state of disrepair, so he had to spend the night in the company of the evil moon. While he was sleeping, his sister leaned over him and stood there looking at him. The boy turned over, tossing and turning in bed, and then his sister saw a mark in the form of a dragon on his back and was very surprised. It was so detailed that it seemed like the tiny dragon was living on my brother's skin. The curse of the dragon rune still exists, but the seal of the king's essence was not touched, the sister confirmed to someone on the phone. From which it could be understood that they were not ordinary relatives, and the guy clearly did not have an ordinary fate. She was puzzled that despite his dragon curse, Xiao managed to form a contract with the spirit, even though it was impossible. But that's his fate, the quiet voice on the other end of the line said briefly, and told her to keep an eye on Xiao. The blonde girl agreed and hung up. The next morning, Xiao and his adopted sister were seen off at the station by the entire neighborhood. The neighbors helped him get ready and gave him gifts for the journey, as well as envelopes with money. Thanks to such care, Xiao could not worry about anything, and promised everyone that he would come back during the holidays. His blonde sister went with him. The first few hours they traveled calmly, just sitting in the carriage, when they heard an announcement over the loudspeaker that magical beasts had been discovered on a section of the railway tracks, so there might be shaking. But a couple of minutes later, the dispatcher announced that the train had successfully passed the dangerous section and the Hogwarts Express entered the tunnel. It would be scary to get into trouble when they were almost at Longyin, Xiao said, and his sister agreed with him. But this story would be too boring if everything went as it should. The train suddenly slammed on the brakes. A flock of overgrown three-eyed monkeys was spotted ahead, so the dispatcher advised everyone to be on guard. Few were happy to find themselves in the thick of the plot, and the roof of one of the carriages began to bend and shake under the heavy blows. And then Xiao saw how an overgrown monkey burst inside through a crack in the iron roof, and clearly did not come here to look for bananas. Xiao told his sister to hide in the vestibule and not come out, and the blonde beauty worriedly asked what he was planning. But the guy didn't answer and left her in hiding, while he himself went forward to be a hero. A huge monkey jumped on top of him, spreading its arms for a wide hug. Maybe it was just looking for friends, but didn't know how to make them. Before the guy could do anything, the fiery red lump struck the macaque like lightning, so hard that it flew back. The owner of the red fox spirit, who was a match for her and could boast the same copper hair, stepped forward, covering the guy with her body and telling him not to stand there like a pillar of idling. The girl's name was Qin Yanran, and she was the daughter of the head of the Heaven Guild. A long staff appeared in her hands, which she wielded quite deftly. Combining attacks with a long pole and the magical fox, Qin began to attack the wild monkey. Xia stared in amazement at her status, which just popped up in front of his eyes, blocking his view. If you're interested, you can read it. The red beast was a three-tailed fox, small and nimble, but very strong. After recognizing the fox and the long pole technique, Xiao realized that the red-haired girl was the daughter of the Heaven Guild master. Xiao heard the civilians screaming that the trapper was here, meaning they were saved, but he still wasn't so sure. The monkey did not come alone, but with a group of relatives. With a terrible roar, another creature jumped into the carriage, and Xiao shouted for everyone to save themselves. The three-eyed monkeys lived in packs, so it was never limited to just one monster, the guy knew. He called his faithful friend and simply a good boy, and he obediently appeared, looking out from his spiritual booth. Although the red-haired girl was a skilled hunter and trapper, there were too many opponents. At some point, Qin herself found herself surrounded by monsters on all sides, and the situation suddenly became dangerous. Xiao acted quickly and decisively. He used the bonds of hell, shouting out the name of the ability loudly as expected. Thick, magical chains, the nature of which could only be guessed at, bound all the monkeys at once. Qian was saved and now approached the guy. She did not expect that the random fellow traveler also turned out to be a hunter. The girl sincerely thanked him for his help, and the hero, modestly as befits a hero, said that he had done nothing special and anyone in his place would have done the same. Here Xiao noticed the status of the three-tailed fox. It was depressed, as if after severe stress, and the system still suggested ways to treat this symptom, telling him the exact recipe. Lately, during battles, her fox became too active, and after the battle, on the contrary, sluggish and often injured herself, the guy guessed, and hit the nail on the head. Shai couldn't tell the girl about his abilities and simply said that he read about it in the reference book. Thunder foxes often suffered from stress. Xin was so happy about this advice because now she finally understood why her Xiao Xiao had been acting like this lately. And in joy, she slapped the guy on the back, causing him to bend over. The red-haired girl immediately hugged him tightly by the shoulders and declared that now they were friends forever, only she would be the eldest. Sister Xiao, who had already come out of hiding, was quietly watching this scene of friendship. And something in her expression said that she didn't like what was happening and that the story would be interesting. That's why she immediately stood between her brother and his new acquaintance, putting pressure on him with her outstanding authority, and for this she even unbuttoned one button on his jacket. She grabbed Xiao's hand and hugged him tightly, saying that he already had one sister and didn't need any others. But Qin was also not a timid person, and justified her fiery appearance with a determined nature. She grabbed the guy from the other side, not wanting to give in. The culprit of the discord himself did not know whether to rejoice or cry, and had no idea what to do in such a situation. The girls got so excited that they were ready to tear him in half, and suddenly Xiao found himself caught in a vice. After this incident, nothing happened until they reached the academy, and the newly arrived students lined up on the parade ground. The dean of the academy, Lin Kong, and his deputy, Wang Dongsheng, greeted the freshmen on behalf of all the teachers. He asked the students to wait. Their dazzling headmistress would soon arrive. Xiao still remembered saying goodbye to his new acquaintance, and he kept thinking about it. But soon these thoughts were put aside, in anticipation of the real studies he could only dream of. A loud lion's roar filled the entire square and made everyone fall silent. Principal Su Ruyan arrived riding on her pink-winged lion, under the admiring gaze of all the freshmen. The lion flapped his wings, which were clearly nothing more than decoration, since they could not be an anatomical part of him, and came in for a landing. Dean Lintang asked the headmistress to say a few words to the students and handed her the microphone. Recognizing the same woman who saved him from the dragon but broke his house, Xiao was amazed. He definitely didn't expect that she would be a big shot at the Azure Dragon Academy. Young and also a beauty, every school should have headmistresses like her. She took the microphone. However, Su Ruyan then showed that she had earned her position, not because of her pretty face, but because of it. She told everyone that she didn't care about their background or social status. Everyone had to obey the rules of the academy, and especially highlighted rule number 8. The 8th rule of the academy states that any conflict between academy students is resolved by a duel, according to the rules of God's judgment, a joke. Regardless of who is right and who is wrong, the loser is obliged to take the winner's side. Thus, the cult of strength reigned in the academy. Xiao thought that this rule was reasonable, although harsh. It did not allow the offspring of rich families to use their power in the academy and oppress the weak. But it was difficult to agree with him because the rich always have advantages, which this system would only increase. However, for especially talented students like Xiao, this rule actually allowed them to easily defend their honor. As soon as he entered his classroom, he was immediately recognized because a monster with a high spiritual power indicator made a noise in the academy. Since Xiao was compared to Yening Shuang, others kept pointing their fingers at him. The class was opened by Professor Chen, who was already familiar to him. There was no trace left of his relaxed appearance during the exam, and he ordered everyone to take their seats in a stern voice. The talkative guy who never lagged behind Xiao and sat next to him declared that from now on he would follow him everywhere like a brother. Professor Chen coughed and then introduced himself to them by writing his name on the board. He would be their supervisor this year. The first lesson was supposed to start with the theory of magical beasts. The strength of a magical beast was determined by 2 factors. The first was the form of the beast, and at the moment there were known stages from the lowest to the highest. Initial form as a stormhound matures when he becomes a wolf, and a transcendental form like the king of beasts like the headmistress's lion. The second factor is the quality of the spiritual beast bloodline. Their blood was also divided into hierarchical ranks. Beasts with a higher bloodline could suppress those below them. In addition, the attributes of the animals also influenced each other. According to the principle of the first 5 elements, water suppresses fire, and fire suppresses wood, etc. With this, the system became even more confusing, but also interesting. Based on the 5 basic attributes, other mixed forms such as sand and lightning could also emerge. But that was a topic for another class, the professor said. During the lecture, Xiao fell asleep peacefully, apparently lulled by Professor Chen's monotonous voice, for which he deserved a precise hit with a hard piece of chalk right on the head. The professor appreciated the boy's courage in taking a nap during his lesson and asked him to tell him about the weakness of the demonic lizard. But he warned that if he gave the wrong answer, Xiao could pack his things and go home right now. The professor was very angry, and his threats did not sound like just scary words. A bag of poison under the belly, Xiao, who, as it turned out, knew demonic beasts very well, immediately answered him. The professor thought that one successful answer could be luck and asked a second question regarding the ice giant crocodile. But here too, Xiao answered quickly and clearly. Here, Chen got carried away. He even became interested in how much more the guy knew, and began asking more difficult questions, like what to do if, in the wild, you meet a demonic tiger tearing the sky around the corner. The guy grinned and answered that all that was left was to clamp his ID token in his teeth and hide in a dark place. Professor Chen was surprised by this answer and asked why out of curiosity. Shai then explained to everyone that the lower back-tearing tiger was a magical creature with the form of a beast king, a mutant that only a 6-star beast hunter could fight against, and newcomers could only have one option against it: prepare for immediate death. That's why Xiao assumed that it was more important for his relatives to receive news of his death. In the shadows, his body would take longer to decompose. The professor was so deeply moved by his gloomy and pragmatic answer that he was completely delighted and praised him. When he asked Xiao how he knew the material for the future courses, the guy said that he had already studied the manual. The other students immediately labeled him a nerd and an upstart who had just raised the bar for academic performance to the sky. After this, the professor left the class to study on their own and told Xiao to follow him. The boy thought that he would be scolded now and promised not to sleep in class anymore, but that was not the case at all. The professor was most concerned about how the student could learn the entire course in half a lesson, and Xiao said that it was all thanks to the teacher's teaching talent and the fact that he was such a good specialist. Oh, this Eastern flattery. Professor Chen did not appreciate this approach. He did not like being praised for something he had nothing to do with, and told the guy to move on to more advanced materials since he already knew all the theory. And he gave him a personal pass to the library of the Azure Dragon. Apparently, the professor prepared in advance because he was expecting something like this. With this pass, one could visit the library for free and even borrow books from there, the professor said, although the library at the academy should be free anyway. He slapped the boy on the shoulder and said that he had nothing more to teach him, with a slight sadness in his voice. The library looked like a completely modern space, with wide halls and high bookshelves. Xiao settled into a quiet corner as usual and surrounded himself with study materials, when a certain Wang Yan, the star son of Vice Dean Wang, burst into the reading room with both feet. It was impossible to just walk in, he would have to make a mess. Those who knew this arrogant bastard who asserted himself at the expense of weaklings quickly left the room. The trio of first-year girls huddled together like frightened sparrows not knowing what to do. Wang Yan reached out to them, clearly with bad intentions, and suggested that the girls stay for some joint activities, but he didn't specify what exactly. The frightened representatives of the fair sex did not appreciate the courtship and, in horror, asked to be let go. At this point, Xiao's patience ran out, and he threw the book at the noisy blockhead, since he still wouldn't let him study properly. Wang Yan looked around angrily to see the dead man who dared to attack him, and his followers immediately helpfully pointed out the guy who seemed to not know his place. Xiao made it very clear that he would not tolerate bullying of girls, and stood up for them like a true hero whose path always begins with punishing overly expressive bullies. The girl standing behind him warned the hero that he had better not get involved with Wang Yan, who was the son of the deputy dean. Apparently, despite the rules set by the director of the academy, some students still enjoyed privileges. But Xiao didn't worry about this at all. As a true hero, he lived according to his principles and never doubted them. So he didn't care about possible future problems. The bully grimaced contemptuously and ordered the hero to kneel down, kiss his boot, and ask for forgiveness. But Xiao was ruthless. He believed that such people should not reproduce, and immediately made an attempt to cleanse the human gene pool. Wang Yan let out a dying howl like that of an elk in the forest, and he himself fell to his knees after being hit in the most precious place of any guy. His accomplices grimaced, fully sharing the hellish pain and humiliation that their senior comrade was experiencing. Still not having recovered from the blow, Wang Yan began to threaten the hero that the consequences would overtake him immediately, and that he would not leave this library alive. At the same time, the one who called himself the master of the Azure Dragon crawled on the floor like a pathetic worm, holding onto the broken jewel with his hand. At this moment, Principal Su Ruyan entered the reading room with Professor Chen. She was extremely surprised to learn that her academy had another owner. The teachers had arrived when the quarrel began, which meant that one of the students had managed to call them. Su Ruyan didn't particularly like dealing with the conflicts of the brats that kept cropping up in the academy, so she immediately pointed out the 8th rule to everyone: let God's judgment decide everything. To resolve disputes, the academy even had a whole arena. For some reason, the author inserted a picture of the ruins of the Colosseum because at one time it had ceilings, wooden stands, and fabric awnings for shade. Wang Yan's fighting spirit was a very formidable 6-legged leopard, so the odds for his victory went up, but Xiao was also known as a fiery and talented newcomer. Professor Chen saw hope in the boy, so he kept his eyes on him. Judges and spectators were immediately found for the fight. All formalities were quickly resolved, and the fighters reluctantly shook hands. Wang Yan was determined to smear his opponent into a thin layer all over the arena, to which Xiao suggested that he simply apologize, realizing that the whole quarrel had started over a trifle, but the stakes were already at their highest. Wang Yan immediately summoned his beast, which he called Ice Flame. A 6-legged leopard of gray color entered the arena, its snow-white fangs flashing. It was a beast with a legendary bloodline, attributes of ice and wind, skills deep freeze. Any hit would deal additional ice damage, reducing the target's movement speed. He could also summon an ice ball which would explode into many fragments upon impact. This beast had 2 attributes instead of 1, which made it a very dangerous opponent. Xiao became alert and summoned the Storm Wolf, which he now called Black Fang. This beast looked impressive and beautiful with its thick, jet-black fur. Su Ruyan also watched the fight closely. The Xiao beast interested her. She had never seen such spirits before. This beast most resembled an evolved form of a common storm dog, but everyone thought that a good boy had no path to evolution. Now it turned out that he could become a very good boy, although how Xiao Xinyu achieved this remained a mystery. Wang Yan snorted angrily that he could not be scared by such a show and began his attack first with a deep freeze. As usual, all the names of the abilities were shouted before the strike, and it was not clear what the basis for this eternal tactical miscalculation was. The leopard swung his front paws and something like a spell flew from his claws. Xiao responded to this by ordering Black Fang to use rapid dashes. The Black Fang began to jump in a zigzag pattern across the arena and quickly approached Wang Yan like lightning. However, at that moment, Ice Flame jumped on top of the wolf and struck him in the back. Now Black Fang was bound to the arena by ice and could no longer move as quickly. The hellish storm wolf had the attributes of fire and wind, and the six-legged leopard had the attributes of ice and wind, Professor Chen noted. This meant that no opponent had complete dominance with the help of the elements. Wang Yan continued to show off and shout various curses and threats at Xiao, after which he ordered Ice Flame to use Ice Barrage. Even though he had warned of his attack with a shout, the wolf was still caught in it and was completely encased in a block of ice. The tide of battle immediately changed and Wang Yan laughed triumphantly, confident in his final victory. All he had to do was wait and the wolf Xiao would simply freeze to death. Everyone watched closely and waited for the hero to respond, but the guy showed no signs of panic or anxiety. Still in a confident voice, Xiao ordered Black Fang to use the dark hunting skill. In an instant, the wolf turned into a puddle of shadow as if a clot of ink had simply disappeared. This meant that the Xiao beast had not two but three attributes, and the professors immediately took notice of this. Wang Yan was at a loss. He had just been completely victorious. He might have been a disgusting person, but he was still an experienced hunter and had a good command of the tactics of using his leopard. And now he was defeated. Having surpassed the pure abilities of the spiritual beast, the wolf jumped out from his shadow, right behind the bully's back. Luckily for him, the leopard managed to react and met the wolf, driving it away from the trapper. Then Black Fang simply returned to his master, the shadow attribute giving him the ability to instantly move around the arena. Claw of Oblivion, Xiao blurted out the name of an ability he hadn't used yet in this fight. Turning into a shadow, the Fang began to attack the leopard. Since it was impossible to attack the cultivator, Wang Yan shouted at Ice Flame to do something instead of just taking the blows. Su Ruan knew the ability of the Claw of Oblivion. It was given by the attribute of darkness, and when it hit, it would inflict paralysis for a few seconds. It was time to finish, Xiao said, and ordered Black Fang to use his ult. After all, he still had a blindingly bright turbo laser that was impossible to dodge and ignored the target's defense. Having received such damage, the leopard, with strangely drawn paws as if they were drawn by a neural network, flew away to rest. The winner was determined, and stunned by such a defeat, Wang Yan fell to his knees. He had never lost before, so he could not take the blow well. Su Ruyan also came down to the arena and reminded everyone of what rule number 8 required. It was time to end this farce, she said. Apparently, Wang Yan had been an eyesore for a long time, thoroughly annoying everyone with his antics. In front of the headmistress, he had no choice but to kneel. However, he left the arena without submitting to fate and without admitting his defeat. The charming headmistress, who would like to have such a one, congratulated the boy on his victory and said that she was looking forward to his performance in the rating tournament for first-year students, which would take place in 3 days. Since he was the second student that caught her interest, the blushing teenager asked the attractive woman who was the first. A genius girl with a spiritual power level of over 1,000 points, Ye Ningxuang. This was the second time Xiao had heard this name, the first time it came up during the entrance exam. Su Ruan, who was sweet in body and soul, smiled at him again. She knew how to appreciate talent, so she immediately presented the guy with a spatial ring, with a gift in order to win Xiao over. The guy was immediately stunned by such courtship, and stood there like a statue with his mouth open. This ring could store anything, food or supplements for spirit beasts, as well as the cores of defeated monsters. Xiao happily accepted such a precious and useful reward, especially from the hands of a beautiful girl. After a long day, the boy hurried to the dorm where his sister was supposed to be waiting for him, and was worried that she must be worried about him because he was late. But along the way, Xiao collided with a little girl who ran without looking until she crashed into his stomach. He carefully supported the pot-bellied little thing and asked if she was okay. Xiao made sure that she was not hurt, and, patting her head, told the little girl to walk home carefully. However, it turned out that she was thirsty, so hungry that she had nowhere to spend the night and asked to be taken in. How the real hero Xiao attracted problems or adventures depends on your point of view. The blonde sister thought so too, and grabbed Xiao by the ear and scolded him for kidnapping a child and bringing him home. The guy tried to explain, and it took a few minutes to get everything out. The girl's name was Shu Meng. She was terrified of spiritual beasts, and because of this, everyone laughed at her at home, after which the little girl ran away. That's why the fair hero brought her not to the police station, but to his home, to teach her to cope with her own fears. In general, one story is more fascinating than the other. In this scene, we finally learned that Xiao's blonde sister was called Ruo Shui, and Shimeng tearfully asked her to shelter her because she did not want to return home. Shui quickly changed her anger to mercy and allowed it. Apparently, she did not mind when there were children near her brother and did not see her as a threat. She also warned her brother against dating the girl from the Ye family that everyone was talking about. It was strange to hear this name from another person for the third time, and Xiao was surprised that his sister suddenly brought it up. The next morning, on the way to the academy, where the hero went with his first henchman, he was just thinking about the conversation from yesterday. When a classmate asked him about the topic of today's lesson, today, they had to determine their roles on the battlefield. Xiao was distracted from his thoughts and then explained the truism that hunters, if they do not have cheats, act in a team, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, depending on their abilities or attributes. In theory, people were able to gather in larger squads and even troops, but usually the authors are not able to show such a level of hierarchy. Some trappers had long-range attacks and took up the position of marksmen. Mages had good crowd control skills, which gave them an advantage in group combat. Those who had strong defense and health restoration skills became tanks, the team's shield, who had to absorb damage onto themselves. Beast hunters with high speed and maneuverability could deliver hidden finishing attacks became a killer. The support role was occupied by those who had the ability to influence all members of the squad with many positive effects. In other words, all this was a simple and familiar division into tactical roles. The hero's comrade immediately asked what place his storm butterfly could take in the battle, but they were interrupted by Teacher Chen, who told Shen Yu to stop chatting. He was strict as always. The lesson began with testing. The professor ordered everyone to call on their spirits in order to determine. So they quickly found out that the guy with a mop on his head, a collar, and a strange half-shirt, who summoned the bull, was a ready-made tank. Shen Yu was given the role of a mage. His storm butterfly had long-range skills based on the water element. After them, it was the protagonist's turn, and Xiao confidently stepped forward, all faces staring at him. The first test checked the type of attack, and the professor asked the boy about his readiness. Always ready, Xiao replied like a young pioneer and called on Black Fang to fight. The Hell Wolf immediately responded to his call, and the classroom smelled of sulfur, a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. The wolf hit the target with a turbo laser and smashed the Academy's property to pieces. This attack caused everyone to be amazed because the sensor showed 6,000 units of damage and a triple critical hit. Usually, the attack power of a novice hunter ranged between 500 and 1,000 units, so even Professor Chen hadn't expected this kind of result. With such damage, Xiao could claim the role of the killer and wanted to refuse to continue testing, but Professor Chen did not allow it. He wanted to find out the boy's full potential and ordered him to continue in a stern voice. The wolf's turbo laser fired again, this time at a distant target on the range, and hit it without difficulty, meaning he could take over the role of shooter. In the defense test, Black Fang showed excellent defense, withstanding Professor Chen's ice turtle attack. The wolf had control skills and could bind opponents. The role of a magician also suited him. And as if that wasn't enough, measurements showed that the Hell Wolf gave all allies within a 10-meter radius a fat bonus of 30% to rage, 10 to attack, and another 10 to movement speed. Thus, Xiao could take absolutely any role in the team. And even more so, he was his own team and could not depend on anyone. The guy was so good that Professor Chen didn't even know what to say about it. And then he pointed out that in addition to the 5 main roles, there is another special role, in brackets, the Imba hero. Shen Yu continued to ask what this meant, trying to understand how the heavenly favorites of the gods lived. A generalist is a hunter who could fit into all roles, and that's what made him special, because playing in any position, he could be much less predictable for his opponents. Apparently, in their freshman class, Xiao was the only one of his kind, perhaps even in the entire year. The guy felt cool, success followed him everywhere. It was enough to just be himself. All the other mere mortals wanted to know where that beard was that Xiao held onto the god to become so cool. And this damned excellent student began to be modest and tell everyone that everything was wrong, and he didn't do anything like that. Professor Chen, however, emphasized the following: there is no need to rejoice too much. Even though universal and rare, they still occur, and the data on their flow has not yet been fully processed. The name Ye Ningxuang came up again, and it turned out she was a generalist, but besides her, there were also Han Tanzui and other Sun Winds, and it turned out that each group had its own talents. The professor wished everyone to try hard, and that was the end of the lesson. Of course, I would like to better understand what success depends on: the innate talents of the spirit, the talents of the caster, or the efforts of both in using the skills. A little later, Xiao was peacefully returning home, lost in his thoughts. He was thinking about buying some Black Fang supplements to prepare for the newcomer ranking competition, when he was confronted by a few cardboard secondary characters looking for trouble. Xiao understood perfectly well why they had appeared, but he still asked out of politeness what they wanted before shooting point blank. The blockheads introduced themselves as the Black Tiger Guild, and among them was an old acquaintance, Wang Yan, all of them making such menacing, angry faces as if they hadn't sat on the toilet for a week. The dean's pathetic son, looking out from behind the broad backs of his friends, barked that there was no need to talk to Xiao. It would be better to break a couple of his bones right away and teach him proper manners. A group of losers relying on their numbers moved towards the hero. Apparently, they were used to solving all issues in this way, if it didn't work out honestly one-on-one in the arena. Their clothes were adorned with star patches. Each of them was a trapper of at least 3 stars. Xiao even shamed them for such cowardice, but this only made the hooligans even more angry. They were so pathetic that they were only too happy to curry favor with Wang Yan, whom they called Master. As if on command, the hooligans summoned their spirit beasts. Each had a tiger with different attributes, making them a strong team. The first of the lightning attribute cats rushed at Xiao, but Black Fang quickly reacted to this. Here the hooligans realized that they had not been warned at all about the scale of the problem. The beast Xiao was very strong, and they themselves did not guess that if the guy was weak, Wang Yan would not have called them for help. The wolf, which only appeared to be in its mature form, confronted the thunder tiger in its full form and easily dealt with it. Having tested his strength, the hooligans realized that they had to attack together. Their cats lined up in a row and crouched as if about to jump. However, a third party intervened in their duel. The Tiger Guild had opponents in the form of the Heaven Guild. The red-haired beauty stood in front of Xiao and suggested that the gathering of cat lovers check who is stronger. The hero recognized the beauty Qin who saved him and his sister on the train and was delighted. And again she arrived just in time. The hooligans huddled together, realizing that they were surrounded, and began to behave like decent people. Heaven was the second guild in Longyin City, and they weren't that far behind the first place, as even the Storm Guild was afraid to mess with them. The hooligans realized that it was better to treat Qin with respect and immediately bowed to her. However, the girl was not going to forgive the bullies who dared to touch her dear younger brother so easily, although everyone knew perfectly well that she was the only daughter of the head of heaven. Qin quickly corrected herself that Xiao was her adopted brother, and warned that she would not tolerate any objections on this matter. Touching this guy meant getting in touch with the entire Heavenly Guild from now on, the girls said, exerting unusually strong moral pressure on the hooligans. The diplomacy of threats worked, and the chief of the Black Tigers declared in an unctuous voice that this was all a misunderstanding. After which he turned all the blame on Wang Yan, saying that they were all victims of his conspiracy and lies, and in general good guys who were just unlucky. It was amazing how quickly they drew the line at their loyalty, groveling before the strong. The hooligans quickly changed their position. Wang Yan quickly turned into Wang Yin and his pants became warm and wet. He also tried to mumble that all this was just a misunderstanding. Then Mrs. Qin crossed her arms under her chest and looked at the head of the tigers, who already knew that he would have to deal with the scum Wang Yin himself. So, with the same enthusiasm, they began to take out all their anger on the weakling Vanya, even more than they should have, but such was their jackal nature. After the conflict was resolved, the beautiful Qin brought the hero to the headquarters of the Heavenly Guild to show everything. Along the way, she asked him about the conflict, and when she learned that Xiao was looking for tonics for the wolf, she offered him to take everything he needed because their guild specialized in just that. Cutie Kin promised to give him everything he needed only if he asked, and the guy did not expect such generosity, but did not refuse. Afterwards, the girl showed him their training room, which allowed the animals to master various skills as quickly as possible. And then she took him to the recreation area, where the trappers could relax after working so hard. There was a sauna, a spa, golf, and many other entertainments. The tour continued, and Chin showed him the conference room, as well as the medical compartment with the most modern equipment for animals. And the most important thing is that they had their own clinic with the best veterinarians for animals. Xiao heard about such things for the first time. Here he decided to seize this opportunity and asked to become a doctor in her guild, even hugging the girl tightly to show the strength of his intentions. However, another charming girl sharply said no. Her name was Liu Yue, long cherry hair, lips with black lipstick. This girl was a beauty and liked to stand out, because she was the deputy head of the Heavenly Guild, and it was a big question how she got this position. Xian then quickly introduced Xiao, saying that he was the guy who helped her survive the monkey attack on the train. Just during this conversation, a guild employee ran into the hall and announced in an alarmed voice that several seriously wounded animals had been brought to the guild. However, there were so many of them that there was a shortage of personnel, and something had to be done about it urgently. Liu Yai told him to calm down and asked Yanren to ask other guilds for support. However, according to the assistant, there was no time for this because the animals were bleeding heavily and could not be stopped. Then the hero stepped forward. He already understood that this adventure was as if waiting for him, and declared that he could help. Rogastiff was wheeled into the operating room on a gurney. Every minute counted, so the doctors were extremely worried. His owner was nearby and begged him to save his beloved animal and simply a good boy. There were many specialists nearby, but no one could stop the bleeding. Clamps did not help either. It was obvious that all the usual measures provided by the protocol did not work. Through the system, Sai saw the status of the horned stiff. The elite beast was suffering from the bites of the queen of poisonous bees, and because of their poison, the dog's wounds did not heal. The special green mucus that was visible at the edge of the wound was the poison of the queen bee, and it interfered with regeneration. Xiao said that he could solve the problem, but he needed the owner's permission. He understood perfectly well that there was no choice, and agreed to traditional oriental medicine. Then Xiao read the recipe, mixed the stem of the heavenly grass with a purple crystal flower to get 20 grams of medicinal mixture, then add the core of the mature form of the poison attribute magical beast, and boil for 5 minutes. The doctors were surprised by this recipe because it was very toxic, as if the guy was suggesting that they put out a fire with gasoline. Xiao didn't explain anything further and simply demanded that they quickly prepare the medicine according to his prescription, since they were wasting time. Then the doctors ran to the laboratory, driven by the desperate request of the owner of the spirit beast. After 5 minutes, they managed to prepare everything and handed the flask with the potion to Xiao. The guy used gloves because the ointment could be dangerous for his hands and to avoid introducing germs and viruses into the dog's wounds. As soon as he had anointed the dog's wounds, he jumped up on the couch and howled piercingly, frightening everyone. However, soon the bleeding stopped, the ointment removed the poison's effect, and regeneration did the rest. The dog was saved, much to the joy of his master. Xiao then approached Liu's deputy and asked if he had shown enough to become their doctor. Liu Yue immediately softened and acknowledged all of his merits, apologizing for jumping to conclusions about him, so she officially invited him into the guild as a pharmacist. They sealed this agreement with a handshake, and the guy felt how soft the skin of her hands was. In the evening, he had a difficult conversation with his sister, who, upon hearing the reason for his lateness to dinner, again raised a terrible noise. And on top of that, her brother had also signed a labor contract with the guild. Xiao didn't even know what to answer. He thought that Sister Shui would be happy, but it turned out the opposite. She turned away jealously because now someone had completely forgotten about his sister once he found himself a rich girl. Xiao immediately rushed to calm the anger of his sister, who sometimes acted like his wife. Then little Shimeng came out to the noise and asked if the pharmacist was tasty. Xiao laughed and said that since he would be paid well, he no longer had to worry about money. So this weekend he promised to take his girls to a restaurant, which little Shimeng was absolutely delighted about. After everything that happened, Wang Yan ended up in the hospital. His former accomplices from the tiger-catching gang took it out on him so much that they even broke his leg. However, the narcissistic blockhead was still full of strength and blamed not himself for everything that happened, but Xiao Xinyu, believing that he should be responsible for these humiliations. Even his father considered Wang Yan a pathetic nobody, which spoke volumes about his moral qualities as a parent. Deputy Wang was more concerned about his reputation because his son lost to some guy from the village. It cast a shadow of shame on the whole family, and apparently he didn't care that his son was beaten by a gang of tiger lovers, and Xiao simply won in a fair fight. Wang Yan tried to justify himself by saying that Xiao Xinyu had a wolf with 3 attributes. It was abnormal. It was unfair, he cried. Besides, the hated guy now had the Heaven Guild behind him, and he couldn't just take revenge. Even his father told him not to compete with them. But what if Xiao were to accidentally die on the mountain during the magical beast test? It shouldn't have anything to do with them, said Deputy Wang. Students die every day. Who would count them, right? When the day of the test came, all the freshmen gathered on Mount Yunnan. It was a very important stage for everyone, and it was monitored through screens in real time. Each student wore bracelets on their wrists that recorded the number of magical beasts they had killed and kept a log of their combat actions, Deputy Wang informed everyone. To get the highest grade, you had to kill at least 80 beasts, and only 10 for the lowest level to just get credit. Principal Su Ruan asked the vice principal to announce the outstanding first-year students before the start. Obviously, all attention would be focused on their struggle. According to the test results, 3 students could be singled out at once. Deputy Wang began. The first one he named was Murong Yang Shuo, who was the eldest son of his clan and looked like a typical representative of the wuxia genre with his long hair. In second place was also a representative of this outstanding family, namely his younger sister Murong Xin, both of whom were all-round gifted, that is, versatile fighters. Number 3 on the first class list was of course our hero, the future emperor of the eternal sky, I hope, or something like that. In this world, there were 4 great dynasties of beast hunters, the Ye clan, the Murong clan, the Li clan, and the Shangguan clan, and it was exciting to encounter one of the great clans. All the teachers gathered in a comfortable studio from where they could watch the progress of the test on the mountain. It seems that they perceived this time as a rest and something like a show because the performance even had its own host, a funny man with glasses and a dragoon mustache. Almost immediately, the question arose of how many beasts Xiao could kill. Deputy Wang estimated him as average, and even then with a large reserve. But Professor Chen, who knew the guy's talent well, was sure that he would fight for the highest rank. But the charming headmistress Su Ruan was completely confident that her obvious favorite would surpass all records, including Yening Xuan. At the signal, the newcomers could begin to enter the zone, and everyone cautiously made their way up the mountain. Half an hour passed and someone had already stuffed themselves with a good 10 monsters, but the sweet director watched everything with a bored look. There was a lot of loot, and no one had any particular problems getting frags. Gradually, the real leaders of this test began to emerge. Just an hour after it began, Murong Yang Shuo had already killed 43 beasts, which caused a stir among his fans, but perhaps they were simply greedy for his appearance. This success was possible thanks to his white griffin, the only beast that reached its full form in this trial. And the ability Spatial Dash allowed him to instantly get closer to the enemy and also strengthen the attack, adding a piercing effect. So even monsters with high regeneration and survivability like the fanged snake could not resist the griffin. Yang Shuo shouted at Xiaobai to stop playing around and finish off the creature, and the griffin obediently tore it apart with its predatory eagle beak. All they had to do was take the magic core and move on. However, looking at his bracelet, the talented hunter discovered that he was far from first in the murder rankings. His sister had surpassed him, and some other guy was breathing down his neck. The second heir, Murong, used a strange bony bat that could also fly, which seemed to give her an advantage. Among the spirit beasts, it turned out that there were also skeletons like the bone-winged wyvern with a legendary pedigree. Although they were rare, this one was the only one not alive among all those on the test. The bloodthirsty magical lion that confronted her had a second stage of development and an epic lineage. Its attacks dealt 5 times the damage. It was a very strong opponent. However, even he, after meeting the wyvern, could only meekly accept his fate. Yang Shuo already thought that his sister would be the winner of this test, but then he saw someone get ahead of her. A minute earlier, the girl with the bone wyvern fired a volley at the lion and thought she had already done it. However, Black Fang Xiao bypassed her and tore the lion's head off first, thus stealing the kill right from under his nose. Incidentally, this test seemed to be made for talented all-rounders. It is hard to imagine that someone with support skills could succeed here alone. She sat astride his faithful wolf and thanked the lady for kindly distracting the lion's attention. The young lady was very eager to speak of his qualities as a noble gentleman in the most unflattering terms. But she remembered her manners in time. Xiao took the lead with his hidden and powerful attacks. This trial was a joy for him. However, it was still too early for them to relax because, at that very moment, a huge three-eyed ant appeared on the mountain, which gave off a sense of danger even through the screens. Black Fang met the unexpected threat with the bonds of hell. First, it was necessary to probe the unexpected enemy. However, the first volley left only fiery traces on the ant's strong armor. The monster itself was not harmed. Then Xiao gave the order to use the turbo laser, and Black Fang struck with a hellish howl. Xin also decided not to stand aside and added her own attack to this attack. Her necrotic flame worked on the ant and finished it off, so the score between them became 1-1. The girl took the monster's core for herself and looked suspiciously at the guy. The rankings were heating up. All three promising students were now tied for first place. But with less than an hour left in the challenge, it was now a race against time. Xiao and Black Fang found the porcupine and crept up on it carefully. However, at that very moment, the monster fell dead, struck by an attack from the air. Xin decided for her own safety not to look for the monsters herself, but to simply keep an eye on her competitor. Now, wherever Xiao went, she could simply follow him and steal his prey, guaranteed to increase her lead in points and without straining herself to search for prey. After some time, Xin firmly established herself in first place, and her brother fell far behind them. Apparently, he didn't care much about the competition, or maybe he was just tired. Xiao was puzzled as to what had caused such vindictiveness. He had stolen just one monster, and now they were openly taking revenge on him. In the comments, everyone went crazy along with Xiao, wondering about the reasons for the pretty girl's mood. Then the guy told her that he would no longer restrain himself like a gentleman. Xiao openly challenged her, which caused another wave of excitement. There was less than half an hour left, and it was unclear whether he would be able to catch up with them and surpass Xin. The minutes seemed to stretch into hours, and the confrontation became extremely tense towards the end. Black Fang lunged forward and grabbed some beast before the wyvern could reach it. At the same time, Xin actively used her aerial superiority, hunting for flying monsters as well. But before she could hit the bird, a black lightning struck it first, which caused a storm of indignation in the girl. Once again, her prey was stolen from under her nose. There was less than a minute left, and Xiao was sure that Xin would not catch up with him in that time. He was aiming for first place. Here, a wave of indignation washed over him. The scoundrel called him Xin, the only word that a well-bred noble lady could allow herself, so she repeated it over and over again. Xiao was so taken aback by this that he didn't even notice how another magical beast had snuck up on them, wanting to avenge his fallen friends. A furious lion jumped out from its hiding place and destroyed everything in its path. It was a fully developed beast of the third form, which in theory should not have been encountered in the exam. Although Xiao defended himself from his onslaught, he was unable to hold onto the slope and fell into the abyss right along with Black Fang. At the last moment, he managed to grab hold of a branch of a dried-up tree sticking out of the rock, and the faithful dog grabbed it with his teeth and paws, almost biting it off. Xin acted decisively. She ordered the wyvern to distract the lion, and she herself extended a helping hand to the one who had been her enemy just a moment ago. Here, Xiao noticed Wang Yan sitting in the bushes below, who seemed to have been poorly superimposed on the background. He was sticking out there so crookedly and unnaturally, but that only made it funnier. Now it became clear who was behind all this, but then the branch treacherously cracked, and Xin shouted anxiously to him from above. Having seen everything that happened from their screens, the professors were seriously worried, and Teacher Chen was going to go on a rescue mission himself. The director agreed with him. She was also worried about her best students. At this time, Deputy Wang did not act suspicious at all, remaining completely indifferent to the fact that the academy student was in danger. At the same time, the narcissistic father of the year considered himself a genius who had just brought shame on his family with a small trick. Finding himself at the foot of the cliff, Zhao was surprised to find himself alive. The last thing he remembered was Wang Yan's arrogant face in the bushes. After such a meanness, he definitely couldn't let it go unpunished. Here Xiao remembered about the Black Fang. The faithful wolf softened the fall with his body, taking the entire blow on himself. He saved his owner, but he himself was badly hurt and lay motionless, barely breathing. Xiao took out the miracle medicine he had with him and poured it into the wolf's open mouth. Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds and a cold, stinging rain began to fall. And then Xiao realized that he had gotten lost at the worst possible time. He returned the dog to the storage facility and decided to find a place where he could take shelter from the rain. The guy was lucky to find a good cave, and he began to wait for the rain to stop. Trying to get out in such weather would be too dangerous. The mountains do not forgive mistakes. He did not even notice how two hot coals flashed in the darkness. Xiao knew that his sister must be worried about him, and his rival Xinxin must be worried too. Then he heard a branch crunch and realized that he was not alone in the cave, but it was too late. Someone grabbed him by the throat with a steel grip. Anyone who saw the Empress's face must die. The long-eared woman hissed mercilessly, and Xiao thought that at least he would die at the hands of the beauty. The status showed that the person in front of him was none other than Kumiho, a nine-tailed fox that had reached the form of the king of beasts. You thought it was just a girl, but no, spiritual beasts can take on more pleasant forms. As soon as the guy told her about her true nature, the fox recoiled. She did not expect that a random person would understand this just by looking at her, and really long ears and 9 fluffy tails sticking out in all directions, as he understood that she was a fox. However, it was unlikely that information about her status could help in this situation, especially since his awareness only further convinced the fox not to leave witnesses. Then the guy went to extreme measures. He already understood that the fox had a mortal wound from the dragon, and said that she did not have long to live if measures were not taken. Seeing the fox hesitate, the boy realized that this was his chance to convince her not to kill him right away. The boy activated the wolf seal on his hand, and a bright light hit the fox's face. She let go of him and closed her eyes as if fearing a blow, but in this way, Xiao was able to free himself. The fox really was sick. She coughed up blood, so his status didn't deceive him. Without proper treatment, she had about half an hour to live. Having received a wound from a purebred dragon, its energy penetrated into the fox, damaging her heart vessels, which caused the reverse flow of blood. Pure-blooded dragons were thought to have gone extinct many years ago, and although the boy didn't understand where he came from, he had to help the fox first. But the tailed one was in no hurry to trust the first person she met, especially since an ordinary hunter could do it. Even if he had correctly identified the reasons, how could an ordinary person heal the wounds of a purebred dragon? The fox asked desperately. Xiao confidently stated that he could cure her, but he had his own condition. Once the fox recovered, she could simply kill him, so he wanted to protect himself and make a contract with her. The proud fox was immediately outraged by such a proposal. The pathetic man seemed to be mocking her by offering to become his servant. However, the guy did not flinch, and still considered such a deal possible. She responded to such impudence with another wave of indignation, and even rushed towards him. The fox grabbed him by the throat again, ready to tear him apart on the spot. However, the reality was that she had thus deprived herself of her last chance of survival, which meant that the possibilities for bargaining were exhausted. For a long time, pride and need fought within her. The fox did not want to bow before the man. But another coughing fit weakened her grip. The dragon's energy was acting inside her. If she didn't conclude the contract now, it would be too late. Under other circumstances, the proud fox would have accepted a martyr's death without complaint. But she still had to complete her sister's task. In the end, gritting her teeth, she gave the man her consent, although she was not particularly happy about it. Xiao hurt his finger and put a seal on the fox. "From now on, it belongs to him," he said as a fire star appeared on the fox's forehead. The fox learned his name and asked if he would heal her now. Of course, the guy was determined to protect such a valuable acquisition that fate had given him, and for this purpose, he took off his shirt. It was all part of the treatment, he told the puzzled fox, for the situation was extremely ambiguous. The guy stabbed himself in the chest with a dagger because his blood was needed for treatment, although nothing prevented him from making a neat cut on his arm, but it should have looked less brutal. Pointing to his chest, he ordered the fox to drink his blood from the shallow cut. Life had not prepared the fox for such things, so she became even more embarrassed. The blood was supposed to protect her heart, the boy insisted. And then the fox realized that she had to say goodbye to the remnants of her pride. Lowering her long, wide ears, she leaned toward his bare chest. However, once she tried, she realized that everything was not so bad. Her heart seemed to be filled with strength, and Lisa experienced bliss. This should help the fox for a while, and then Sao asked her name. After all, he was now her master. The gloomy and proud fox who got into a difficult situation was called by the beautiful name of Dailu. Now that they had a new relationship, she also decided to ask him a question, wanting to know how the boy was able to understand that the wound was inflicted by a purebred dragon and that his blood could heal it. Xiao himself realized that his fox was not a simple beast. It was somehow connected with the long-disappeared dragons, and this was not without reason, which meant that it could help him understand what was happening to him. 2 months ago, dragon blood got into his eyes and they changed. Now it's clear what happened to him at the beginning. If Xiao focused his gaze on the animals, he would see a panel with information about them. It was through this system that Xiao learned about her wound and the treatment methods. Dai Lu thought that the boy's eyes were similar to the eyes of the legendary demon god. Rumor had it that they were able to see all the information about any beast, although the guy looked like he was just a mere mortal. Dai Lu was silent and just looked at him for a while, thinking about it. The fox weighed the pros and cons of sharing the information with the new master, and ultimately decided that even if he had demon eyes, it was even better. First of all, she was firmly convinced that his eyes had changed under the influence of dragon blood and belonged to a demonic god. It was definitely not a system like the hero from the books, Dai Lu stated, although everything Xiao saw looked exactly like it, explaining that it was just a visualization of abilities. However, in addition to visualization, Xiao was also plagued by auditory hallucinations. When he saw the core of the beast, a voice inside told him to lift it, because this stone could help the beast to be reborn. The first time it happened was after the Shadow Dragon's attack. It pointed to the crystal that awakened the bloodline of an ordinary good boy. Later, at the Azure Dragon exam, Xiao gave the stone to Stormdog, and he showed himself to be excellent, turning into a storm wolf. Now he thought again, pondering the conditions that made the voice in his head sound. Unfortunately, the couple did not sit comfortably settled in the cave for long. The same lion that had thrown Xiao into the abyss found him again with enviable persistence and attacked them. The lava tiger blocked the exit, so Xiao and Dai Lu were trapped. He was covered in fire, and the ground melted under his paws as he approached. Before the fire tiger could jump, Dai Lu threw the master aside. But he still followed him, and when the guy thought that his story was about to end, the tiger suddenly froze in place. Even though Dai Lu had not yet fully recovered, some wild animal was not a threat to her. The lion tiger rushed to attack again, this time switching to a new target. He pressed the fox to the ground by force, which angered her, because he dared to touch the Empress. Then she used her ultimate ability, and the tiger seemed to turn completely to stone. The fox's mental attack worked and drained him, after which the beast fell apart. Now they were safe. But Xiao felt his strength leaving him, and at that very moment he lost consciousness. And then he suddenly saw in front of him a huge dragon that was waiting for the demon's eye in this dimension. It was he who helped the boy's first spiritual beast evolve, and it was thanks to him that Xiao found the awakening blood crystal. It became clear that the kilometer-long dragon coiled in front of him was the mysterious assistant that Xiao had heard. The dragon's blood awakened this ally, but he himself did not know who he was. However, despite this, the mysterious snake was confident that he could make the guy great again. It was funny to hear this from someone who knew nothing about himself. Then the dragon showed the guy his abilities, which he should have already seen, and a status window appeared in front of him. And you could also chat with the dragon, which is what modern technology has brought us to. Now that Xiao had lost consciousness, the dragon decided to appear to him so that they could finally meet. However, their date was not long, and it was already time to wake up, said the dragon, informing that he was always nearby. Xiao woke up in a hospital room and was surprised because he remembered being in the cave before. As soon as he turned around, he saw the charming headmistress and Professor Chen, both of whom were worried about him. According to them, he was found by a rescue team that went out to search when the boy fell into the abyss. And everyone was also surprised that next to the guy they found the body of a tiger lion, which was killed in an unclear way, and this raised questions for everyone. Feeling that he couldn't tell everything, the guy simply wrote it off to the fact that he had been unconscious the whole time and didn't remember anything. Su Ruan didn't expect such an answer from him, and she realized that she had been wrong in her assumptions. She promised that the Academy would conduct a thorough investigation and establish the reasons for what happened. In addition, according to the results, Xiao and Jinshin both received the highest rank, setting a new record for the Academy. There should be a rating competition for beginners this weekend. Professor Chen wished the guy to recover quickly and prepare for them. When they left, his new seal lit up on the guy's hand. And then a nine-tailed fox appeared next to him. She returned to his seal so as not to be seen by other people. According to her, Xiao sacrificed his blood to save her, and then lost consciousness from exhaustion. And then their cave was found by a rescue team that came here following Sao's trail. Dai Lu didn't want to be noticed, so she hid from the rescuers. From the guy's words, she knew that his fall into the abyss was not accidental. And it was so. Sao already knew who set it all up. It was one of the Academy's less gifted students. And this time the nasty, narcissistic bully won't get off so easily, the guy declared decisively. The wayward son of a wayward father burst into his office, screaming that something terrible had happened. Deputy Wong told him to sit down and calmly state everything. It turned out that information had already spread on social networks that Xiao Xinyu had survived and was feeling well. Wang Yan was sure that they would now get revenge because the Heaven Guild was behind their enemy, although this surprised his father because their involvement in the matter still had to be proven. Even if Xiao Xinyu suspects them, he has no evidence, Deputy Wang said with a confident voice. Then the cowardly son timidly asked what they should do next, and Deputy Wang went to the chest of drawers. After which he took out a bottle of poison, which he always kept there on the shelf so that anyone could get to it, and he threw it to his son, as always using him as a bargaining chip, and ordered him to finish what he had started. Late in the evening, Xiao was resting in the dorm when his phone rang. It was his first henchman, Shun Yu, who was very worried about the fate of the hero. He sincerely admired him and promised to help at any moment. Everyone was truly worried about him, and Xiao realized that it was not in vain that he had chosen such a loyal retinue for himself. Here, Shun Yu reported some really important information. The freshman tournament had been postponed, but he was still confident that Brother Xiao would defeat everyone there. The thing is that his disappearance right in the middle of the exam became the most discussed topic, so it was decided to postpone the tournament because a state of emergency was declared and a rescue operation was organized. The freshman tournament was the main event of the Azure Dragon Academy, which was held every year. Participants are divided into teams and randomly placed in the tournament table for fights. The most intense fight is, of course, for a place in the final and 3 prize places. So Shen Yu was looking forward to this event because the future of every participant was at stake. They agreed to meet later and said goodbye. A good result at the tournament early on could attract the attention of the academy and other sponsors, which could provide the financial support Xiao needed. The skills of the beast depended on the spiritual strength of their master. The stronger the beast, the more spiritual power was required to maintain it and use it in battle. And with the help of the Academy's resources, it would be possible to significantly speed up this process, thus avoiding a repeat of the situation where Dailu's skills completely exhausted Xiao. And he needed the fox's power to deal with the damned Wang family, so he absolutely couldn't stand still in his development, Xiao thought as he lay in bed before going to sleep. Thinking about how to increase the level of spiritual power, he decided to turn to the dragon that lived in the depths of his mind. At that moment, Xiao fell asleep and saw something in front of him that looked like the Eye of Sauron. The dragon asked him if he was looking for easy ways, and the guy awkwardly replied that why not, since he was already a cheater. But the dragon had his own conditions. He wanted to return his memories, in exchange promising to help the guy in his goals. Since they could only communicate through deep meditation or special states, which was fraught with risks, the dragon upgraded the system in general, rolled out an update in the application, and now there is a new panel there. A store tab appeared in which you could buy the necessary items. The dragon promised to give him tasks through the system and reward him with points, which in turn could be exchanged for rewards. For example, one could take a dragon pill, which instantly increased spiritual power tenfold, but after 5 minutes caused weakness. It was a useful thing, but it could only be used at the very end of the battle. The dragon gave the guy a gift on the occasion of the opening of the store. He would have to earn other items himself. It was enough to mentally pronounce the divine panel to activate the system. It sounded extremely funny. At this point, the dragon said that he was done. He was tired and needed to rest, after which he asked not to bother him with trifles. They wished each other a good rest and said goodbye. The next morning, Xiao was ready to rush to class despite his sister's warnings. The freshman tournament was scheduled to take place today, and Xiao wondered if his first henchman was riding after him. Then his eyes fell on a leaf that was carried by the wind, and Xiao took a closer look at its contents. He was wearing a wanted list uniform, and among the especially dangerous criminals for whom a fabulous reward had been assigned was the nine-tailed fox, the very one that had recently become his servant. Xiao stepped aside and called the fox to talk, pressing her against the wall. He had many questions, such as why the Imperial family was looking for her, and the proud fox said that she had not hidden anything, he just had not asked her. An Imperial search is not some small thing, so you could have warned her about it yourself. Xiao angrily scolded her. Dailu did not pay any attention to his words and offered to give her to him for a reward if that was what he wanted. However, the guy had a different opinion. He hoped that there would be a more trusting relationship between them and asked to tell him important things in the future. Shangguan Lan had put a big reward on her because of one little thing that the fox had taken with her and now showed to the guy after a moment of thought. She stared at the purple crystal in surprise. He didn't know what it was. The dragon's tear, the highest treasure of all, answered Dailu, and in her hands the stone began to shimmer like a diamond. There were three great treasures of pure-blooded dragons. One of them was the scale sword, the Dragon King's whiskers, and finally the dragon's tears. The first two were offensive-type artifacts that could be used in battle. The dragon tear did not have this, but it had accumulated 10,000 tears of pure-blooded dragons. If you use its power, you can reverse time and go back to the past. Hearing this, Xiao's mouth dropped open in amazement. Hundreds of comics and science fiction movies immediately flashed through his mind. He even nervously looked around to see if a time patrol was sneaking up on him. Now the guy was even more interested in the fate of the dragons, which were thought to have died out 3 centuries ago, but now it turned out that they had reappeared. He wanted to know what was behind the Dragon War 3 centuries ago, and Dailu wanted it too. But she was not allowed to finish speaking. Someone called out to Xiao, and the fox quickly hid in the seal. They were Murong's brother and sister, talented, beautiful, and rich heirs of their clan. They recognized him on the way to the academy and decided to say hello. Yang Shuo behaved nobly. He sympathized with Xiao, who got into a difficult situation during the exam and almost died, so he wished him to be more careful. But then Yang Shuo's voice became sterner. He said that when the guy fell off the cliff, his sister was beside herself and worried about him, even refusing to eat. And she came to her senses as soon as she found out that everything was okay with the guy and her rival, having eaten several portions at once. So Xiao had to take this into account and take responsibility. Otherwise, Xingxin would get fat, he said, with a serious expression, not a serious speech at all. The sister immediately tried to shut him up before the stupid brother could say anything. Xiao smiled and agreed with Yang Shuo that he couldn't make such a lovely girl worry any longer. The tournament was about to start soon. So the hero suggested that they go inside. However, Yang Shuo became serious again and stated that they were not close enough to go together, especially since the guy stole his sister's glasses during the exam and they still hadn't forgiven him. After that, the relatives went ahead, and Xiao could not recover from these emotional swings for a long time. He absolutely did not understand why this whole strange conversation was necessary. Soon, the official part of the tournament began. Fireworks began to sound and the crowd in the stands began to chant. This show had the same funny host with a hussar mustache, and he announced the start of the draw for the tournament. Everyone lined up and began to draw numbers to determine their place in the table. Wang Yan glared at the hated Xiao Xinyu, with whom he had initially quarreled over a mere trifle. Sometimes you just need to be able to stop in time. But Wang Yan was not one to live long. He was going to finish what he started. When it was his turn to draw lots, the other students moved aside in disgust, letting him pass. The chief bully's reputation had long since sunk below the baseboard. Everyone knew the story with the freshmen in the library and the fact that Wang Yan was smeared across the arena that same day in a thin layer and forced to apologize, after which the bully's authority evaporated. Wang Yan, who was so dependent on public approval, felt enormous pressure and was eager to get even. In the end, he was lucky enough to draw a number for a fight with Xiao Xinyu, or maybe everything had already been set up, which he was incredibly happy about. Before the fight, Xiao told the fox not to show himself, no matter what happened. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for them. When Xiao and Wang Yan's faces appeared on the tournament board, everyone was shocked by the coincidence. But they thought that it was fate itself that brought the sworn enemies together. But in fact, Deputy Wang had prepared everything in advance and pasted a number with Xiao's name on the wall of the box. Wang Yan stepped forward and casually pointed his finger at the hero, addressing him. This time he promised to personally destroy his pet in battle and bared his teeth menacingly. Xiao returned the look. He too had plans to deal with the bastard. Both entered the arena and took their positions for the duel. This time the hero held himself especially confidently. Yang Shuo asked his sister why she was watching this guy so closely. And then she was surprised that her brother still hadn't felt how much stronger Xiao had become after falling off the cliff. Even the beautiful director of the academy felt it and was amazed at what the guy had gone through in those few days. The host raised a flag in the center of the arena, giving the signal for the start of the fight. As soon as he sharply lowered it down, both fighters went their separate ways. They summoned their beasts, Xiao as usual Black Fang and Wang Yan Ice Flame. Apparently his leopard had recovered from its wounds in the previous battle. All students were shown a board that showed information about the abilities of the animals of both opponents. Xin Jin was the first to notice that there was something wrong with the Stormwolf's aura. It was much stronger for his cultivation level, although the scanners usually did not make mistakes and gave accurate information. It was more like Sile was deliberately suppressing the power of his beast in order to use the fight to break through to the next level. The fight began and both animals rushed at each other, colliding in the center of the arena. The leopard tried to get the wolf with his claws, but the wolf was too good at dodging to let that happen to him. Then the leopard fired a volley of ice balls, wanting to seize the initiative in this fight. Its explosion doused the entire arena with cold. However, Black Fang was not harmed. Jumping into his shadow, he attacked the leopard from behind, because he had already seen all these abilities. A hellish howl shattered the arena's foundations, throwing the leopard back and showering him with debris. Everyone saw that Xiao was suppressing the enemy with brute force, and the scales tipped in his favor. Many watched this fight with bated breath, and there was a tense silence in the stands. Waves of cold and heat alternated, so that the presenter no longer knew whether to put on pants or take off his coat. At that moment, Xiao used the Claw of Oblivion, a secret move of the Storm Wolf. A sinister aura, black as night, appeared around him, and the leopard froze in fear of it. The darkness gathered into a clot of ink and struck straight at the six-legged cat. The Claw of Oblivion achieved its goal. Now the leopard could not use his abilities, which meant he was completely unarmed in front of the enemy. However, despite this, Wang Yan did not flinch, and shouted that this trick would not work on him twice. Then he threw a blue pill to his beast, and the leopard obediently swallowed it. He even felt sorry that he had such a careless owner. Having gathered his strength, the leopard managed to shoot an ice ball at the enemy again. After that, he surrounded himself with an ice crown, like armor, and could attack without fear of counterattacks. The leopard suddenly became much stronger, and Xiao realized that this beast must have taken a potion that adds strength, but it was prohibited by the rules of the competition. Xiao immediately declared that it was clearly using doping. Then, without wasting any time, Wang Yan unleashed an icy blast on him, covering the entire arena in a crust of ice. His strength was so great that now the Black Fang could not get close to him. The wolf held on, although a hail of sharp fragments swept across his thick skin. Then Wang Yan shouted that he was using an ice hammer. It was necessary to warn the enemy. Suddenly he would not dodge yet. A whole block of ice created from thin air fell onto the arena in the place where the wolf stood. The tide of battle swung in Wang Yan's direction, but everyone had already noticed how unnatural it was. The arrogant scoundrel had already managed to boast that last time he had deliberately given in and not shown his full power. Vice Chief Wang also bragged about his offspring and told the director that his son's talent was comparable to Xiao's. However, Su Ruyan did not become the director for her pretty face, especially since in this situation even a blind person would notice something was wrong. She already had a premonition of a long and problematic investigation for the reputation of the academy. Both father and son are birds of a feather, she believed. However, the Black Wolf was in trouble now. Although in the last fight he easily avoided the ice with the help of the shadow attribute, now this trick apparently did not work. At this rate, the wolf could not only lose the fight, but also get seriously injured. But it was not by chance that Black Fang killed 100 beasts on the mountain during the exam. Xiao had complete confidence in his pet's abilities. With the help of the Scarlet Flame Lotus, he melted all the ice that was holding him back and was able to move freely again. Wang Yan ordered the leopard to quickly dodge before it was hit by the area attack. But the wolf only filled his lotus with fire even more. There was nowhere to hide from this fire. Such a skill was only available to beasts that had acquired a full form. The boy's boundless talent once again amazed all the teachers at the academy. Wang Yan felt the wolf's strength rapidly growing and felt threatened. He couldn't leave this enemy alive. However, so far the leopard has not managed to break away from the huge, fiery flower that has been following him everywhere, devouring the ice from his armor. The tide of battle had turned again, and now Xiao was completely dominating the arena. The hellish lotus blossomed and covered the entire arena, filling it with fire. Under such pressure, the unfortunate leopard felt as if he had found himself in a blast furnace. Eventually, he could no longer move, which meant the end of the fight. And then, in deathly silence, the host with the funny mustache finally announced the winner, after which joyful jubilation from those who were rooting for Xiao and supporting him was heard from the stands. Everyone turned their attention to the scoreboard. Black Wolf's data had changed, now it showed his real strength. Xiao had set a new record, which caused increased excitement around his personality. At this time, Wang Yan was completely devastated and broken. He never thought that he could lose twice, even using all the dirty methods. For the first time, in front of the entire academy, a spirit beast reached a new level of evolution right in the arena. And Xiao waved hello to all his new fans who were shouting his name from the stands. The guy praised his faithful wolf, who did an excellent job. Already after meeting the lava tiger, the wolf was on the verge of evolution. After all the battles with many monsters, he accumulated a lot of experience. Hao used the six-legged leopard to corner the wolf, then Black Fang, having reached his limit, managed to break through. Then the guy heard arguments from the podium. Deputy Wang was demanding something from the headmistress, and she was answering him dryly. As usual, people of this mindset could not simply accept defeat and continued to scheme even when they were clearly in a weak position. Deputy Wang declared that the dead leopard was proof of a violation of the rules. Surprisingly, the other teachers supported Vice Chief Wang, showing how rotten the academy was, and they said that the violent student should be expelled immediately. All at once, they began to convince the director of the immorality of such an outcome of the duel. However, Su Ruyan faced their worries steadfastly and stated in an icy voice that she would wait for the results of the investigation and would not allow anyone to slander her disciple with impunity. She ordered that the leopard's body be brought in and that a veterinarian be called to perform an autopsy. When the experts examined the body, the beautiful Su Ruyan approached them to find out the result. The leopard's internal organs were badly damaged by the heat of the lotus, doctors said. The thing is that this was also part of Deputy Wang's plan. He bribed the doctors in advance, knowing that there would be such an inspection. Deputy Wang was about to push all the blame onto Xiao when he appeared behind him and declared that it was outrageous impudence for the killer to act in front of everyone. The lotus attacked and burned only the soul of the beast, and this leopard clearly died from internal bleeding, Xiao objected. It was impossible to argue with this argument, because there really shouldn't have been any external damage left. Now, everyone's eyes were on the doctor because he would have to bear responsibility for the false medical report given in front of witnesses. Xiao quietly whispered to him that risking his career for a joke bribe was not the best decision, and the veterinarian trembled all over, imagining how he would burn the tails of pigs somewhere in the village if this became known. Since the question was serious, the hero demanded that the leopard's blood be analyzed as well. 10 minutes later, the vet had a new report, but he read it and mumbled until the stern headmistress hurried him on. This time, the test showed the truth, that the animal died due to prohibited doping. Wang Yan immediately began to deny everything, because a thief's hat is usually on fire, which convinced everyone even more of his guilt. He fell to his knees before the headmistress and began to pitifully convince her that he would never give this to his beast. However, the vet confirmed his conclusion, saying what everyone already knew: the forbidden pill puts the beast into a state of rage but also causes irreparable damage to health. However, the truth could not be refuted, and Su Ruyan looked at him coldly. The opinion of all the teachers turned in the opposite direction. Now they were as ready as before to scold the sinking ship of Wang Yan, who begged his father to save him. The deputy did not deny his son's guilt or blame it all on conspiracy and forgery. He suddenly shrank and asked to give his son a second chance. But the beautiful Su Ruyan was not going to miss this chance to get even with the deputy and weaken his position. She reminded him of professionalism. Now he could not speak like a father. If he planned to cover for his son, he might as well leave the academy with him. Here, the deputy realized that if things continued like this, he too would suffer and go to the bottom with his negligent son. So since Wang Yan gave the forbidden pill to his beast, he had to be expelled immediately. The bully who had pretended to be tough all his years at the academy now shrank and, like a lost puppy, did not believe that his father could simply abandon him. Leaning towards him, he muttered through his teeth that the fact of the crime had already been revealed and nothing could be done about it. But he promised to avenge his son, after which he publicly renounced him and ordered him to be thrown out of the academy in order to preserve the remnants of his influence. After the first day of competition ended, a list of the top 8 students appeared on the scoreboard. When the other opponents saw Xiao's fight with Wang Yan, they immediately refused to fight him. Thus, he immediately advanced to the semi-finals and was now on the lips of the entire academy. Yang Shuo also entered the top 8 and promised his sister to avenge her because Xiao stole her glasses during the exam, but the girl said that it was not worth it. She wanted to fight him herself and win. The spirit of true rivalry lived in her. Shen Yu's henchman ran up to the hero to congratulate him on his victory in all the matches of the day. He considered this a great cause for joy and immediately suggested celebrating. Gritting his teeth, Deputy Wang sent curse after curse at the hero's back. He was already anticipating how scared the guy would be when he returned home. Even with a torn-off fang, the snake was not going to stop. The hero returned home late because all this time, he had been celebrating his success with his first henchman. However, when he returned, he was horrified to find the room in complete disarray. The guy immediately began to look for his sisters Shui and little Shimeng. The latter immediately came out at his call. She ran up to him and with tears in her eyes told him that Sister Sue had been kidnapped by some masked scoundrel. The guy tried his best to calm the crying girl and stroked her hair. The attacker left a note suggesting that he come to the mountains to pick up the hostage, which was a very old-fashioned solution and dirty work. Xiao had no idea who would dare to commit such a crime, but he still went to the mountains. Luckily, he managed to quickly find the right place and discover his sister there. And then the culprit of the vile outrage appeared from behind the tree, telling the boy not to scream. His sister was alive and simply sleeping. The hero demanded that the hostage be released immediately, but Deputy Wang had not captured the girl for that reason. Xiao didn't have to wonder for long who was behind the kidnapping. He had only one enemy, and that enemy had only one influential relative who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Deputy Wang laughed contentedly and took off his hood, no longer hiding his face, meaning he wasn't going to let the guy go alive. If only he could have such a son, he would make him the strongest hunter in the entire empire, Deputy Wang said with glee, confirming his status as the father of the year. After all, if he were a great father, then Wang Yan would also achieve glory. Life turned out differently, the vile scoundrel said with regret, as if it wasn't all his own fault. He summoned his spirit beast, and a bear with a backpack on its back emerged from the ground. The stone demon bear was armed with a huge hammer and looked very menacing, because it had the form of the king of beasts. This beast was constantly in a state of absolute defense and was invulnerable to physical attacks. It could also neutralize any mental attacks, Deputy Wang helpfully explained. Since it was a duel between a one-star beast hunter and a beast king, the scoundrel was completely confident of his victory. However, Xiao asked him not to rejoice too soon. Because he had not been pumping up in vain and had kept so many trump cards in himself, this hero knew how to exceed everyone's expectations. But Deputy Wang was not moved by the threats. He was still confident that the lousy dog would do nothing to his bear. But was there a rule that required one to have one beast? Xiao asked and activated the summoning seal. Deputy Wang immediately frowned, feeling a frightening aura. Even the sky turned black. Dai Lu stretched sleepily as if she had just been woken up and cutely shook her fluffy ears. She brazenly demanded compensation from her owner for the moral damages from the interrupted sleep. The guy pointed at the bear and ordered her to kill it, after which he promised to let her get some sleep. The fox yawned sweetly again and straightened her shoulders, preparing for battle. Deputy Wang was shaking all over and was covered in sweat. He already felt that he was about to fight a real monster and needed to act proactively. The bear swung his hammer and rushed into the attack without further ado. However, he froze right in front of the nine-tailed fox as soon as she waved her hand. The unfortunate bear, who was unlucky with his owner, turned to stone and cracked all over. Deputy Wang turned pale from such a swift defeat, not believing his eyes. Now he realized that this was the very same royal-level beast that the Imperial family had been searching for all over the country. Ironically, it was the assassination attempt on Xiao that brought them together, so in this case, the law of karma worked. The villain began to threaten the guy that he would tell everyone about his connection with the wanted criminal. But the guy also burned all the bridges by showing the fox he understood perfectly well that he could no longer leave the witness alive, and a grin of a just hero appeared on his face. Wang Dushan desperately shouted that the gap between a 6-star cultivator and a newbie could not be bridged by just one beast. He used the bear again and it made a full recovery. He even became more furious than before. Strength was just gushing out of him. Deputy Wang was ready to fight again, and Xiao and the fox took a wait-and-see attitude. They allowed the scoundrel to show off his strength and skills again in a fight against the schoolboy. The professor crossed his arms in a theatrical gesture and pompously proclaimed that he would show the difference in their abilities. The bear struck the mountain and it split into pieces, sending streams of flame and a hail of debris into the air. After this, the beast surrounded itself with the attribute of darkness. In order to feed such monsters needed the blood of people or other magical beasts. Xiao had heard that low-ranking beasts had started disappearing on this mountain 5 years ago, and now he knew who was behind it. Deputy Wang laughed triumphantly again, boasting of his achievements, and a skull-shaped seal appeared on his face. The red skull, this symbol was well known to the hero and he was horrified. It was worn by members of a guild that specialized in training beasts with the dark attribute. They were even listed as a sinister terrorist organization. If everyone knew that the vice principal of the Azure Dragon Academy was a member of such a guild, it would definitely be the end for him. It was obvious that the villain was no longer embarrassed about his true identity. Dailu nervously warned that with the current level of the master's spiritual power, she was unable to use any skills. However, Xiao told her not to worry about it. He had never entered into a battle where he could lose. With these words, he took the potion that the dragon gave him, and the boy's body was immediately filled with spiritual power. The villain Van did not wait for the hero to complete his preparations and ordered the bear to attack. Shai made a gesture, and Dailu understood everything without words, preparing to meet the enemy. The menacing bear was quickly approaching, overwhelming with its appearance and mass alone. Xiao used the bloody gaze skill, and the fox took on its battle form, becoming a beast. Then she looked up at the sky and began to howl, directing her power there. And then a huge, divine-like eye appeared over the mountain. This eye directed rays of goodness towards the bloody bear and pierced its armor. Mishka growled in pain and found himself completely defenseless against such an attack. Deputy Wang was also injured, but he had no intention of dying. The hole in his body was covered with the attribute of darkness. An aura of a red skull appeared around the villain. Apparently, he decided to play his trump card. Xiao managed to escape, and the self-destruction spell did not affect him. Only the forest clearing suffered, which was burned by fire. But the dragon pill also had its consequences. Xiao felt exhausted and began to bend towards the ground. The last thing he saw was the fox's worried face. Just like last time he lost consciousness due to using her abilities, Dailu hit him on the cheek several times, but the boy never woke up. However, someone suddenly grabbed Daila and squeezed her throat so hard, so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. Sister Shuo came to her senses and apparently quite misunderstood what she saw in front of her. Or maybe she was just jealously protecting her brother from all possible attractive competitors. Dailu felt the terrible smell that emanated from this girl. Sister Jue looked at the fox coldly. She had already realized that her brother had made a contract with her and was surprised that he was able to obtain a magical beast of such a level. The fox clearly felt the power of the dragon in her and was even more amazed. Never before had she encountered such a powerful dragon force. Dailu thought that Sue was Xiao's biological sister, but it seemed that was not the case. Perhaps she was not even human, especially since the guy had that dragon seal on his back. Sue touched her finger to her lips and told the fox to be quiet. She doesn't need to know everything, the blonde girl said quietly. Having clearly explained who the main concubine in this harem was, Sue released the fox. Now she was playing the role of Sister Sue, and that was enough. She leaned over the guy and looked at his face. To help him regain consciousness, Shu touched her brother's chest and transferred some of her powers. Dailu was worried about whether everything was okay with her master, because her life depended on it. But Sue had already realized that the guy had simply taken a medicine that increased his spiritual power and was now experiencing side effects. The guy will be fine, but he needed about 3 days to recover. When the first aid was finished, Yue walked to the edge of the cliff, after which she began to sing in a special way, filling her singing with spiritual power. The fox learned a skill called Dragon Whisper. It was a combat skill of purebred dragons, and it allowed one to restore any essence in the world thanks to a special melody. Under the influence of her singing, the forest destroyed by Van's suicide became its former self again. There was no trace left of today's battle, and the dragon and the fox were the only witnesses to what happened. Here, Dailu remembered that among the purebred dragons, there was only one with snow-white scales. And his name was Chaos, but the fox did not dare to call Sui's real name, looking into her furious eyes. Sui took a step towards her and showed her power as an argument. She didn't care that the fox was put on the Imperial wanted list, but if she betrayed Xiao, she wouldn't live, the dragon sister warned. From now on, she must help her master in everything, Shua declared imperiously. And she warned that otherwise she would pull out their tails onto their collars. Then the fox obediently bowed before her. Zhu also insisted that her origins remain a secret from Xiao. The guy came to in the hospital, once again with his sister and charming headmistress nearby. Shuk made a whole touching scene when he woke up and hugged him tightly, feigning wild joy and relief, because she already knew that he was okay. Xiao immediately asked her to tell him how the previous night ended, because he couldn't know the official legend. Xue, without giving any further details, said that when she came to, she found that she and Xiao were on the mountain, and that he was unconscious, after which she carried him down the mountain and called for help. From his sister's words, Xiao thought that Dailu had covered up all traces of the battle, and he calmed down at that. Then Su Ruan told him the sad news. Xiao slept for 3 days and missed the newcomers' tournament, the last 2 stages. It was expected that the first and second places were taken by the offspring of the Murong clan, and Xiao's absence was considered a voluntary withdrawal from the competition. However, there was also disturbing news. 3 days ago, Deputy Wang went missing. Considering that all this happened at the same time, it was difficult not to suspect a connection between them. The boy was wary. There was no need for unnecessary suspicion. Even if he was only defending himself, he still could not defend himself in court because of the fugitive fox. Sister Xue quietly bared her claws, preparing for the worst. She thought it was better to eliminate the threat and run. The charming Su Ruan understood the subtlety and delicacy of this matter. She never liked Deputy Wang, and she especially did not want to lose a talented student. So she immediately stated that she did not suspect him, but would simply continue the investigation. In this way, she indirectly said that she supported Xiao and would protect him. However, the lovely Su Ruan came here not only to check on his condition, but also to report about the supernova competition. This is a major event, organized jointly by the best academies in the country, with the top 3 participants from each side. Of course, Yening Xuan was definitely considered the most talented of them all, but in last year's competition, she unexpectedly lost to Li Mu Cheng from the White Tiger Academy. That's why the beautiful headmistress wanted the boy to become one of the 3 representatives at this competition and restore the honor of the academy. For the guy, this should also be a great opportunity to make up for what he missed in the ranking tournament. Xiao was surprised by such an offer, right on his hospital bed, especially since he didn't even know the rules of the competition. Su Ruan told him that in order to participate, one needed to have at least 2 battle beasts, and the beast hunter himself had to be at the 2nd star level. So Xiao had nothing to worry about. There was still about a month left before the competition, and the charming Su Ruan assured the student that he would have time to qualify. She even squeezed his shoulder tightly. She believed in him so much. The hero was touched by such support and realized that he could not let down such a wonderful woman, especially since he was interested in the Tiger Academy, which managed to defeat Ye Ningxuang. With a smile on his face, the boy confidently told the headmistress that he would definitely take 1st place in the competition. Later, the hero went to the mountains again, thinking about his future along the way. All the participants in the tournament already had 2 beasts. Xiao also had a couple, but he couldn't show Dailu to anyone because she was wanted. And besides, Black Fang was just a hell wolf in an incomplete form, and it would be hard for him to participate in the tournament. Which means it's time for Black Fang to break through to the next level. To this end, the hero summoned a wolf and he immediately howled throughout the forest as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, before going to the forest, Xiao had bought some things at the Heavenly Guild shop with his doctor's salary. Now he had various potions necessary for the wolf's development. Some of them were rewards from the mountain test and the freshman ranking tournament. This stuff should be enough for the wolf to evolve, and the guy told him to get started. He began to obediently absorb the treat, sucking in the elements like a vacuum cleaner. Almost immediately, the Black Fang seemed to catch fire and was completely covered in a red aura. During Black Fang's evolution, he was at risk of having a nervous breakdown, so Xiao summoned Dailu and told her to protect them. The wolf really went berserk, although his master tried to calm him down with his voice. Then the fox enclosed him in her impenetrable barrier. All the pain the wolf felt was transmitted to his master, and Xiao could no longer stand on his feet. He then called upon the divine panel to help him check the progress of evolution. The dragon system immediately showed 30% on the virtual scoreboard. However, when the scale rose to 99, the process stopped, and Xiao already thought that he had failed. But then Dailu's barrier opened and Black Fang appeared. From his menacing face, one could tell that he had mastered evolution. He had reached a mature form and developed new abilities. Now the 4th attribute of the demon had awakened within him, and Dailu was amazed by this. She was even more amazed by Xiao, who was clearly an extraordinary hunter. The guy hugged his shaggy friend, who had become even stronger, and now it was possible to conclude a contract with a new beast. And the hero already had some ideas on how to do this. Sister Yanran, upon hearing that Xiao would be participating in the competition, immediately agreed to help him and buy 1 beast. Qin, placing her hand on her big and tender heart, assured the guy that he shouldn't worry because they were friends, and she was always ready to come to his aid. So they came to the animal market, where he could choose any available creature. At the store, Madame Qin was immediately recognized, so they treated her with the utmost respect. The manager at first thought that the lady had come for an electrical preparation or a lightning crystal. Then the hero's red-haired patroness explained the purpose of their visit, and the manager promised to show the best animals. First, she showed some kind of arthropod behind her back and invited Xiao to take a closer look at it. The demonic spider had a high attack, much higher than that of beasts of its level. There was also a shadow tigress, very fast and capable of dealing damage from stealth. Xiao glanced at the animals, but his gaze kept glancing at the salesgirl's tight dress. 2 serious distractions. Finally, Lady Chin asked them to show him the best animals they had, covering all the expenses. Then the girl manager pressed a button and opened a special storage room where the most outlandish animals were kept. They dozed, immersed in huge vertical flasks, and looked cool. There was an underground pangolin with some very impressive characteristics. Green three-eyed mutant snake, struck with its poisonous and fiery damage. The legendary bone bird is also not bad, the guy assessed, remembering the Xingqian turn. However, none of them had a hidden lineage like Black Fang, and the hero was already accustomed to exceptional beasts. This surprised the manager. There were so many first-class animals here, and the picky guy did not choose anyone. She suggested voicing the requirements and then starting from them to select the right animal. Here, the workers announced that they had brought in a new batch of goods. They were some of the finest beasts he had ever seen, said the bald brute who kept the cage with the tiny fairies. They were generally considered useless in combat, and were likely bought by collectors of the tiny fairies for fun. They were no good as battle servants, but they were great as pets and decorations, Qin whispered quietly to the hero. Xiao looked at the seemingly ordinary water pixie, but it had a hidden bloodline of a blood angel, mythical level. Kia noticed how intently Xiao was looking at the tiny fairy and began to guess what his taste was. The guy immediately declared that he wanted to buy this fairy, as if he had noticed a treasure. His choice puzzled both girls because the squeak was clearly not suitable for battle. But the hero did not listen to their objections and said that he wanted this fairy. Considering her pedigree, she could become a useful acquisition. Returning to the mountains, he released her from the cage and promised not to harm her. The baby looked like a miniature girl, so even without a pedigree, the choice was obvious. Xiao gave her medicine to heal her wounds, and the fairy obediently accepted it. She immediately felt better. Apparently, the baby was mistreated during the capture. The guy asked if she would agree to become his spiritual beast. Even if he had the opportunity, he did not want to force the spiritual being. The fairy thought, even though they had only known each other for a short time, this man was the only one who treated her well and respectfully. She fluttered onto his palm like a hummingbird, which could have meant a sign of consent, and Xiao was delighted. By giving their blood to the fairy, they made a spiritual contract and were now bound by strong bonds. Now that they had made a bloody contract, it meant the fairy recognized him as the master. As Xiao expected, the connection after the contract became deeper, and now he understood the fairy without words. Especially for this little one, he got hold of a bloodline awakening crystal. If she eats it, she will be able to evolve. The fairy reached out to the crystal, which resembled pieces of sugar candy, after which she began to devour it with both cheeks until she felt something piercing her from the inside. Her awakening began and the baby began to shake all over, fluttering in the air. Xiao asked her to be patient a little longer. He saw how she was progressing. And when it ended, there was a real release of power that echoed through the forest with a deafening clap. It was so unexpected that even the lazy fox peeked out from the storage room to protect the master from the sudden attack. Alarmed, she asked him if everything was all right. Xiao calmed the fox down and they watched together as a cocoon formed from the light before their eyes. And when it opened up, a beautiful angel girl with 4 wings appeared before him. It was still difficult to understand her real size, but Xiao immediately realized that he had made the right choice. The hidden fairy lineage has awakened and she has now become a sacred angel of light, with a long list of properties and characteristics. One day, when Xiao reaches the 9-star level, this little one will turn into a 12-winged seraph. Here he thought about giving such a cutie a name. Before that, she was a simple water spirit, but now she had acquired the attribute of light. Her warlike appearance made the guy think about the ancient Greek goddess of water, and he named the angel Freya. The dazzling girl immediately landed and knelt before him, as if swearing allegiance. Xiaohou introduced the angel to the fox and said that from now on they would all fight side by side, but judging by the tailed one's appearance, it didn't seem like she was happy about the renewal of the harem, although she understood that her master did all this in order to win the competition. The next step for him was to rise to the level of a 2nd-star trapper. So the guy came to Professor Chen and shocked him by telling him that he wanted to take the relevant exam. Since the supernova competition was about to begin, the hero was in a great hurry. Professor Chen was clearly excited. This year, the youth were in a hurry to grow up. A couple of days ago, the Morongi siblings also passed this exam. The professor already knew that the boy's Black Fang had reached the first stage of mature form, so he knew that Sao was ready for the test, and agreed, on the condition that the boy's spiritual power level corresponded to the 2nd star. The hero immediately attached a sensor bracelet to his hand and said that he was taking the professor at his word, and the other teachers came to personally assess the guy's strength, which had been talked about so much. When they saw his data of 2,500 units, they were amazed. It was hard to believe that a newbie had such power. Professor Chen knew that it was a common phenomenon that as the beast evolved, the cultivator's spiritual power would also increase. According to statistics, the average level of a second-star beast cultivator was exactly between 2 and 3,000. He praised the guy for his talent. None of his former students had even reached 1,500 in strength. So, Xiao received his admission to the exam. He was transported to the exam site in the Bloody Canyon by helicopter. Above the landing point, the guy opened the doors without any fear of falling. He fastened the earphone, and the voice of the charming Su Ruyan informed him that he was already above the beginning of the canyon where the test would take place. Ahead of him was a battle with many beasts that had gathered there, and Professor Chen told him not to be a hero if it was difficult, just leave. Xiao was not worried and was confident, so he announced his readiness and looked down. The exam was considered passed if he reached the exit of the canyon. The teachers monitored his progress on the screens. She saw the green light and jumped down towards the whistling wind and the gaping canyon. When the boy entered the crevice, Professor Chen reported it to the director. First, the hero had to fight the iron-toothed crocodiles that guarded the entrance and lazily slept at the bottom. Then he had to fight the blood demon spiders that lived in the demon cave, among which there might be rare specimens of the third stage of mature form. Creepy, vile, extremely unfriendly creatures that were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, due to the crimson rain that had fallen the other day, the number of crocodiles had doubled, astrologers reported. As soon as Xiao came in for a landing, open jaws were already waiting for him below. The iron-toothed crocodile was armored and had sharp teeth, as you might guess. They saw a man coming to land and were delighted, thinking that someone had ordered dinner delivery. However, Professor Chen did not expect that the hero would have problems with these reptiles if he called his wolf. However, the guy was in a hurry to test his other chosen one and called Freya for help. He was immediately surrounded by an attribute of light that gave visibility of what was happening at the bottom of the canyon. The dazzling beauty immediately shielded the gentleman from the terrible crocodiles. She filled his parachute with wind currents and prolonged his hovering effect. The professors, seeing the second spiritual being, who could not be called a beast, were extremely surprised. The guy was simply a monster to be able to make a contract with a mythical angel, Professor Chen told the director in amazement. No one had seen such a cutie in years. And it was amazing that Xiao managed to get her. The teachers knew that he had bought a water pixie from a store a few days ago. And it also sounded strange that a water spirit would suddenly become an angel, with the purest bloodline. But if you think about it, you can remember that Black Fang was also originally an ordinary storm dog, said the wonderful headmistress in all respects. Before them was an exceptional hunter with a special talent for making the impossible possible. Professor Chen agreed with her. Freya landed in front of the crocodiles and at the hero's command drew her blades. With the help of the power of light, she instantly dealt with all the reptiles, chopping them into a krushka. Even the iron shell did not help the crocodiles to protect themselves from her deadly attack. Professor Chen was amazed by such power. As expected from a true angel of light, she knocked down the crocodile in one blow. Xiao stretched out his hand and asked Freya to lead him through the swamp. The hero did not want to get his feet dirty. But the girl chose a simpler way and picked him up in her arms like a child, which greatly embarrassed the guy who wanted to look cool. That's why he immediately began to demand that she return him to Earth. It was so humiliating that he hoped the cameras wouldn't see it. In the next part of the canyon, the hero was met by a thick red fog, which made visibility difficult. Small spiders were crawling around, apparently disturbed by their intrusion. Despite this, the couple ran forward, Freya breaking through, destroying all the spiders in front of her. The swings of her sword easily killed them, but the space around was covered in cobwebs, so it was not so easy to break through. And from the deepest part, at the noise of the invasion, came the ugly queen of this entire colony. The blood demon spiders lived in large families and therefore posed a serious threat to those who invaded their home. There were at least 20 of them here. Even though the holy angel was only in the first stage, she could deal damage even to mature spiders, ignoring the difference in levels. Xiao himself also had to run from the spiders' attacks, as there were a lot of them. Then he realized that he couldn't hold back, and he called on Black Fang for help. The formidable wolf immediately bared his teeth and raised his shaggy black fur. From above, their squad was covered by a beautiful angel, and from below, Xiao was protected by a wolf. Su Ruan was worried about her student and reminded him not to tie himself down with fighting. He needed to get to the goal, not kill all the monsters along the way. But the guy decided to do everything his own way, as always, so he showed a goat on his fingers, ordering the wolf to use a hellish howl. He opened his mouth and fired a volley of turbo lasers at the spiders. The spiders responded with a volley of webs, but the wolf quickly dodged their sticky webs. But there were so many of them that one of the spiders still managed to hook the black fang with a sticky thread on its hind leg. Then they again used a well-coordinated attack on the now immobilized spider. Xiao decided to protect his pet with Freya's sacred shield and ordered the wolf to use the Hell Lotus and spin quickly. The abilities of darkness and light combined perfectly with each other, not giving the enemies a chance to touch them. The wolf was not in any danger and could calmly burn out the spiders. In the rising tornado, the spiders quickly died, so those who remained wavered and began to run away. Soon their entire population was completely exterminated, so Xiao even showed off against the backdrop of their carcasses. Suddenly the ground shook under their feet, and the hero felt the pressure of a colossal aura. The ground split beneath their feet, and a column of flame burst forth from it. Then the boss of the level appeared in front of them, a mating magical beast called a crypto spider. Professor Chen buzzed in his ear in a mentoring tone for the hero to retreat immediately. Yesterday's downpour had lured a crypto spider that the guy definitely couldn't handle. At worst, he could simply retake the exam later. But the hero could not do such a thing. He did not want to waste time, so he decided to accept the fight. Even if God himself stood before him and passed the exam, he would die, Xiao declared, and fired 2 volleys of light and darkness at the spider. However, despite such a blow, the ugly mutant was not harmed. His strong armor saved him. Everyone told the hero to retreat. Even the fox Dailu warned that a fight with such a monster was too dangerous for him. But it was no longer just a matter of whether he would fail the exam or not. The guy wanted to find his limit. Like a true madman, he continued to fight and ordered Black Fang to jump into the shadows. This time the wolf attacked from behind, right at the belly and head of the ugly mutant. But he managed to turn around sharply and hit the wolf in retaliation, inflicting severe wounds on him. After that, he threw the fang back to the owner so quickly that Freya had to cover the owner with a shield of light. It still wasn't enough to absorb the impact, so Xiao leveled his back against the cave walls. The mutant's attack had taken a heavy toll on all of them, so the 3 were breathing heavily and gathering their strength. However, the guy did not lose his spirit and told the spider that it was too early for him to rejoice. The spider took offense and spat a black stream of poisonous smoke at him. Xiao quickly dodged, riding on his faithful friend. Using the dragon's eyes, he analyzed the spider's weak points. It was not so easy to get away from him. He had to come up with something. Here the guy noticed that the spider's health bar was gradually decreasing. The wound was not very deep, but the web was definitely shooting weaker. Black Fang was also injured and couldn't fight at full strength, so Xiao ordered Freya to cover them. She picked up her master again and lifted him into the air, and Xiao saw the spider's life bar fall again. Now he knew how to deal with him, so he ordered Black Fang to spit at the enemy and not to be shy. The wolf did so, spitting long and accurately, which greatly offended the spider. So in response, he also decided to spit at the wolf, 3 streams at once. Fortunately, the Black Fang managed to dive into its shadow. Now it became obvious that it was not a web spit. The crypto spider was using up its life force, and as soon as it released the last thread, it would die. There was no need to take risks. You could simply wear out the enemy by keeping your distance. The wolf began to jump from shadow to shadow, constantly knocking down the mutant spider's target. In this way, he forced him to waste precious volleys of poisonous web. Unfortunately, on one of these runs, the spider managed to slow down the wolf. The web caught his leg. Black Fang slowed down and received a blow. Xiao told him to no longer hold back and activate the demonic power attribute, and Freya ordered him to raise the holy shield and remove all negative effects from the Black Fang. The wolf, shrouded in light and darkness, growled, 2 opposing forces colliding around him. Professor Chen and the charming Suruan were already hovering over the scene of the battle, but were in no hurry to intervene, hoping that the guy had already found a way to deal with the spider. Another 7 hours passed, an exhausting and not very necessary battle in endless repetitions of the same techniques. The crypto spider had lost almost all of its strength and health. Even its web had become lighter, and the spider was still unable to cope with the Black Fang that was surrounded by Freya's protection. However, the hero sensed a catch. All living creatures want to survive, however, the spider, having lost so much blood, did not even try to escape, as if he had completely surrendered to his rage, which meant that there could be something extremely valuable to him inside the cave. The web gathered into a large skein in front of the spider's face, and he shot out this whirlwind. Apparently, he hoped to end everything in one blow after a long, grueling battle. The wolf responded with a hellish howl at the hero's command and met the whirlwind with a volley of turbo laser fire. Now, when the enemy was almost exhausted, their chance had come to snatch victory from his clutches. So after the laser volley, Black Fang added to the spider's joy by hitting him with a hellish lotus. But even so, the monster still had strength, and he simply fired a scattered volley of sticky webs across the area. The hero told them not to worry about him, even though the web could pin him to the spot and make him vulnerable. Xiao also decided to go all in and ordered the Fang to finish off the enemy, using the Hell Lotus again. He immediately began to roast the ugly monster who no longer had the strength to escape, and finally fell on his back and stopped resisting. The job was done, and Zhao praised everyone for their good work. It was high time to find out what this monster so desperately defended at the cost of his life deep in the cave. And they went inside, no longer afraid of meeting monsters there. Before the hero could go any deeper, a transmitter crackled in his ear, and Professor Chen ordered him to leave, warning that even a dead spider could move. And indeed, emitting a death wheeze, the spider stood up on its paws again. The monster blocked the only escape route and activated some ability that made him swell up like a dead frog. Apparently, he decided to die burying his enemies along with him. Xiao ordered his beast to quickly hide inside the seal to protect them, but the little angel hesitated. She remembered all the kindness the hero had shown her. Therefore, disobeying the direct order of the owner, she rushed with all her might towards the spider's carcass. Her sharp blade pierced his belly with the aim of interrupting his self-destruction. Such a sharp blow threw the heavy carcass towards the exit, away from the hero. After which a deafening explosion was heard, Xiao was amazed that the little angel had developed a new ability within herself. He was so delighted that he immediately pressed his whole body against the beautiful angel, feeling her softness and warmth. In the cave, they found a strange altar with something lying on it, and Xiao asked Dai Lu what it was. The seed of the vine of the heavenly soul possessing an ancient bloodline was immediately identified by the fox. With such a powerful pedigree, growing a vine would not be easy, the hero thought. But he was still happy with the cool find. Dai Lu knew a way to grow this plant, although the method was complicated. It required drops of dew from feathery grass and nectar from a magical yellow flower, and also fertilizer from the dung of higher animals. Sha was immediately indignant that the plant was so capricious that it required more care than the princess, after which he figured that Dai Lu should know high-level beasts. But for some reason the fox flatly refused to collect their dung. Xiao smiled and immediately added that he wanted her to just ask for a favor. But the proud fox again refused, speaking unflatteringly about the master, after which they left the cave, taking the reward with them. An evacuation plane was already waiting for him outside, and the guy waved his hand at them. 2 weeks later, he arrived in the city of Xiling to the arena where the competition was to take place. There was a crowd of spectators in the stands all around. The scale of the national competition was amazing. The offspring of the Murong clan also appeared near his place. The handsome Yang Shuo sarcastically greeted the great Xiao. However, the hero met him without much malice. And with a smile on his face, he was especially glad to see Liu Jin, as Xiao decided to call Yang Shuo's sister, and even complimented her on her beauty. Yang Shuo was speechless from this move and spat out his drink. Xiao brazenly said that the name Zenshin was too long and inconvenient to pronounce, so he came up with a nickname for his sister. Yang Shuo immediately began to shout indignantly that this was impudence and arrogance and also a great insult. For such a stupid nickname, his brother promised to punish him. But then his sister simply told him to sit silently, and to his surprise, Yang Shuo obeyed her with the meekness of a lamb. The girl sat down next to the guy and they exchanged pleasantries. Her first beast had already reached the second stage of its mature form, and the second had awakened its lightning ability. Yang Shuo was completely broken by the fact that his sister was calmly talking to another guy, and even adopted a new nickname. Then he realized that his beloved sister had already grown up, and just recently she was sulking at him when he came up with a nickname for her, but with Hayu everything was different. "This world has gone mad," exclaimed the handsome blonde man, raising his hands to the sky. "The cat is friends with the mouse, and his sister has found herself a betrothed." However, neither the hero nor the beautiful Zenshin understood what came over this blockhead. Today they were to fight on the same side, but they did not yet know their opponents, who would be chosen by lot. Then the cute and curvy director Su appeared and announced that she already knew everything. Their first opponent would be the strongest White Tiger Academy. "They must be smashed to smithereens," Su Ruyan said belligerently. Her words reached another woman with a pleasant appearance that could hardly be hidden by the scraps of fabric she wore instead of clothing. It was the headmistress of the White Tiger Academy, Ju, and the feud between the old rivals had flared up again. Zhu had come to see their secret trump card that had been talked about so much in the news. The girls dug in their heels in their arguments about who deserved to win. Tiger Academy was lucky enough to defeat Yining Shuang once, but that didn't say anything about their strength. It was known that these two had been fighting since elementary school, so they instantly forgot about the proprieties that their status required, and their rivalry had long since gone beyond professional affiliation. In the end, they were only calmed down by Professor Chen, who informed them that the Empress was already here. So the headmistresses exchanged warnings and went their separate ways. The roof of the arena opened and everyone looked up at the sky. The Empress appeared as befitting her status, not like mere mortals through the door. Everyone started pointing their fingers at the still distant halo of light. And then everyone saw the most beautiful and powerful woman in the country, riding a white, noble dragon. Her Majesty Shangguan Lan, Empress of the Dragon State, had arrived. And looking at her, the eyes had a place to linger. Extensive bulges, deep cuts, a sweet, albeit powerful face. Her very presence was enough to make Xiao stare with his mouth open. The Empress landed on the open area where her luxurious throne stood. On the Empress's thin, silk robe, the sign of 11 stars was visible, and the hero felt the gap between them not only in status, but also in power. Her beast was called the Jeweled Sacred Kylan. It had the form of a third-stage beast king and a divine bloodline. The gap was so big that Xiao couldn't even read all the information. Now he was amazed that Dailu had managed to survive after being put on the wanted list by the strongest people in the country. And the fox reluctantly agreed that she had survived thanks to him, even though the guy was a real rude guy. The Qilin was clearly not Shangguan Lan's only beast. She had more powerful spirits under her command. Taking a closer look, Xiao saw the true power of the dragon that invisibly surrounded the Empress, protecting her from unexpected attacks. The guy was amazed by this. He thought that purebred dragons had died out 3 centuries ago, but he encountered them again. According to the annals, the Qilin dragons, the phoenixes, are of divine origin, and the dragons are definitely the strongest among all. It was unclear how Shangguan Lan managed to obtain not only a purebred dragon and make a contract with it, but also obtain the dragon's tears that Dailu had stolen before escaping. The Empress waved her hand and ordered the children's battle to begin. The first stage of the competition was single combat. It was randomly determined that Cao would go first, and the hero was not worried about it at all. On the other side, he was opposed by the strong white tiger fighter, Lin Tianzi, the son of the head of the Tiger Guild herself. The wolf and the snake met in the center of the ring and hissed furiously at each other, as if they had absorbed the spirit of rivalry from their owners. The snake with the sand attribute was the natural enemy of the black fang with its fire, because when opponents of equal strength fought, the one whose attribute naturally suppressed the opponent had an advantage. The sand serpent was the first to attack with its hurricane blade, raising a whirlwind of fire before it. Black Fang responded with a hellish howl, spitting a bolt of darkness at his enemy. The whirlwind and the dark laser collided, but without much effect. Lin suggested that Xiao surrender, then he would lose quickly and painlessly, because the advantage was not on his side. But the hero only grinned and boldly declared that he would only need 2 attacks to end this fight. Black Fang fired his turbo laser into the sky, and a stream of darkness shot straight up in a thick beam. At first it seemed like Xiao wanted to melt the sand, but his fire was too weak for that. But the Empress immediately understood that this was not the case at all and smiled. Xiao Xinyu planned to use the 7 colored clouds she summoned, Majestic Land said. Lin looked at his opponent in amazement. He did not understand what had happened. The arena became dark. Suddenly, the first drops of rain began to fall from the sky, and then Lin, sensing a threat, ordered the snake to go on the offensive. But the moment for reaction had already been lost. The clear sky was covered with heavy clouds heated by hellish fire, and a downpour fell upon the earth. The sand became wet, and Lin's beast could no longer use sand whirlwinds and blades. But Black Fang had no problem using the Hell Lotus Flame. Leaping into the sky, the wolf burst into flames like napalm, no worse than a dragon. The fire lotus blossomed right next to the sand snake, completely engulfing it. The burnt reptile fell to the ground, having lost its strength. As Xiao promised, he turned the tide of the battle with just 2 attacks. Lin was also hurt, so he was eliminated from the competition. The blonde Empress appreciated the hero's talent for precise calculation and flexibility on the battlefield. Xiao's personal file did not contain any suspicious features, so Shangguan had the first invitation to the Emperor's Soul Training Camp be sent to him, despite the fact that he was a commoner. When Xiao returned to his place, the team congratulated him on a great victory after all. They were now allies. Cutie Suruan also waved to the hero from the stands and promised to reward the guy when they returned home At these words, he blushed slightly. Here, the fox screamed in the hero's head that it smelled the phoenix grass, although this plant grew far to the west. Xiao told Xinxin that he would go for a walk. He didn't need to watch other matches. The girl was upset because now it was her turn to fight. Then the hero said that he believed in her victory and would keep his fingers crossed for her. Afterwards, he apologized that he could not support her because he had important things to do. In this case, the girl quietly demanded that she go somewhere after the tournament as compensation. Xiao immediately agreed and rushed to the exit, and the announcer was already announcing the next fight. At this time, another important event was taking place in the city. The army was returning from a campaign and marched triumphantly through the streets of the city, greeted by its residents. It was led by Mr. Zhou, the hero and star of the entire kingdom. He was a native of this city, so he was loved here. Although he was old, he was still stately and strong, and walked easily in his heavy armor. Next to him, his war rhinoceros, a second-tier beast king with the mythical bloodline of a war monster, towered like a huge wall. General Zhou was an 8-star beast hunter, with a spirit in the highest form and affection above 100, meaning they had gone through many mortal trials. The general belonged to a clan of war monsters that lived by fighting, and this man was the only one who could be trusted with the border town, Dailu said. The phoenix grass grew on the Ligu Glacier in the west, in the places that the general was defending, and he should definitely have it in his bag. So the cunning fox suggested stealing what was lying around. The hero immediately smiled wryly at such a crazy idea, but then he saw that the general's rhinoceros was limping, and an idea came to him. The boy pushed the crowd aside and shouted loudly to the general that he could cure his rhinoceros. The general immediately recognized the uniform of the Azure Dragon Academy. The boy was the same age as his son and hardly understood anything about healing in his opinion. But Xiao immediately showed him his license as a healer from the Heavenly Guild, after which he described the symptoms that bothered the rhinoceros in rainy weather. The general was surprised. The description of the itching and ulcers that tormented the animal was accurate, but he could not completely trust the stranger, so he asked about the causes of this disease. Then Xiao carefully approached the rhinoceros and pulled out a tick-like parasite from its skin. It was this sand mantica that was the source of the trouble. The diagnosis was accurate. For many years, no one had been able to establish the cause of the disease, and the general was impressed by this. Rare herbs were needed for the treatment, and Xiao suggested continuing the conversation in a quieter place. General Zhou agreed, and they went to his home, where there were many different ingredients. Xiao was glad for such a meeting because he could get not only phoenix grass but also a valuable acquaintance. There were many different useful remedies in the general's residence, and Xiao quickly found the recipe he needed. Afterwards, he prepared it, presented it to the general. The remedy was called extract of the violet soul, and it was used to treat sand mantica. Part of it had to be drunk, and the rest rubbed on the body. It worked quickly and had no side effects. Without further checks, the general decided to trust the guy and immediately gave his rhinoceros the medicine. The effect was immediate. All the parasites fell out of the rhinoceros's thick skin. Thus, the general realized that he had an excellent veterinarian in front of him, despite his young age. Xia even offered to give him the recipe so that the general could treat his soldiers and animals upon returning to the border. But everything had a price. The phoenix grass was quite cheap, but the magical glow flower was harder to get. But the general promised to solve this issue, so they made a deal. The general invited the boy to stay for dinner, but Cao refused and admitted that he had run away here secretly, and that at the moment the general's son was fighting with a friend from the Azure Sky Academy. The general also decided to go and watch the competition, since he had long heard about the feud between the White Tiger and the Azure Dragon, and it was especially important to greet the Empress. To his surprise, when Xiao returned to the arena, Xinxin's fight was still ongoing. The fight had reached its climax, but it was still unclear who the winner was. Xinxin's opponent suggested that she surrender so as not to lose in disgrace, especially since she seemed absent-minded from the very beginning. The girl waited for Xiao Xinyu to return and wanted him to see her win so she could prove her strength. Here, Xiao began to shout encouraging words to the girl so that she would not give up, because she still had strength left. Both opponents were on the verge of exhaustion, Xiao saw with the help of the dragon eyes. Then he decided to evaluate their spiritual beasts. Xinxin used the first battle beast, the Snowwing Hunter. He was confronted by a demonic wolf of darkness, who could create as many as 12 clones of himself. The snow eagle flapped its wings, and winter naturally began in the arena. The wolves multiplied and began to dodge the ice shards that rained down on her from above. Having surrounded the bird from different sides, the wolves attacked simultaneously and hit both wings of the bird at once. It was very difficult to distinguish the clones from the original, and the real wolf skillfully hid among them. There was a way, but it required taking a risk, so Xiao gave the Hinkshin sign. He began to cough and put his hand on his chest, obviously giving her some kind of hint. The girl looked at all the wolves again. Only one kept his mouth open. He was breathing heavily. Unlike his clones, he felt tired, and he couldn't hide it completely. Taking advantage of the flaw in this illusion, Xinjin ordered her bird to attack again. This time, the ice spikes pierced the wolf, who didn't think the attack would be aimed directly at him. The enemy did not immediately understand that his mistake had already been figured out. Blaming it all on luck, he ordered the clones to move again. But it didn't help, and the wolf again found himself under attack by the snowbird. In the end, Xinjin won and brought their Azure Dragon team their second point in this battle. Everyone began to congratulate the girl on her victory, which she achieved after a long, intense struggle. But the first person she hugged was not her brother, but our hero, whom the beauty thanked in this way for the hint. This completely horrified her brother, and he began to tremble all over. Yang Shuo began to threaten the hero to remove his greedy paws from his sister, but the guy did not even think of doing so. The White Tiger's headmistress took her second defeat to heart. She even gave up her bad habits, and the guys on her team were horrified. After which, this strong-willed woman ordered everyone to gather after lunch to discuss group battle tactics, and everyone would have to train until they dropped. General Zhou met with the Empress. He admitted that his son still had much to learn, but the heiress of the Murong clan, on the contrary, was perceptive, and at the decisive moment she noticed the enemy's weakness. However, the Empress was not so easy to deceive, and the general should have already understood who had told the girl about the weakness of his son's technique. This someone was the very doctor whom the general had praised. The general immediately fell to his knees and asked not to punish anyone and to give them another chance. But there was no need for this. The Empress had already given the order to invite talented children to her camp. After Xinjin's victory, the hero suggested that they celebrate by eating roast meat, and even invited his brother Yang Shuo. Then the hero received an invitation from the Empress to her soul training camp. It was an elite program for freshmen, run by the Empress herself, and everyone who passed through this place became pillars of the state. It was a great honor to be personally trained by the Empress, but the bloody contract with Dailu could be revealed, and in that case, the boy was playing a dangerous game. At this point, Xinjin saw that Xiao was deep in thought and touched his shoulder. She told him to forget about everything and spend time with her, as he promised. So they headed to one of the many street restaurants that served delicious food. The friends devoured the meat with gusto and enjoyed the evening of their triumph. Xiao was even amazed that the representatives of the great clan were eating street food with such pleasure, and Yang Shuo said that they were not monks, so they knew a lot about pleasure. Xiu remembered that little Xumeng was not familiar with street food, and he thought that all rich people were accustomed to luxury. At this point, Xinjin suddenly let out a heavy sigh as soon as she finished eating. Xiao asked her what happened, and the girl said that she was extremely unhappy with her brother. The hero suggested that Xinjin not to strain herself so much, and promised to give her a massage, which caused her brother to burn again. He was ready to finish the guy off with a meat stick, but he peacefully offered him another drink. But since they were drinking ordinary water, the trick didn't work, and Yang Shuo became even more angry. Xiao decided to fix this and asked the owner of the establishment to bring something stronger. After this, Yang Shuo put a whole box of banned substances on the table and declared that he would win this fight. But the burden turned out to be completely beyond his capabilities, so that soon Yang Shuo was pouring out like a rainbow around the corner of the restaurant. Conversations, however, became much more friendly. The brother demanded respect for his sister even after the wedding. Xia smiled and boasted to Xinjin that her brother had finally acknowledged him as his son-in-law. And the girl shyly suggested that next time they go on a date, just the two of them, because it was no fun at all with her brother. Tomorrow they still had to fight in the tournament, but the day after tomorrow would be just right, the hero quickly figured. Late at night, he returned to the dormitory for the participants of the competition and began to think about his plans. He already had some of the drugs he needed, like the phoenix grass. All that was left was to get the dung of some higher beast. But then, the hero's strength had already left him, and he simply went to bed. In the morning, a sly fox woke him up by gently stroking his cheek with her hand. At first, the guy didn't understand what was happening, and only after some time did he recognize Dela. Then he realized that other people could see the fox, and he started shouting at her, pinning her to the wall. The fox said that she went out for information and learned something important. The hero sighed with relief, glad that no one saw her. because his heart was already pounding wildly in his chest from fear. However, the fox quickly corrected the guy that he was holding on to something other than his own heart. The hero quickly removed his hand and asked for forgiveness. It just slipped by accident, he said. Even though Dailu had left the mark without permission, he still decided to find out what she had learned. Fleet Admiral Murong Jin caught a jellyfish, the spiritual land of disasters, and she probably knew a lot. Unfortunately, according to the laws of their country, the jellyfish was about to be executed. Hearing a familiar name, the hero was surprised. The fox said that she had known the jellyfish for a long time, who had the form of the king of beasts. They were friends. And yet she was defeated. Apparently, the admiral did not wear his title for nothing, the guy realized, and asked how Dailu was going to save her friend. The jellyfish had important information that Empress Shangguan was participating in the dragon-slaying battle. However, Xiao flatly refused to get involved in such a dangerous undertaking, even if the fox called him Lord. They had to break into an underground prison at the fleet headquarters, where thousands of high-level trappers lived. And in the headquarters itself, there is an admiral, a 10th-star hunter, and possibly the future father-in-law of one of the concubines. To stick his nose in there is pure suicide. Xiao refused to go to his death and strictly forbade the fox, reminding her that they were bound by a contract and she was obliged to obey him. However, he then received a task from the dragon himself, and he had to agree to accept it in order not to be fined. First, it was true. It was necessary to sort out the tournament. The next fight took place in a very harsh place. They fought on a red lake, the waters of which resembled the color of real blood. According to legend, it was formed during the war with dragons. And then a huge dragon fell, whose blood colored its waters. However, these were just rumors without evidence. Then Xiao looked at the lake with his hidden gaze. He was still curious about what was in the water, since jumping into it could leave you without skin. And there at the bottom, he noticed both the power of the dragon and the dragon bones. Letting the beast swallow them would be tantamount to evolution, but getting them was not that easy. Moreover, the broadcast would be watched by hundreds of thousands of viewers. The fight was about to begin, and Yang Shuo told Xiao to come to his senses, because he had been standing like a statue from the very beginning. There were many observer helicopters hanging in the sky, and there were also people standing around the lake. They installed cameras so that the battlefield could be observed from all sides, and Sister Zhui and little Xumeng watched the hero's exploits. They even set up a stand for the academy students and other spectators who came to personally support the fighters. Xiao was determined to show everyone what he could do, and he was determined. He immediately called upon Blackfang, and the wolf howled throughout the entire lake valley. The others followed suit, with Yang Shuo using his griffin and Xin Xin using his bone-winged wyvern. Their opponents were also eager to fight, shouting their dire warnings. The snake and the wolf appeared immediately, but the third participant had not yet summoned his beast. Xiu thought it was strange. They hadn't seen that guy fight yet, so they were wary. Yang Shuo decided to take advantage of this and attack first, so he ordered the griffin to send out a discharge. Then Xiao noticed some movement of the shadow and shouted a warning. But the griffin still received damage. It is unclear how and from where. And then an ugly macaque appeared next to the enemy team's third opponent. Shadow Ninja Monkey, Jinjin said, the name of the spiritual beast that looked like a random collection of words. It was a beast capable of teleporting several times in a row within a limited area. Their enemy was not that simple. As soon as the Azure Dragon team weakened, the snake and wolf immediately attacked them. They started having problems. The sandstorm was preventing Xingqian from finding the main wolf this time. The leader of the tiger team ordered the wolf to fight with the shadow wolf Sao. Blackfang also took damage after failing to dodge an attack with an element of the opposite type. Xiao told him not to stop and not to pay attention to the small wounds, and to continue to break through the sandstorm. In flashes of fire and light, the Blackfang rushed towards the enemies. Shadow daggers from the monkey flew towards him. The daggers wounded the wolf, piercing his thick fur, and he howled in pain. Then, using shadow hunting, the Fang quickly retreated. But the hero was not upset. He had already foreseen such a scenario. All the attacks were now focused on Xiao. Seeing such meanness, Yang Shuo felt that he and his sister had to do something. He then summoned the white griffin again and commanded it to surround the enemy wolf shadow clones with lightning. It worked, and the white wolf began to quickly jump from the lightning, losing clones. The monkey ninja continued her attack with shadow daggers, aiming first at Blackfang. But this time, expecting such a volley, the bone wyvern Xingqian covered the wolf Xiao with its volley. The enemy team leader laughed and said that they couldn't protect Xiao forever anyway, so he would soon fall. Enraged, Xiao ordered Blackfang to use the demon attribute, and the wolf immediately increased in size. All his wounds were completely healed. The battle was just beginning, the hero said and grinned. Such was the power of the underworld wolf, capable of quickly healing almost any damage. Any other beast would have collapsed long ago, but the leader of the tigers realized that his opponent was not as simple as they thought. Then he saw that his ninja monkey was afraid of something and was amazed. For the first time, the guy saw a beast exert psychological pressure on others, and then the wolf used the hellish lotus. It was a skill that simultaneously contained 4 attributes: fire, wind, darkness, and demon power. This technique amazed not only enemies but even allies with its power. Lin tried to block the flow of flames with the help of the red snake, raising a storm, and she summoned her sand tornado in front of her, hoping to put out fire with fire. The battle reached an epic level with both teams acting with great force. However, the power of the earth was unable to suppress the fire of the lotus, although it should have. In front of the difference in power, elemental superiority no longer played such a role, and Xiao chuckled. The power of the lotus was so great that the firestorm even reached the film crew. All the beasts on the enemy team felt a bit sick. They looked a little baked. Then Xingqian realized that the hero had not fought at full strength last time. It was time for pathos and arrogance, so Xiao confidently declared that he could defeat 3 people alone, deciding to humiliate those who had obtained their power through personal efforts. Lin almost rushed into battle, but the leader stopped him. He realized that the enemy was simply provoking him and ordered him to give it his all now. The snake sent out a tornado of sand without changing its basic attack. Now immediacy was more important than predictability. The monkey threw a dozen shadow daggers and the white wolf also fired something. All this fell on the head of the Black Fang, so the opponents hoped to suppress him. Even with the demon's strength, he shouldn't have been able to withstand such an onslaught, Lin believed. Although it was unclear where the wolf's agility had gone and why he was taking attacks while standing at all. A bang was heard, and when the fog of war cleared, everyone saw that the wolf was surrounded by transparent armor. Apparently, he had awakened his Sharingan. He gathered his flames into the armor and mastered the martial art available only to fire beasts with outstanding talent. The Blazing Sun armor could absorb powerful attacks and convert the damage received into armor energy, but it required a huge amount of spiritual power in addition to talent. As everyone was amazed that the hero could use such a skill, Zhao asked them in surprise how they hadn't noticed yet. The boys turned around abruptly, realizing that they had been paying too much attention to one opponent. The beasts of the Murong clan's heirs disappeared from sight, meaning they most likely took to the skies. But it was too late to defend themselves. All 3 opponents were caught in the storm. The stunned ninja monkey was grabbed by the wyvern's claws, and she dragged it along the ground, leveling the rocks with her macaque muzzle. At this rate, she could simply be thrown out of the arena, and the leader of the tigers realized that he would have to summon a second beast. A stone giant appeared on the battlefield and ordered him to save his comrade. Now that the opponents had summoned the 4th beast, the hero could not hold back either and called on his cutie angel for help. Earth and light collided in the sky, but Freya withstood the onslaught of the stone fist. The tiger leader had seen such a spirit in the textbooks and was amazed that even at the initial level she could resist his golem. "It's just that his spirit was stronger," said Xiao, who was simply incredibly lucky to get the dragon cheat. And more than once. The wyvern carried the monkey to the edge of the lake and threw him into the red acidic water. There, the shadow monkey became the first animal to be eliminated from the competition. The scales tipped in favor of the Azure Dragon team again. They had the advantage in the number of familiars. However, the hero was in no hurry to end the fight. He ordered the Black Fang to stand aside and let Freya show herself. The leader of the opponents said that it was impudent that the spirit of the initial form could not defeat the developed form. Lin once again sent the long-suffering snake into battle to teach the overconfident hero a lesson. But Soya just grinned. His confidence was not based on nothing. Then the leader of the tigers realized that he had made a mistake and ordered the stone giant to cover the snake. However, Freya was faster and she instantly found herself next to the snake thanks to her wings. The mass multiplied by the acceleration turned her blow into a cannon, and the snake simply flew away. On the way, she encountered a stone giant who was rushing to her aid. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to see it, and even the cameras weren't very helpful in seeing what happened in slow motion. This technique was called the lightning dash, and Freya mastered it herself while fighting a mutant spider. The White Tiger's team was in confusion. The angel was too fast and powerful. The hero then turned to the captain of the enemy team to check on their well-being as punching bags. He asked them if they liked the taste of the angel's light kick. The fight finally turned into a farce and an exchange of theatrical gestures. Of course, the White Tigers didn't like all this, but they bravely continued to fight until the very end. They still had two animals. And then General Zhou's son called on a third to help, and a fighting rhinoceros ran into the arena. Lin summoned the indomitable gray fox, thus restoring the number of combat-ready animals to the tiger team. As soon as the fox appeared in the arena, everything around was engulfed in flames. The Murong clan's heirs were not going to stand aside, and it was time for them to give it their all so that Xiao would not have to fight alone. First, the hero ordered Freya to knock the smallest fox out of the arena, the one that had just been summoned. But in her way again stood a stone giant. He was big enough to keep up with the angel. But the Azure Dragon team definitely had an advantage in the air with two more flying beasts. Freya managed to fly up to the firefox and kick him with her boot, an extremely simple but effective move. At this time, the griffin entertained the thick-skinned rhinoceros with lightning bolts from the sky. The tiger team was thoroughly depressed and shocked, but even then they did not waver. Their spiritual power was rapidly running out, and everyone knew that Xiao Xinyu still had plenty of it. Lin had only enough strength left for the last move. Everything had to be decided in the final exchange of blows. Then their leader said it was time for their signature move. The Azure Dragon team also understood that the enemy's strength was running out, and they would use the last most destructive attack, so they were on guard. The headless stone giant used its enlargement ability and quickly grew taller. The snake raised a sandstorm that impairs visibility, and the white wolf used the cloning skill on the stone giant. Xiao told everyone to be on guard, and Xinjin nodded, looking closely at the real enemy among the decoys. The target of the coordinated attack was the Black Fang, as the beast that deals the main damage. But when the giant struck the center, he was already gone without a trace. The Azure Dragon's aviation managed to evacuate the wolf, lifting him into the sky. The wolf opened his mouth, ready to throw napalm, and this image caused painful flashbacks in everyone, and the hero mercilessly ordered to finish them all off. He loved the smell of napalm in the morning. Along with him, the bone wyvern also gave a warm welcome, burning out souls. And the griffin added encouraging lightning discharges to everyone at full power. All their forces merged into one ultimate attack, the preparation for which the tigers could not interrupt, because they underestimated the role of aviation in this battle. Bright bursts of fire and shadow swirled over the arena, merging into a single force. It was like a meteorite falling and the beginning of Armageddon. A huge cloud of fire and smoke covered the entire arena, leaving no chance for anyone who remained below. The stone giant, the last hope of the white tigers, was completely destroyed by such ultimate power. The tigers fought with dignity and courage, but still lost with a crushing score. The forces were unequal from the very beginning. The three winners struck pompous poses to show off for the cameras. Xiao immediately grabbed the fragile Xingxin by the waist to share the joy of victory with her. Seeing his sister being groped brazenly on live TV, Yang Shuo became furious again. Then the team of losers approached them and called out to the hero. The boys admitted their defeat. They were fighting a real monster. Xiao took their words as a compliment and smiled modestly. Then he heard their charming headmistresses exchanging pleasantries and turned around. Despite their welcoming and friendly appearance, their hands were shaking from tension, which meant that the spirit of competition had not gone away. Director Zhu told her rival to keep a close eye on the star student, otherwise he might end up in the White Tiger Academy next year. But the charming Su Ruan promised that this would not happen. To prove her words, she called Xiao to her place for a minute. And before the hero realized anything, his face was on the front airbag and all thoughts left his head. Su Ruan said that she saved the guy's life. So of course he would choose her side. She was not afraid to say this on live television and show their closeness. What Su Ruan couldn't know was that her message would be received by a very jealous friend who was no less interested in the hero than she was. In the evening, the winning team went out to celebrate, and Cao was already tipsy after a couple of glasses. They took him home to get a good night's sleep and left him alone. But it was all a ploy to get an alibi. As soon as his friends left, Xiao got out of bed and called Dailu to go to the Fallen Dragon Lake. She was very surprised because before this the hero flatly refused to save the jellyfish, but the guy said that he had found a way, but he needed the fox's help. In order to escape, Dailu needed to evolve because she was stuck at the third stage, and the dragon power in her had not yet dissipated, so the guy thought about giving her the blood of a purebred dragon. If you absorb it and connect it with your own, you can reach a new level of evolution, becoming a nine-tailed dragon fox. But Dailu was skeptical about his plan. Firstly, no one could do such a thing, and secondly, he had nowhere to get dragon blood. But the guy assured her that he hadn't made anything up and that he had a way. Dailu was still unsure and doubted that simple words were not enough to convince her. It was clear that a shadow of doubt was crossing her face. The fox became surprisingly timid and quiet at that moment. And yet she went with Xiao to the fallen dragon lake, especially since she couldn't refuse anyway. They were lucky that it started to rain. As it hid their tracks, the hero asked the fox to protect him with foxfire when he went down to the bottom, and he would show her the way. The fox understood everything and abruptly threw the owner into the water with one of its tails. Having jumped together with him, the fox pressed her owner tightly to herself and closed them off from the water of the lake with a spherical barrier. Xiao led her to where the dragon bones he saw last time were. The depth was quite large, and in the pitch darkness it was difficult for them to find the right path. But after some time of wandering, Dailu finally saw the bones of the dragon. A huge ridge lay before them. The heart bone was the strongest yet smallest part of the dragon, Xiao said, and Dailu was surprised at his knowledge at such a young age. Then the hero activated the spatial ring and began to pull the dragon's skeleton there. After that, the guy planned to go to the confluence forest, where there were many predatory animals, but few observers. Already in that place, the hero took out a dragon bone and handed it to the fox, although she still did not understand where he wanted to put it. But before that, the guy gave the fox a remedy that strengthens the heart and increases the chances of a breakthrough. Blood fusion crystal and this pill he bought from the system store, and he couldn't tell the fox about it. Before the start, he warned that the undertaking was risky, and the fox would face a long and difficult setback if he failed to evolve. Then the fox herself took him by the hand and said that he himself wanted to become the strongest hunter, but now he had become so indecisive. From the moment she agreed to go with him to the Dragon Lake, everything was already decided. Dailu wanted to save the jellyfish, and wanted to defeat the Empress so that she could no longer restrain her. For the sake of freedom, the fox was ready to take risks. Xiao accepted her determination and cast aside all doubts, declaring that they would now begin the merger. Touching the ring, he summoned the dragon's bones and they spread out in a golden line throughout the forest. The fox assumed its full form and absorbed the bloodstone along with the magic pill. The reaction began at the same moment. The fox's entire body burned unbearably. From this unbearable pain, she rushed through the forest, knocking down trees in her path. The hero ran behind and shouted encouraging words, saying that she would definitely cope. The clearing exploded with multicolored flashes and the fox disappeared from the forest. She reached the outskirts where there was a city next to the forest. On one of the advertising tabloids, the face of their ubiquitous Empress appeared. Before the worst could happen, Sao grabbed the fox and told her to hold on. There was still a little bit left. He asked her to remember everything she said. If she didn't manage it, all would be lost. Xiao persuaded her to hold on, promising to help her take revenge, and then live freely under the sun. He promised to always be there. The fox, hearing such a confession, let out a desperate howl and threw the guy away. The hero thought that he had already failed and looked at the fox again. And then I saw how she again took on human form. Having lost all her clothes, Dailu stood proudly and without embarrassment, and her eyes looked imperiously. Just when the hero thought that everything had worked out, the fox suddenly rushed at him, baring its claws. She pinned him to the ground and sat on top of him, which was quite exciting. Finally, the fox came to her senses and, with cheeks red from embarrassment, asked him why he was saying such words that sounded like a confession. The hero tried to justify himself by saying that he didn't mean it that way, but the fox demanded that he say those words again and pressed her body closer to him, which caused the guy's blood pressure to rise. So the hero lost the opportunity to become an archmage by the age of 30. He completely forgot that the blood of the dragon not only strengthens spirits, but also ignites their libido. And since the fox in human form was anatomically no different, except for the tails, he had a stormy night. It was possible to summon the other spirits, but even together, they would not have stopped Dela, and then he himself succumbed to her charms. Because after all, he was a young guy. It was even crazier than waking up in someone else's bed after a party. Dailu also woke up and immediately grabbed the owner, calling him a scoundrel. The hero began to justify himself, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and in general was the injured party. Dailu demanded that he keep it a secret so that the other spirits would not laugh at her. Then the hero took out his clothes from the storage room so as not to repeat the mistake of the previous night. But Dailu only laughed at his efforts. Last night he not only saw everything, but did much more than could be imagined. The boy carefully threw the cloak over the fox and smiled at her. Since they were both adults, he promised to take responsibility if there was an addition to the family, for which he received a stone to the head from the embarrassed beauty. Then the guy looked at his phone and suggested leaving their disputes, congratulating them on their successful evolution. Dailu looked at her reflection on the phone screen and saw that she had horns, a dragon. Which is not surprising, considering how many other priestesses of love surround the main character. She will wear horns for a long time. All of Dailu's injuries were also healed. She gained the attributes of a beastman, dragon fox, fire, and metal, and was now at the level of a first-stage beast king. So she became the first summoned spirit in the world who could absorb dragon blood. It was a great success. But not as great as what happened at night, of course, the fox muttered in response, and promised to send him to the afterlife if he said anything else. There were only 2 days left to save the jellyfish, and she was in a highly guarded prison. In 6 days, there was the final competition between the academies, and everything had to be finished before that. Seeing the thoughtful expression on Dailu's face, the guy asked her what was the matter. She doubted that a first-star hunter with only 2 or 3,000 spiritual power could compete with high-level hunters. Xiao had a way to overcome the difference in strength, but it required an elixir that he was going to make himself. And since Dailu now had dragon blood flowing through him, he asked to lend him some. With a serious face, the fox was ready to support her master in everything and give him everything he needed. She filled the bottle and the guy grabbed her finger worriedly, saying that this was enough and she should be more careful with her body. This scene touched the little fox very much, but the scene was interrupted by a call from Xin, who invited him to a meeting with her brother to eat barbecue. When Xiao arrived at the meeting place, Yangshuo was already there and the hero was surprised. The brother said that he didn't really want to come, but the sister insisted. When the hero looked in her direction, it became clear that the fox and sister Shui, as well as the charming headmistress, had a serious rival. The girl came in a light, open dress which did not hide, but on the contrary emphasized all the advantages of her broad soul. Xiao, however, did not react to her efforts in any way, like a real blockhead, and got straight to the point. Moreover, he immediately began asking for help in purchasing very expensive potions. But despite such impudence and tactlessness, Jinxian immediately agreed. The hero immediately rewarded the girl with hugs, completely disregarding her brother, who had to endure these antics. Then Xingxian exchanged glances with her brother and said that she would go get some herbs. And her brother nodded understandingly and said that he still had his own things to do. But before that, he invited his possible future son-in-law for a few words. He warned the hero that while light physical contact could be tolerated, he would not forgive him for more serious actions. And Xiao assured him that he had not thought anything like that. Then Yangshuo left, calming down. He didn't understand that Xinjun could have had all sorts of thoughts, and not Xiao. The girl bought a lot of medicines in the store, and the guy promised to prepare elixirs suitable for her animals in return. Here she carefully asked the hero if he was already going to pay attention to more important things. Xiao immediately realized that the girl was expecting praise because she tried so hard to dress up for him, but he decided not to admit it right away and tease her. Therefore, he said that he saw nothing and turned away, which greatly discouraged the noble lady. The scoundrel made the girl with the broadest soul among all the others doubt herself. They returned home late in the evening. It was already dark, and Xinxian was a little nervous. Then he heard her scream and turned around anxiously to understand what had happened. The girl sat on the ground, frightened by the black cat that suddenly touched her leg. Xiao noticed that she was holding her leg strangely and realized that Xinxian had twisted her leg. Such a paradox. The brave competitor who participated in the exams on the mountain twisted her leg in the middle of the city on the flat streets. However, the guy decided to play along with her and offered to carry her home on his back. The cat seemed to smile, understanding Xinxian's tactical cunning. The girl mounted the guy like a horse and pressed herself against him with weighty arguments. The hero immediately felt the full weight of the responsibility placed upon him. And then, as if on cue, it started raining, hinting that the couple needed to hide somewhere. Then Xiao ran as fast as he could until they were completely wet. So they reached a cozy room where they could rest and dry off. The girl, all flushed, sat timidly on the bed as if numb. Her wet clothes stuck to her body, revealing even more the beautiful figure that was hidden underneath. Xiao handed her a towel and told her to dry herself off before she got sick, and he offered to examine her ankle. And although the girl refused, he still fell at her feet, which excited Xinxian even more. But Cao really cared about her injury, carefully feeling the tendons. Then the hero found out that the first time he twisted his leg was because of a magical beast. The girl was surprised how he knew, but the guy could not tell about his demon eyes. Then she plunged into memories of what happened 5 years ago. Together with her father, they were caught in a strong storm. The ships of the Navy were attacked by many wild water animals. The girl fell overboard and was almost eaten by a shark, but her father saved her. It's true that her father lost his arm in that fight, and the girl thought that her suffering was nothing compared to that. Ironically, Xiao was supposed to face her father in surgery tomorrow, and this could affect her family. The hero told the girl not to put any strain on her leg for the next few days so that she could recover by the day of the festival. The guy was about to leave, but then Xinjin asked him to help him get to the shower, and Xiao agreed. However, he did not go inside. It was not necessary because his imagination drew beautiful pictures without much effort. Xinjin herself understood that she was being extremely straightforward, but she still wanted to go all the way. However, when she came out of the shower, instead of Xiao, her brother was already waiting for her there. He looked at her with obvious disapproval and said that he had come here at Xinyu's request. Yang Shuo understood that his sister had feelings for Xiao, but she needed to be more thoughtful and therefore she had to pull herself together. The girl was clearly upset, the situation was awkward, but there was nothing else to do but accept it. When Xiao was left alone, he called Dailu to help him prepare the elixirs. But the fox was more concerned about why the guy didn't stay with Xinjin. The hero brushed off her question, considering the answer obvious, and then moved on to the question of creating 2 elixirs without which the jellyfish could not be saved. Dailu muttered in response that she was just joking, and they began to prepare potions, the fox managing the fire, and the boy grinding herbs in a mortar. After many hours of hard work, 2 red balls lay in the palm of his hand. Now he needed to sleep, and he asked the fox to wake him up a little later. Xiao was so tired that he couldn't even stand on his feet, and the fox picked him up in her arms. She looked at him with a tender look, full of love, and thanked her master for all his efforts. For her, he had become something more during their acquaintance. The next day, Sao dressed up and was ready to go on a deadly adventure. Here, Dailu's feelings got the better of her again. She thought that it was better for her master not to go anywhere, and she herself could do everything, since she had achieved the form of the king of beasts. The hero rewarded her with a slap on the forehead for such stupid thoughts. For him, Dailu was not just a summoned spirit, but part of the family. So he decided to go to the end wherever this path led them. Besides, he went on these adventures not only for the sake of the red-haired beauty and her 9 tails. Xiao told the director that he was going home to visit his sister and had been given 3 days off. But after that, he needed to return as quickly as possible to make it to the competition. That was his alibi. Due to Xiao's absence, the Murong siblings had to train alone, and Xinjin was very upset about this. Yang Shuo didn't understand why she was so depressed and what he and Xiao had talked about yesterday, but Xinjin gave up her studies and said that she would rest. Apparently, she took the hero's departure yesterday too personally, not yet realizing that the future emperor could have many wives and concubines. However, Professor Chen, who was left without students, was the most upset. The strong couple, bound by contract, meanwhile arrived on a tropical island, but not to sunbathe in bathing suits and drink cocktails and coconuts. There, beyond the sea, stood an island of ice and fire that had to be reached by swimming. However, Dailu could not stay in the water for long. Swimming was not one of the fox's strong points. Another way was needed, and Dailu told the boy to look carefully with his arms outstretched, although the boy had been looking there the whole way anyway. Then suddenly the sea foamed in front of them and high waves began to rise. Various fish that had been swimming there calmly before began to jump over the waves. Xiao told her not to make too much noise, otherwise they might attract sea monsters to them, but that was exactly what the fox wanted. So when something resembling a horned dolphin jumped out of the water, attracted by the frightened school of fish, she immediately caught it with chains. It was a royal lava tiger whale, the hero immediately realized. A very strong and rare magical beast, and now he could get them excellent transport and save his strength to get to the island. The boy settled comfortably on the whale's back, and the fox asked if he was nervous. It was too late to refuse, Dailu noted, and smiled. But the hero was not worried at all. He went to bed and asked to wake him up when they arrived. Xiao was about to fall asleep, but then the fox called him again. But she decided to remain silent and simply smiled, promising herself to protect him even at the cost of her life. The island of ice and fire was rapidly approaching, its peaks covered with snow and its edges with lava. Fleet Admiral Murong Jin was at the main base, reading news about his children, of whom he was very proud. They got an extremely talented friend who was called a genius. A hunched-over man named Lao Bai entered the room and suggested that the admiral take a vacation to see his family, about whom he was so worried. The execution of the jellyfish was a serious matter, so the Empress sent Lao Bai to keep an eye on the admiral and did not hide her distrust. It wasn't just that the empire was currently in turmoil. Not long ago, cultists tried to break through the border, although they were pushed back. There were bandits all around and chaos caused by the invasion. The worst part is that the people from the Flame Alliance wouldn't let it go so easily, and they didn't know that Lao Bai was here too. He was a general in the ground forces and was sent to defend the base from any invasion. Lao Bei's menacing appearance made even Admiral Jin's sailors wary, and he then told his old friend to calm his anger. Medusa was transported from the underground prison to the surface in a steel elevator. She was brought to the chopping block in chains. According to some tradition, the execution had to be carried out in the open air. The moon shone from the sky as a crooked, ominous crescent. Heavy chains clanged in the silence of the night, and Medusa no longer expected to be saved. Lao Bei read out her sentence and said that despite all her evil deeds, Medusa, by the grace of the Empress, had lived to see this day. The spirit of the disaster class was indignant within her. If she was called a monster, then who could call Shangguan Lan, who had many more dirty secrets? Meanwhile, the sweet couple arrived at the place of the impossible mission, where they learned that the captive was being guarded by two generals at once. But Xiao sensed someone else's presence and looked in that direction. The sea around the island became raging, as if indulging in grief over the unjust execution. Admiral Zhang ordered the preparation of an execution weapon made from a dragon's fang. They raised the guillotine blade, and around Medusa her power began to burst forth, which could not be contained by chains. The day would come when the atrocities of Empress Lan, committed 200 years ago, would come to light. Suddenly, under the influence of her power, the ordinary sailors froze in place, as if they were being taken under control. Lao Bai figured out Medusa's trick and ordered everyone not to inhale the poisonous mist. At his command, tree roots burst out of the ground and prevented the sailors from submitting to the jellyfish. Now, in addition to the chains, there were also thorny tree vines that tightly squeezed the captive. She really was incredible, old man Lao Bai admitted. Even in this state, she could cast illusions on people. But the captive only smiled poisonously and reminded him that of the 5 great clans, only his was destroyed. And now their descendant Lao Bai serves Shangguan Lan faithfully, betraying his ancestors. And while they were all distracted by the conversations before the execution, some group of people in raincoats conspired with the sailors, who promised to turn off the electricity throughout the base. However, the guard noticed the traitors and ordered everyone to surrender immediately. Realizing that they had fallen into an ambush, the attacker immediately detonated the explosive package. There was a roar, and the alarm went up at the naval base. The sailors immediately left the barracks, and searchlights began to search for a threat from the air. There was no time to wait any longer, and the team in cloaks began an attack on the fleet base and prison. They were all hunters and immediately called upon their spirit animals. Lao Bei commanded the ground defense forces and quickly deployed the soldiers into battle formations. He stopped the panic among his troops. Admiral Jin ordered the execution to continue. Once the attackers saw that it had taken place, they would understand that their struggle was pointless. Taking advantage of the general confusion, Xiao also took action and sent the fox forward. She instantly overcame the ranks of defenders, simply cutting them apart at high speed. In an instant, the fox managed to snatch the captive from under their noses and began to run away. Very quickly, she began to climb into the mountains, where they could not pursue her. Medusa was extremely surprised to see her friend there, and Dailu offered to explain everything later. Although Admiral Jin was surprised by the appearance of a fugitive wanted throughout the Empire, he was not going to let her go so easily. He was going to send both criminals to the next world at once. But then they noticed how the waters around the island began to move, as if an abyss had risen there. General Bai pointed out the new threat to the Admiral, and they froze for a moment. Another unknown opponent appeared on the scene. His face was hidden by a hood and a mask, but upon closer inspection, it was easy to recognize him as Xiao Xinyu. Lao Bai asked the stranger on the mountain if he belonged to the Yan clan. The hero arrogantly stated that he came here to take the snake, and that where he was from and who he was working with was none of their concern. Dailu was glad that the gentleman had gotten into character well, but Medusa was clearly offended by such impudent treatment from the 2-star hunter. The real Yan clan members were also confused when they realized that there was a third party involved, but they decided that they were in cahoots. Then the Admiral warned the boy that in any case, he would be killed for invading the military base, and General Lao Bei promised a generous reward to anyone who caught the stranger. Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and ate the energy pill. His spiritual power increased tenfold, and Medusa felt it with surprise. They only had 10 minutes, the boy warned the fox, after which his life would be in her hands. Admiral Zhang ordered everyone to attack, and the dramatic pause ended. The hunters called upon their spirits and began to attack the mountain where the captives were sitting. The trio were quickly pushed to the brink, a handful of them against the entire combined army and navy of the Empire. The hero ordered Dila to act, and she asked her to keep an eye on her friend. After this, the redhead went into a fighting frenzy, surrounding herself with spiritual power. The splash was so big that it could be seen even outside the island. The mental attack quickly affected everyone who was nearby, both friends and enemies. Admiral Jiang, as an experienced warrior, realized that the fox seemed to have undergone evolutionary development and had abilities that it did not have before. General Bai noticed the dragon's scales and horns. It was clearly a power that seemed to have disappeared 200 years ago. The guy was definitely strong and couldn't be allowed to escape. Bai himself knew this, so he clapped his hands to activate his capture ability. The ground immediately cracked under Xiao's feet, and the hill began to slide down. In an instant, a giant predatory vine appeared from there and threw everyone into the sky. The vine revealed teeth that could swallow a tanker without much effort, and she opened her mouth, the size of an abyss, intending to swallow the captives whole. The Trinity began to fall straight into the monster's slippery stomach, which was a real disaster. Even the sailors were amazed by the spiritual plant of such a size. Although they had heard of it before, the demonic flower was shaped like the king of beasts. As expected from a giant, he destroyed the enemies in one blow. When the fall ended, Xiao was amazed at the size of the place where they found themselves. Medusa told them that this was the stomach of the demonic flower. Inside, it was inhabited by various kinds of parasites and symbionts, in the form of wild animals, which immediately rushed to the food. The fox then surrounded them with a protective barrier that they could not pass through, but the three of them were quickly running out of time. Using the dragon's eyes, the hero found a weak spot and ordered the fox to attack it with the dragon's breath. From Dailu's mouth, the power of a dragon immediately jumped out with a deafening roar. Then the vine began to clearly suffer from heartburn after eating too spicy food. 6 minutes had already passed. Lao Bai knew that whoever was swallowed by the demonic flower would face eternal torment, and even the dragon fox, in his opinion, should not have broken free. But right before their eyes, the flower turned into a salad. It was torn to pieces, as if someone had stuck a firecracker in it. The fox took on the form of a beast and paved the way for the fugitives to freedom. Lao Bai was so stunned that he didn't know what to do in this situation. Admiral Jin also thought about the power of the dragon flame, which even the demonic flower could not withstand. Then the admiral asked the hero who he was, because the Empire had been fighting the Flame Alliance for 100 years, and the stranger was not even on the list of the strongest. The hero did not answer, and the admiral began to threaten to interrogate him in prison after the guy was arrested. However, at that very moment, a whale of enormous size jumped out of the depths. He opened his mouth and let out a deafening scream, overwhelming everyone in the base. The power was overwhelming, and even the fox had problems. Dailu released her dragon roar again to break the suppression. The force of the whale's cry and the flames collided with a loud bang. However, the fight could not be prolonged any longer. The side effects were expected to begin to take effect within 3 minutes, Xiao warned. The fox herself understood that she needed to leave quickly and raised a storm with her tails. However, General Bai, even after losing the devil flower, could still cause trouble, and grabbed Dailu with vines. The plant beasts felt no pain, so he could continue the fight. They were surrounded on all sides, the hero realized. It looked as if they had already lost. The vines wrapped tightly around Dela, squeezing her so that she could not escape. At this time, the whale was preparing to finish her off with a water trident. Then Sao ordered the fox to stop resisting, suppress the dragon's power, and turn off the energy shield. She wondered why she was doing such a crazy thing, but Zhao ordered her to do it. The vine suddenly weakened, and even the whale's trident flew past. Lao Bai was surprised by such a move by his opponent. Admiral Jin was confident that he had hit the target, and no beast could withstand the blow of the trident. Their self-confidence had failed them once again. Suddenly they heard a bang and realized that the invaders were still alive. Above the cloud of dust that rose around, the head of a dragon on a long neck appeared. It was only a dragon's soul, which amazed even the experienced veterans. They actually wondered who their opponent was that was capable of such a thing. Dailu was equally shocked, not knowing that her ability to protect against fatal damage could be used in combat against the demonic flower and Leviathan. There was only a minute left before he lost consciousness, the hero warned. It was high time to run away with our tails between our legs, Dailu agreed. But Lao Bai wasn't going to let them go just like that, and vines began to grow from the ground again. Dailu waved her paw and commanded the vines to move away from her. A burst of her power once again cut through the plants, which could no longer contain the fox. Shai ordered her to use the bloody gaze skill, and her power began to gather in the sky above them. She took the form of a cyclopean eye, and it was with this ability that Cao defeated Deputy Wang. Admiral Jin declared that as servants of the Imperial Navy, they could not let the fugitives go, and ordered the Leviathan to continue its attack with the sea god's tridents. Two forces collided in the air and pressure was created between them. Since the charges were opposite, they exploded with a deafening display of fireworks. The shockwave was so strong that it almost swept Xiao and Dailu off the island. Then they took advantage of the confusion of the soldiers and sailors and quickly disappeared. Both old men felt sad that they had missed important criminals, but still, the power of the dragon soul was too great. Admiral Jin had no intention of ending things like this. They couldn't let the criminals do whatever they wanted. Therefore, he ordered a fleet of copied aircraft carriers to comb all the waters around the island and find the fugitives. However, after some time, the search had to be interrupted, as the fleet was attacked by the Southern Island Alliance. The first ship was damaged and leaking, and soon the seventh's main turbine failed, in which case continuing the pursuit was not only pointless, but also dangerous. In order not to lose the entire fleet, the admiral deployed it to help the attacked ships and also returned the Leviathan. Dailu returned to her human form and began to look for the hero, who must have already lost consciousness. The side effects caught up with the guy and he slowly sank to the bottom of the cold sea. A long snake body stretched out nearby, but the hero did not react in any way to the possible appearance of a predator. The jellyfish assumed its true form and, picking up the guy, emerged to the surface. The boy fit in the palm of her hand, but she was still impressed that an ordinary person was able to stand up to 2 level 9 beast hunters at once. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the worried face of a fox next to him. When he woke up, he felt that his face was hurting and asked Dailu if they had managed it. It turned out that the jellyfish swallowed them for quick transportation. In the water, it moved faster than all the spirits. She saw how worried Dailu was and hurried to console her. After all, he kept his promise, and they saved the captive. The boy apologized for his condition and fell asleep again, despite attempts to keep him conscious. The jellyfish reached the shore and surfaced to look around. Since the guy was badly wounded and needed rest, it was decided to make a stop on an uninhabited island. Meanwhile, despondency reigned in the human camp. Both old soldiers now did not know how to survive the Empress's wrath. She soon arrived at the base in person, riding on her sacred beast. The old men shuddered when they saw its bright light in the night sky. The majestic and beautiful Empress first of all demanded to know where Medusa was now. Admiral Jin admitted his guilt and said that the captive escaped because they were attacked by a third party. The Empress, however, was not bothered by the pathetic excuses. She ordered them to tell who had taken Medusa. A man in a black cloak and a mask with a demon's face, the nine-tailed fox, was his beast. That was all they knew, Lao Bai reported. The Empress was furious and began to scold her useless subordinates. Both were willing to accept her wrath and punishment, and also reported that the attackers had the power of a dragon. Shang Guanlan thought about it. It was simply impossible for a fox to have the power of a dragon. She decided to leave the punishment of the soldiers for later and set off in pursuit. The Qingling beast turned to the southeast and launched its cruise engines, after which he rushed off like a rocket in pursuit, and Lao Bai thought that great changes were coming to their country since even the Empress was interfering. The fugitives found a secluded spot in a cave and lit a fire there, not at all afraid that they might be noticed. A lot happened in one day. The fox warmed the guy with her warmth, and Medusa did not miss the fact that they were very close. Xiao asked for water in his sleep, but there was no fresh water on the island, and he had no supplies of his own. Then Medusa saw how Dailu without hesitation shared her blood with the boy so that he could regain his strength. He had a vision and realized that he had entered another interesting flashback, in which a blonde warrior stood in front of a slain dragon. It was Shang Guanlan. She hadn't changed at all in a long time. As she reached out her hand to him, the vision instantly cracked, and Xiao woke up from a deep nightmare. Dailu was still nearby and was very happy about his awakening, because the guy had been sleeping all morning. She told him that they had stopped on an uninhabited island near a magical strait. The fleet of the Dragon Empire had no rights here, so the lands could be considered neutral. Feeling the taste of dragon on his lips, Xiao understood what Dailu had done. Since there was no fresh water, this was their only way to save the victim from dehydration. The affection level rose to 99 points. Then a jellyfish entered the cave, sparkling with its luxurious charms without any embarrassment. Xiao noticed a strange crown on her head and gratefully accepted the water he managed to obtain. His gaze involuntarily slid to the Mariana trench-deep neckline of the thin dress as Medusa leaned towards him, and then Xiao felt pressure. He immediately blushed, as any young man would have done in his place. Medusa covered herself shyly, pretending to be an innocent maiden, and said that she did not require gratitude for the water, since he saved her from death. Dailu explained to the hero that this was the highest form of affection in the snake tribe. Xiao only smiled and said that he did not require gratitude either. It was not difficult for him to help her. But the snake insisted because her tribe always pays for good, especially for saving a life. She said that she would do for him everything he asked and urged him not to be shy, while her arguments swung forward strongly. The call not to be shy completely turned the guy's head, where various thoughts immediately began to creep in. Then the hero said what the future emperor should have said, "I want to get everything," and pointed to Medusa. Long-Eared understood his request but politely refused. Xiao didn't expect such an answer and was extremely taken aback. There was a moment of silence. The snake agreed to everything except the bloody contract, and then the hero asked to tell why. The whole point was that their proud species would never be slaves. The spirit said, even when the hero offered her housing, food, and a social package, and even vacation on holidays. Dailu also refused at first but was eventually forced to take him in because of her injury, but everything worked out very well for her in the end. Suddenly, Xiao emitted a red fountain which frightened both girls. The hero pretended to fall on his back into the fox's arms. He hoped that his heroic act would warm the snake's cold heart. But now he realized how wrong he had been, and the pain of disappointment weakened him. Since she didn't want to sign a contract with him, there were no more reasons to live, the manipulator hero declared, and promised not to save ungrateful snakes in the next life. Dailu immediately began to tearfully beg him not to leave her alone. Regardless of whether Shasha believed in their theater, she was still forced to agree to the contract, just so the guy wouldn't die. Xiao immediately grabbed her hands, and as if he had been resurrected by her kindness, he clearly no longer wanted to die. Dailu grabbed the hero painfully by the cheek, scolding him for becoming such a manipulator. But in war, all means were good, the guy answered her. And if persuasion didn't work, then he would simply catch the snake and hand it over to the authorities, so she would agree to his conditions faster, Xiao said mercilessly. And then Dailu realized that compared to him, Medusa was simply a model of morality and ethics. Once they had decided everything, Xiao proposed to immediately sign a contract with Shasha. He touched it with his finger that had blood on it, and a golden seal immediately appeared under the snake's feet. From that moment on, she belonged to him, declared the guy who had already received the second spirit girl in his animal harem. Proud Medusa herself did not believe in what had happened, and Dailu supported her. The list of Medusa's properties was impressive. You can read it here. Xiao thought that it would be nice to find a second dragon bone for her. To help her evolve into a page of the world, it was necessary to find the Eye of Rebirth and a magic crystal the hero found out. At this point, it was as if lightning had pierced the guy's heart and he grabbed his chest. He had an uneasy premonition, and although the danger had passed, his heart was still pounding wildly in his chest. At this point, Xiao realized that despite the fact that he had saved Medusa, the system had still not given him a reward, meaning the task was not yet complete. That's why he immediately told the girls that they needed to get off the island immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late, and the hero himself will return the mask to his face. No one argued, and Shasha told them to sit on her back since she swam faster than everyone else. As soon as they left the island, divine punishment descended upon them from the sky. The shockwave shattered the mountain that formed the island into thousands of pieces, and then he simply disappeared into the sea. Dailu watched in horror as the island that had just been their refuge disappeared. Then they saw their enemy moving through the storm clouds. Empress Shangguanlan immediately recognized the black mask and cloak and made the right conclusion. At the same time, the seven-colored Silin left the hero and his companions with no doubt as to who their enemy was. "It won't be so easy to escape this time," said the fox. The Empress was the strongest of all the hunters. Unfortunately, Xiao met her when his strength was running out, and he had no pills and he couldn't use the technique, so the hero didn't know what to do. Dailu surrounded them with a barrier and told the master not to worry, to rely on her. Kilin descended on his cloud to the impudent ones, who did not even try to escape from him into the depths of the sea. The Empress was in terrible anger. She wanted to know how the little fox managed to get the dragon's blood, and even promised to save the boy's body if he told who he was. But then the fox asked for urgent negotiations. She made it clear that she did not want to fight, and she offered to immediately swear allegiance to the Empress if she would spare her master, even if she had to imprison him forever. Of course, for the all-powerful Empress herself, all this was nothing more than the whisper of the dead. The snake also showed its fangs, believing that there was nothing to talk about with the enemy, and that a way out could always be found. Shangguanlan waved her hands and they saw the dragon power surrounding her. The Kilin rose up on its cloud again, and the sky was filled with flashes of gold. Behind Shangguan's back, two huge wings like sails grew. Dailu saw the black dragon's soul and felt the sinister energy. Before that, they thought that the Empress was a human. This was Shangguan's true face, and by showing it, she made it clear that they would not live. Surrounded by waves of golden power, Heelan carried his mistress straight towards the enemies. The fox, who had received the dragon's blood, was not going to give up without a fight, and also took on her full form. With all her might, she tried to restrain the unbridled impulse of her superior enemy. Even contact with the Empress's power wounded Dela, and it became clear that she would not last long. First, the dragon's power cut off her paws, then her tails, and finally chopped the fox's body into pieces. Zhao, who was watching this scene, was horrified. He saw how the fox took on human form and began to fall like a burning torch. Then Xiao went straight after her. He couldn't lose his first girlfriend. Dailu was badly injured and lost consciousness. Her condition was very bad. She understood that she didn't have much time left to live, so she began to say a dramatic goodbye to Xiao, thanking him for the short time they had been together. Although she asked for forgiveness for dragging her into a fight with an unequal enemy, Xiao immediately stated that it was his decision. His eyes were full of tears. Finally, the fox touched his cheek in a farewell kiss. "I'm sorry I'm leaving first," she said, letting go of his face. The hero felt genuine horror and emptiness when he saw her glassy gaze. In one fell swoop, all the memories he had created with Dailu since they met came flooding back to him. The merciless Empress told him not to worry because the separation from his beloved would not be long. The peals of thunder echoed her menacingly. Shangguan Lan waved her hands and summoned a sea of fire. The snake wrapped its coils around the hero and said that it would protect him until his death. But the guy firmly stated that this was not the ending he wanted. And then he remembered the dragon's tear that the fox kept with her. This thing appeared before them. It emanated a special light and power. The Empress was amazed to recognize her artifact, because she knew perfectly well how it worked. Time turned back, and minute by minute it began to return what seemed to be lost forever. When Xiao came to his senses again, he realized that everything had worked out. Dailu was alive, and the island had not yet reached sea level. As soon as he saw the fox alive again, he sealed this reunion with a strong kiss. At that moment, a jellyfish caught them and asked shyly if she should get ready. The hero answered, "Of course yes, but later." He told Shasha to carry them as quickly as possible to the strait where there are many animals and smells, but there was no time for detailed explanations. The girls agreed without complaint, as befits concubines. Just like last time, Shangguan Lan left a gaping crater on the site of the nameless island, which immediately began to fill with water. The trail of the fugitives ended here, and she realized that she had lost her prey after all. She promised to grind them into powder the next time they met so that not even bones would remain. The fugitives hid behind the rocks. If they were discovered even here, all that was left was to die with honor, said Xiao. And Shasha asked him how he knew that the Empress was pursuing them. The hero gently took Dailu's hand and said that he could not lose her again. And Shasha thought that she had ended up in a dramatic series for housewives. Xiao then explained that he had accidentally activated the dragon tear when he touched it. And instead of explaining, he handed the stone to the two puzzled girls. Dailu even burst into tears and immediately said that it was invisible ninjas cutting onions. And then finally, Xiao received a message that he had saved Medusa, receiving as a reward the egg of a purebred dragon, the right one, or maybe the left one. Apparently at this point, the Empress finally left them alone, and one could only marvel at the sensitivity of the all-seeing system. Since they had a free minute, the hero immediately asked Shasha to tell him about the secret of the war between the dragons and Shangguan Lan that happened 200 years ago. And she began to tell about the Great War that affected most of the strongest warriors, and in the end, the Empress in it became what she fought against. At that time, there was only one fighter who was equal to her in strength, and his name was Xiao Leian. At that time, she was not yet the Empress, and the warrior only led the rebels of the Flame Alliance. Medusa herself was just a small snake that hid among the rocks when great forces fought, and she saw everything with her own eyes because her home was nearby. After the terrifying Shangguan had killed many dragons, she stopped and her hysterical laughter filled the valley. Soaked in their blood, she instantly transformed into a ferocious black dragon, far more powerful than any of her kind, and went on a rampage, destroying all of her friends and allies without distinction. When the battle was over, the dragons were destroyed. Almost all the hunters were killed. The only ones who survived were Xiao Leian, the leader of the Flame Alliance, and the snake itself, which was too far away. Now Xiao understood why Leian betrayed the people and became the leader of the enemy of the Empress. It was unclear how Shangguan Lan managed to become a dragon. But these answers Shasha could not know. Xiao was supposed to meet with the leader of the Flame Alliance, but it was impossible because he was a disciple of the Azure Dragon Academy. It was unknown what would happen to Sister Shu in this case. Shasha asked the hero what he would do next after learning the truth. But at the moment, Xiao could not afford the path of a fighter for justice. There was no point in accusing the Empress of atrocities after such a statute of limitations. However, what happened in the prison definitely made them enemies, and Shangguan Lan would definitely not leave it like that. Shai thought carelessly that his identity was kept secret, and there was no indication that he was involved in this matter. And he told Dailu not to worry either, and not to fill his head with nonsense. The guy wanted to go back to the city, but then he touched the dragon's tear again and weakened. When he opened his eyes in the darkness, he saw a black dragon in front of him. Xiao was afraid that this was Shangguan Lan's true form and started to run. However, a mirror appeared on his path, which he could not get around. And then in the reflection, the hero saw himself covered in dragon scales, which greatly stunned him. He screamed that he didn't want to turn into a monster, and wings appeared from his back. He waved them and soared into the air as if he had truly become a dragon. The girls examined the guy's body. He had a fever, he was weak again, and apparently had to sleep like that for several days. The milk of a magical beast could definitely help restore strength and immunity, said Shasha, and looked at Dela. But she sharply stated that she did not have a dairy store here. Although there were production facilities, in the end, under the persistent gaze of the snake, she nevertheless went to milk the animal. Xiao jumped up abruptly from his restless sleep and shouted that he was not a monster. What he saw almost made him die of fear. When he looked around, he saw Shasha in front of him and asked her where they were. She said that they were still at the magical strait, and he slept for 3 days. The competition was supposed to take place soon, the hero remembered. It was necessary to return urgently in time for the final, the guy said, and tried to get up. If the academy suspected him of anything, it would be the end for him. True, he couldn't walk at all or even stand on his feet. And then Dailu returned to the cave, pleased with herself, with a wineskin in her hand. She handed it to him and told him to drink the milk of the magical beast. Xiao immediately refused, saying that it was too disgusting and he didn't drink it, but the fox said that he had to do it. Shasha confirmed that this would strengthen his immunity and restore his vital energy, and for the sake of such a fox, she sacrificed a lot. Xia thought about her words and looked at Dilu, who was silent from embarrassment. And then it dawned on him where the manufacturing plant of this product was located. Shasha told him not to delay, because the fox had tried so hard and would be very upset if he didn't drink. Dailu also stated that she had put all her strength into it, drop by drop, so he had to accept it. The embarrassed hero took the wineskin with milk. Although he didn't like the whole idea, maybe he wanted to get the milk directly from the manufacturer, Zhao was determined to drink it all. He raised the wineskin to his lips and greedily drank its contents in one gulp, so as not to get any on his tongue. Milk of the Silver Tiger Empress, Xiao suddenly said, after establishing the origin of the milk, and sighed with relief. The snake immediately laughed when he saw his face after his joke. It was stupid to think that a fox could have milk because she hadn't had any cubs yet. Then Zhao found out that it would take them half a day to reach the coast of the Dragon State. Since they still had time, the hero suggested that they catch the beast and roast it. Then Shasha said to let them do it. When the girls left, his boyfriend decided to look at the reward that the system gave him. To successfully hatch a purebred dragon, some rare ingredients were required, and the conditions were much harsher than with the vine. Xiao barely had time to hide the egg in the vault when the girls returned with a rich booty. In the evening, they had a barbecue with shashlik, grilling meat right over the fire. The hero, however, chewed constantly, distracted by the outstanding and undisguised merits of Shash. The snake noticed his gaze and asked what was the matter. Since he was a savior, he could speak directly. The guy smiled slyly and wanted to know what kind of relationship they were in now. Then the hero asked the snake for some of its dung, and when it turned to stone, he repeated his request. Embarrassed by such tactlessness, Shasha released her claws and declared that she would now tear something off of him for such jokes. If Dailu hadn't intervened, this would have happened for sure. Shasha was very angry. Since she didn't want it, Xiao asked Dailu for fertilizer, completely ignoring common sense. This convinced the girls even more that he had abnormal inclinations because they did not know about the guy's goals. Both began to accuse him and look at him with great condemnation. Then the hero showed them a pot with a seed and said that he needed the manure exclusively for scientific purposes. Dailu immediately explained to him the obvious, that they were not wild animals, and like people they had their own pride. The guy admitted his rudeness, but he acted under pressure of circumstances. Animal dung in the form of the king of beasts was needed. Since any strong beast would do, Shasha said that they were near a strait at the bottom of which many of them lived. And in order to lure one of them out, the travelers began to throw fire into the sea. The disturbed beast appeared in the form of a baby and began to scream indignantly. Xiao immediately recognized the matted Imperial whale, which was a great rarity. The girl didn't like what they called her, and Xiao suggested that she go ashore and sort things out in battle. She did just that, immediately jumping onto the shore and wagging her tail. But at that very moment, two mature and authoritative girls appeared in front of her, and the little girl still had a long way to go to reach their level. The whale girl immediately fell at his feet and asked him to spare her, because she had a mother and 3 unhatched eggs. Xiao was surprised by such a statement because he thought that whales were viviparous, but he did not point this out. They were not villains. They had no need to kill such a baby. They just needed to get her dung, the boy said quietly, which horrified the whale girl. Naturally, she gave the same answer as any civilized, rational spirit in her place would have given, namely, she slapped him across the face. When all the matters were settled, they began to swim to the shore. Xiao still didn't understand why he got slapped, but they figured out the manure. Now he needed to rest and wash himself, otherwise the smell might give him away. Snowy mountains were already appearing on the way, and after crossing them, they would find themselves in the city of 4 spirits. Along the way, the hero's humble squad found a clean stream to wash their bodies there. Xiao invited the girls to wash together so as not to waste much time. The fox refused, but the 200-year-old snake praised the young man for his endurance. Xiao was glad to see that the girls were getting along with each other, according to rumors. There were also wonderful specimens of the fair half of humanity in the Silver City. Shasha was immediately indignant that she was being compared to some girls, and so the cunning hero realized that she had been in the city after all. After washing, Xiao went away to freshen up and listen to the wind rustling through the leaves. Then they heard the sound of many feet stamping, as if an avalanche of animals was rushing towards them. So a whole pack of storm wolves appeared in front of the trio. Seeing a hair on the hero's hand that had jumped there in search of salvation, the wolves decided that he was their competitor in the hunt and were unhappy. Xiu entrusted his women with the task of sorting everything out, and they readily agreed. Soon they all became soft bedding on the bed. Dailu did not spare anyone. The hero let the rabbit go and warned him that only the strongest could survive and that he would not be able to help him next time. However, the hare considered the hero's pants to be a more reliable shelter and began to climb there without any embarrassment. The hero got angry and began to threaten the hare with legal action if he grabbed the wrong carrot. Then he finally caught the long-eared one and threatened to make a stew out of him for such antics. And yet the hero softened, considering it fate since the hare was so persistent. It looked like an ordinary electric rabbit, a phone charger with ears, nothing special in its status. However, he had one skill that allowed him to remove the cooldown of ultimate attacks, so he actually worked as a charger. The guy told the girls that he was taking the rabbit with him and would make a contract with him as a fighting beast. Shasha thought that the guy was strange because the rabbit could not evolve. He was even more useless than a flea-ridden dog in a storage facility, she said. Soon the time came for the decisive battle of the supernova, and many spectators gathered for the finale. The team of heroes looked at everyone with pathos from the big screens of the stadium, and they were opposed by the team of the Red Crane. Yangshuo was very nervous. There were 15 minutes left before the battle began, and the team's main force had not yet arrived and was not responding to messages. Xinqian asked him to call again, and her brother replied irritably that he had already stopped calling from the phone. But I still decided to call him one last time, just so I wouldn't sit around doing nothing. This time the answering machine reported that the called subscriber had no funds on his phone. At least he was now within reach, and Yang Shuo decided to transfer some money to his account. And it was at this moment that the hero showed up in the waiting room before the fight and said that he missed them a lot. Yang Shuo cursed that the guy hadn't shown up a little earlier before he sent him the money. But since the heir of the Great Clan ordered Xiao not to disappear from contact anymore, since his account was now replenished, Xinqian excitedly asked where he had been all this time if he hadn't been in touch. But the hero decided to immediately divert all suspicions from himself and change the subject, noting how beautiful the girl was today. And she immediately switched over, like a lovesick fool, to her brother's displeasure. There were 10 minutes left before the battle began, and the participants were asked to enter the arena. Xinjin asked for time to powder her nose, and Xiao waved after her. While the girl, excited by the meeting, was washing her face, Someone came up to her from behind and greeted her. This person's name was Zi Lian, and she was replacing another member of the Red Crane team. Another contestant had fallen ill, and Zi Lian had apparently come face to face with her childhood friend and warned her that there would be no mercy in the arena. Xin confidently stated that it was still unknown who would need mercy, and the impudent Zi Lian shouted after her that she would definitely disgrace her so-called friend. The tall guy in the suit called Zi Lian and said that it was time for them to go, and she told her brother that she was ready. Holding hands, they walked out together into the blindingly bright arena. Another uninteresting presenter shouted and ranted, trying to liven up the atmosphere of the children's tournament. First, he introduced the Red Crane team to the audience, and they were met with a storm of claps and shouts. The rotten-hearted cutie Zilian was very popular with young and simple-minded male teenagers. Yang Shuo knew those two from the Z clan. Their father was a 10-star beast hunter and the Empress's closest advisor, so the couple were not ordinary people either. According to rumors, Ziwei could even become Princess Shangguan Qian's husband. But the hero only smirked at this. Only the future emperor is worthy of imperial princesses, he said quietly. They heard the host call their Azure Dragon Academy and walked forward. The Empress herself was the judge of this competition. Apparently, she was experiencing a shortage of young personnel, so she personally conducted such events. Advisor C was also present. He came to accompany his mistress and watch his sons fight. He had already heard about the dangerous newcomer Xiao Xinyu, and now he humbly waited for the outcome of the fight. In passing, he asked the lady how things were going with the search for the man in the mask. They had no idea that they were looking at him right now. The Imperial Association had secretly sent all the Silver Priests to check the 9th and 10th star trappers. But so far, there was no result. But sometimes you have to look in a visible place, said Advisor Z. The mask might not be a great warrior, an official, or even a minor figure from the backwoods. At this, Advisor C directed his piercing, falcon-like gaze at the guy, causing him to shudder, but the hero brushed off this feeling. Although he had survived his meeting with the Empress, his memories of that encounter still troubled him. This year, the tournament was held on the principle of elimination, and the first to enter the arena to fight was Yang Shuo. The hero wished him not to lose in the first battle. They stood opposite each other, waiting for the signal to begin the fight. The first to speak for the Red Crane team was the confident Zi Wei An. Yang Shuo expected to fight with Xie Lian or Dongfang, but he was faced with a much stronger opponent. As the son of an admiral, he could not lose face in front of his brother and sister. Shi Wei, in an arrogant voice, declared the competition was already over as soon as he entered the arena and promised to destroy their entire team. Yang Shuo readily gave in to this provocation and immediately summoned his Thunder Griffin. At the same time, his opponent summoned some kind of chimera, a three-headed monster that had the heads of a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. Not only was it the first time that Yang Shuo had seen such an ugly creature, the demonic flame beast, thanks to its lineage, reduced the damage inflicted on it and slowed down all opponents, the main attribute of the mutant was mental strength. However, the white griffin Yang Shuo was not as simple as it seemed. It had a hidden lineage with attributes of lightning and wind. Xin was worried about her brother, and the hero reassured her that Yang Shuo had a chance to win if he attacked the chimera's tail. Although with all the cameras on, they couldn't tell him about it. The griffin's advantages were in its high explosive power, but there was also a disadvantage. Everything had to be decided in the first 3 minutes. Xiao thought about whether he should help his friend with the development of the griffin later, or else his low stamina would play a cruel joke on him. The thunderous spear of heaven struck the ugly chimera, but this powerful volley did not leave a single trace on the mutant's skin, due to its properties. Moreover, the enemy did not deliberately avoid the strongest attack in order to have a deeper impact on him, the Admiral's son realized. Shi Wei grinned triumphantly. He knew that the white griffin was a beast that specialized in dominance, and was weak in terms of endurance. Yang Shuo gave in to his emotions and did not draw conclusions from the first blow, although he should have. He decided that he simply hit too weakly and decided to press on. This time, Ziwei's demonic beast used the hungry tiger charge. Somehow, he magically found himself behind the griffin and grabbed hold of its wings. The mutant instantly suppressed the light-feathered spirit and pressed it to the ground. The stands erupted in loud cheers, and people clearly sympathized with the son of Advisor Sai. Shi Wei didn't want to end the fight with a kill and ordered the chimera to release the griffin. The obedient mutant did just that, but even after that, the crumpled griffin was unable to get up. It was just a competition, so Zi Wei pretended to be noble and suggested that his opponent surrender. But Yang Shuo rejected this suggestion. He couldn't fail in front of his sister. Xinxin almost shouted a hint to her brother, but Xiao stopped her in time, otherwise Yang Shuo would have been disqualified. But besides this, the guy asked Xinxin to respect her brother's male pride and wait a little longer. The griffin's wings were damaged, and using its skills required a lot of energy. The admiral's son did not want to lose and was ready to take risks. So he summoned a second beast, a steel gorilla, which immediately appeared behind him. After this, the griffin was able to fly again, and the gorilla was drawn without arms. Yang Shuo ordered the last one to use the giant steel staff skill. Now the gorilla had arms. Apparently they had the ability to extend, and were used for quick movement. The gorilla's steel arm also served as a good conductor, and the griffin used his Thunder Force ability on it. In response to this combination, Ziwei's chimera used a damage absorption skill and surrounded itself with an energy barrier. There was a crackling and roaring sound. Lightning crackled, discharges flashed, and the gorilla's heavy hand fell on the target. But even this technique was easily withstood by the chimera, even though Yang Shuo had put so much effort into training it. When Ziwei felt that the enemy was weakened, he ordered the chimera to roar, and it fired a powerful volley. At that moment, the battle was over. The second beast, Yang Shuo, collapsed. Wounded and without strength, it was his complete defeat. He couldn't even deal much damage or wear down the enemy, so Yang Shuo felt broken. And Ziwei shouted for the next one. Obviously, such a strong beast is the merit of advisor Ziwei's father. For a 10-star beast hunter, catching a spirit with demonic blood is easy. Xiao noticed that the Murong clan and Z had a long-standing relationship and asked Xinxin about it. Once in her distant childhood, the girl had a quarrel with Si Lian over a bone mouse that the Empress had caught during one of her campaigns. While they were fighting, the mouse injured Zilian, but not badly. Xinxin was very worried about her then. But Zilian was offended beyond measure and said that it was all her fault because she took something that did not belong to her. And the family never forgets the insults, said little Zilian, and her eyes turned red like her older relatives. Of course, it was about the eternal struggle for influence over the Empress among the great clans and not just about children's insults. However, the detail about the red eyes interested Xiao, although Xinxin said that it was a hereditary trait of the Sai family and there was nothing special about it. The guy looked at Ziwei, using the dragon's eyes to check his status, and it said that the heir of the Z clan could foresee the enemy's actions, the angle of attack, the direction, and also imperceptibly impose a frightening effect. In general, he also liked cheats. Seed Z and Shangguan Lan are two important houses in the Dragon Kingdom. Both were related to the beast, and then the hero realized that since the extermination of the dragons, there were still many unsolved mysteries. For the second match, Xinxin came out from their team, proudly holding her chest straight, as if throwing down a challenge. Lian immediately demanded that her brother deal with his rival as harshly as possible, and even kill her beast, but he still maintained the image of a decent person in public. Wei generously spread his hands and suggested that the girl surrender, although there was no generosity in it, only pure showmanship. Xinxin refused. Giving up without a fight would be bad manners, so she immediately summoned a bone-winged wyvern. The mighty beast surrounded Ziwei's chimera with deathly green flames so that it could not escape anywhere. The monster tried to jump up to avoid such an attack. However, everyone noticed that this time Ziwei did not take the damage directly, but dodged it. Advisor Wei immediately realized that Xinxin learned about the chimera's weakness from Xiao Xinyu. This guy was truly amazing. The Empress then asked him again who he thought would win. And Advisor Z pointed out that a fight against someone who had inherited his Eye of Foresight could not be called equal. The bone wyvern fired another volley of green napalm, but this time the chimera managed to expose its protected side. However, the monster, engulfed in flames, lost 2 of its 3 heads, finding itself at the epicenter of the disaster. Bonus to protection from physical and magical damage from the chimera, let through the mental damage that the wyvern inflicted, it hit the monster's weakest spot. The wyvern attacked again, this time with a shower of necrotic arrows, an attack that was difficult to dodge as it was designed to deal area of effect damage. Arrows rained down on the mutant, and he growled with 3 mouths at once from pain and anger. Annoyed by his weakness, Ziwei ordered the chimera to use Blood Whirlpool, an active defense skill, and he collected the green arrows and sent them back to the owner. Bone fragments rained down, and Xinxin realized that her opponent was too strong because the chimera still had a tiger head that hid its abilities. Wei decided that he had given the girl enough fun, and it was time to finish the fight. Then Xinxin unleashed the ultimate attack, undead wrath, and the entire sky turned deathly green. Two giant bone wings covered in leather rose above the arena. When they started spinning, they raised a monstrous fire tornado that covered the entire area of the arena. The full force of this tornado fell upon the Chimera, which immediately covered itself with a defense skill. For the first time, Siwei felt that if he did nothing, he would be in danger. Shinshin knew that despite the power of the undead's wrath, this skill would not be enough to finish off the tough beast Ziwei. As soon as the fire tornado dissipated, the girl threw a bone spear, charged with power from its back at the Chimera, aiming for its tail. But Ziwei had anticipated this trick, and the Chimera's tail easily blocked the weak move. Shinshin was extremely stunned. She didn't expect to be read so easily. She had already spent all her strength on the wrath of the undead and could not even summon a second beast. Celian's joy knew no bounds, and she shouted for her brother to quickly finish off the bone wyvern. Here one of the judges began to shout to Ziwei that Shinshin had already been done, but he did not hear or pretended not to hear and used the roar of the blue demon. Shinshin was effectively unarmed now as the blue flame bolt flew towards her. In order to somehow protect its owner, the wyvern stood in the way of the attack. But before the irreparable happened, a shadow flashed, and a second roar sounded, which collided with the first. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone saw Xiao shielding Shinshin like a true hero. Shiwi noted how easily his chimera's roar was suppressed. Shai indignantly asked why Wei ignored the rule that a participant who had exhausted all of his spiritual power was already considered a loser. The other crookedly glued spectators also agreed that this move by Wei was a dirty trick, the scoundrel still trying to justify himself by saying that he couldn't know whether Shinshin had run out of energy since the referee hadn't given him a sign yet. The referee who failed to stop the fight in time was wrong, advisor Sai immediately stated, and called for the incompetent person to be immediately banned from dying for the rest of his days. Xiao looked sullenly at how all the blame was placed on an innocent person. But the Empress did not want to interfere. Apparently, she was more interested in the next duel than in the boring rules. The host simply continued to host the tournament. After a short pause, Ziwei won the second match, and now Xiao was the last representative of his academy. Shinshin confusedly told the hero that she almost won, but Ziwei was clearly no easy opponent, since he was able to foresee her cunning move. The hero asked the beauty not to worry and leave everything to him, and went out into the arena. Lian looked angrily at the dark horse that had just foiled her plan to take revenge on her old friend. According to the rules, after 2 victories, Wei was entitled to a spiritual power-restoring medicine. Passions were running high. Everyone was wondering whether Wei would be able to finish the fight with a complete rout of the opponent, or whether the Azure Dragon's underdog would change the course of the competition. As in previous battles, Wei played the noble role, so he offered his opponent to surrender, and then his beast would not be harmed. But he stopped short when he saw the hero looking at him with such undisguised anger and hatred. After the vile attack on Shinshin, this fight was no longer just a competition for Xiao, it became a personal matter for him, and he promised to smear the impudent man across the arena in front of his sister. Wei responded to this by activating his chimera. He was still extremely confident in himself. Xiao went first and sent Black Fang into battle. Chimera once again used Blood Whirlpool, a technique that absorbs and returns damage to the enemy. Then Black Fang used the Claw of Oblivion and dealt the first real damage to Wei's Chimera in the entire competition. There were 28 hits in total, the leader managed to count. The Chimera didn't even have a chance to use the ability. Then Wei ordered the monster to retreat and not take the blows, but the Black Fang did not allow this to happen, grabbing the enemy with its mouth. After that, he immediately used a binding skill and dozens of chains pounced on the Chimera. Then Black Fang climbed onto the enemy's back and pinned him to the arena. So far, he managed to completely control the course of the fight. He picked up speed and threw the ugly demonic beast into the wall, which was completely brutal. After the demonic chimera was beaten so badly it was no longer able to get up. Advisor Sai was surprised why the hero's strength and aura were so different from what he saw a few days ago. Wei went to the final size and used the flaming card. There was no holding back. This was his true strength, which he saved for a real fight. This attack could not be dodged. Xiao commanded the Fang to hunt in the darkness, and the wolf disappeared into its shadow. The blue hellish flames covered the entire arena. There was nowhere to hide from it. Then the Black Fang crept up to the Chimera's tail to bite it from behind. And this time, he managed to grab the monster by the tail. Wei's foresight for some reason did not help him avoid this attack. But Wei himself cried out joyfully, as if he had deliberately lured his opponent into a trap, and said that this was the end. However, Shai also showed that he was confident in his victory. Obviously, one of the two of them was definitely wrong. Suddenly, the wolf disappeared, and Wei realized that it was not a real body but a clone. The wolf appeared in another place and immediately used his Hell Howl turbo laser. A wave of purple fire swept away everything in its path and rolled onto the chimera. Wei clutched at his eye that had deceived him and did not understand how it had happened that he had been outwitted. After this, he realized that he had to fight with full strength, and one of his gauntlets became filled with power. Wei threw his hand forward and called the chimera to take its second form. Even after all the damage it had taken, this monster was still able to fight, which showed the clear advantages of noble people. The chimera stood up on its hind legs, and angular, jointed arms began to emerge from its back. 3 heads, 6 arms, 2 supporting paws, the demonic beast was shocking in its ugly appearance. He was completely transformed and began to look even more menacing than before. So what if he had a humanoid form, Xiao asked. He was sure that it wouldn't help the enemy anyway. Having lifted the seal, the guy decided to summon the second beast. For some reason, Wei didn't know who Xiao would summon, although they had already seen an angel in the last competition. But this time, a furry object from the magician's arsenal appeared on the arena. Even the Empress raised an eyebrow in bewilderment when she saw the electric rabbit. It was such an absurd move. Wei laughed nervously. He thought his opponent was dangerous, but now it turned out that the person in front of him was just a madman. Such an enemy was not worthy of being called a trapper, said Wei, and ordered the chimera to use the hammer of 6 paths. Each of the beast's 6 fists contained enormous power, so it was clear that it was an attack with great destructive power, and all of it fell upon the Black Fang. Then Sao told the rabbit to help them, and it sent a weak blast to the wolf. The charge slightly strengthened the wolf, but it was enough. It is enough that with his howl he summons a pillar of power up to the very sky. Wei prepared to absorb this damage from the Hellfire Lotus, especially since the Chimera's ability to do so had increased 3-fold. Of course, one attack could be repelled, Xiao agreed with him. But what if there were 2 or 3? He showed with a smile on his fingers. Such an ultimate move would take a long time to recharge, Wei said confidently. And then he saw 3 flaming flowers in the sky above him. It was like seeing the gates of hell open. In horror, he ordered the chimera to use the blood gate quickly and prepared to withstand all this power. It all came down to a confrontation of brute force, the lotuses raining their heat down on the chimera. One after another, they fell from the sky, each one hitting harder than the last. The chimera stood firm in the midst of the firestorm in its blue bubble. The force of the flame was so great that it split the stones of the arena, showering everything around with a hail of fragments. When the flames died out, the battle was over. Wei had exhausted all his strength and was declared the loser. He was so stunned by his defeat and helplessness that he could not stand on his feet. Perhaps this happened to him for the first time, even at the hands of a commoner. Was it really for the sake of the Triple Lotus that he made a contract with the Electric Rabbit? Wei asked the hero. In fact, it was a single lotus, just used 3 times, Xiao corrected him. He had 1 more in reserve just in case, that is, 4 in total. Wei did not expect such a trump card, and promised to pay back for the humiliation one day. After Xiao's crushing victory, Yangshuo and Xinxin immediately regained their spirits. The Red Crane's director said that losing a fight does not mean losing one's dignity, and ordered Leon to leave. She tried to object that she would be crushed into dust after her brother, but in front of her father, it was all in vain. Refusal threatened such consequences of loss of authority that Leon went into the ring and summoned her crane. Xiao smiled at the girl and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time, which caused confusion. Then the hero declared that he had not forgotten his revenge and promised to kill the beast Leon. She tried to maintain her haughty appearance and said that her father was sitting on the podium now. She suggested that the guy give in and lose to her. The Xi family is much higher in status than the Murong family. But she was too naive if she thought that she could actually force the just hero to abandon his path. Water Peacock Zilian attacked first to seize the initiative. But the attempt was too pathetic. He immediately sprawled across the walls of the arena. As Xiao promised, he wanted to destroy the Water Peacock and pointed his finger at the unfortunate animal. Soon the judges established this sad end for the animal, which was only bound by contract, and became the object of revenge. This attack terrified many because the wolf crushed the peacock, which was full of strength, with 1 blow. The fire wolf from hell should have been weakened, especially since the peacock had a water attribute, so Zilian was extremely stunned. She already knew that she would lose this fight, but she hoped to hold out for at least 3 rounds so as not to embarrass herself so much in front of her father. According to the rules, she could summon a second beast, the host told the girl, and she angrily responded that she had already disgraced herself enough today. Shiwi announced his sister's refusal to continue the fight and asked to call the last participant. This guy had never performed before and could be the Crane Academy's hidden trump card. The red-haired guy promised to fight with all his might for his team and offered Xiao to pray for his animals. For this fight, he summoned 3 formidable eagles at once, which were now soaring in the sky. However, they all turned into crispy fried chicken within a few moments, and the red-haired guy gave up. The Crane director grabbed his head in horror from the shame he had experienced. Xiao even felt sorry for his opponent. He thought that he was the strongest of their team and did not restrain himself. The red-haired guy meekly spread his hands. If Ziwei had already lost the fight, what can we say about a commoner? He didn't have a chance from the very beginning. Then the hero's team approached him and congratulated him on his stunning victory. Xiao looked at Xin and asked why she was so calm when they had just won. He picked her up in his arms and spun her around. Today's victory definitely needed to be celebrated properly, the hero declared. Ziwei's mask of restrained nobility fell away and he took out his anger on the drink machine. The awards ceremony for the winners quickly took place in the arena, and the stands exploded with joy at having been able to watch a good fight. And the hero received a reward from the system for achieving the champion of supernovas. He was given a crystal of attributes and a crystal of pedigree enhancement. The attribute crystal allowed him to add another attribute to his beast. He saved it for Freya, but he was going to improve the bloodline of the Black Fang. The Empress herself placed the awards on the winner's necks, which was a great honor. When it was Xiao's turn, he also bowed before her, waiting for his medal. Suddenly, she put her cold and damp palm on the back of his head and said that they had met before, with a slight smirk on her face. Then the hero thought that he had been recognized after all. There was a tense silence, and the Empress asked for the cup and medal to be brought. Shangguan Lan noticed that the previously brave guy was worried, and the hero justified himself by saying that it was all because of her greatness. Xiao still didn't understand what her words meant. Maybe the Empress decided not to reveal his identity for now. She left the promising youth and immediately left. The heavy feeling of danger never left the guy, because he was the only one who knew the true nature of the Empress. Celebrate the victory in the evening at the hotel where the heirs of the Murong clan were staying. In front of the inn, Xiao was pressed by a crowd of petitioners, all wanting him to learn about them, get a business card, and consider joining the guild. But the guy said that he already served as a pharmacist in the Heavenly Guild, and therefore was not interested in other offers. Yang Shuo was surprised by the refusal. All the representatives here were from the top 50 guilds in the country. But Xiao was wary of excessive fame, and also did not want to undermine the trust of those people who accepted him first. They accepted him as one of their own, and Xiao felt that this was enough to remain loyal to them. The charming Miss Director, who hadn't pleased us with her cute face for a long time, also came to the room. She came to celebrate and brought with her drinks prohibited for minors. When Professor Chen tried to remind them of the rules, Su Ruan ordered a committee to be formed and all the stupid rules to be abolished, after which the professor gave in. After that, this sweet woman clung to Xiao, noticing that he was puzzled about something on the day of triumph, and said that she would help him relax. Xiao immediately took advantage of the offer and asked to show him his legs, and everyone was immediately stunned by such tactlessness. The headmistress was not going to let the vulgar requests go unnoticed, and grabbed the boy, and the hero called everyone for help. But no one responded, and Su Ruan took him to a separate room to talk. She managed to change her outfit to a more attractive one in a second and pinned the brave guy to the wall. The hero said that he was ready to part with his life for this, and then Su Ruan carefully lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her legs just above the thigh. She was young and kept herself in excellent shape, so for a moment Xiao was simply speechless. Looking into his eyes, the charming headmistress, it was not for nothing that we had been rooting for her all this time, promised that if the boy received a 4-star certification by the end of the semester, he would be able to do more than just behold beauty. Everyone should have teachers like that. However, their far-reaching plans and discussions were interrupted by a cough. Some modest girl asked not to flirt here. The Empress herself was waiting for Mr. Xiao for a conversation at the palace, which would take 4 hours to get there and back. Of course, the request was just a formality. Obviously, Xiao couldn't refuse, and coo a little more with the beautiful Su Ruan. He had to go on a date with a 200-year-old old woman. The Imperial Palace was built in a traditional style, and the old lady has not changed her habits for 200 years. Xiao walked for a long time through all sorts of passages and rooms, stairs and arches, until he found himself at the right door. Even the entrance to this place was guarded by a golden Qilin beast in the form of a beast king. If the fight started now, it was already unclear whether he would be able to escape at all, so Xiao felt as if he was sticking his head into the mouth of a tiger. The majestic Shangguan Lan, who had not aged a day in 200 years, greeted him comfortably seated on the throne, with her luxurious long legs on her side. In terms of clothing, she clearly did not follow tradition, but she had something to show despite her age. When the boy entered the dark hall, she asked if he understood why he was called, but Xiao did not dare to even guess. Then Shangguan Lan told him that 3 days ago an unknown person attacked the prison and helped a dangerous criminal escape, while Xiao himself was absent from the city. It was a serious crime. The guy agreed and squinted, saying he had nothing to do with it. Now he realized how little attention he had paid to his alibi, even though he had said he was going to his sister. But even Jue hadn't warned him about it and hadn't answered his calls. According to advisor Z, a person who hides something can fake his identity and true strength. Xiao understood where she was leading and stated that by this logic, any worker or teacher could be a suspect. Shangguan Lan acted calmly and slowly stood up on the throne. In a tense silence for Xiao, she walked up to him, clicking her heels, but only to simply pass by, watching the guy's reaction. "So he is that man in the black cloak," the Empress suddenly said, which made the hero's soul go cold. As expected, the Empress understood everything, but what was he supposed to do now, run? But would he succeed? Even a dragon's tear could not turn back time for such a long time. It was possible to fight her, but then his sister would suffer, and the others too. Xiao was tensely silent, not realizing that he was giving himself away even more. When suddenly the Empress ruffled his hair and called it all just a joke. The Empress's servants informed her that the boy was hunting a new beast according to his sister, and Shangguan appreciated the choice of an electric rabbit. Xiao was extremely stunned because she only suspected him of a crime. Then the Empress's pale face suddenly blushed and she laughed. Calling him cute, that's why she wanted to joke with him. Although advisor Z had paid attention to him, but Xiao had obtained his first beast less than a year ago, in Shangguan Lan's opinion, he could hardly compete with the 9-star beast hunter. From such stress, the guy thought that he would suffer from constipation for another week. His whole soul sank into his heels, although the words of Sister Shui really saved him. Then the Empress moved on to the main topic for which she had called the guy, and not just to tease him. She was worried about her plans for the future after graduating from the academy, and the hero said that he did not have any yet because he had 3 years ahead. The Empress took future personnel very seriously, since she personally monitored the younger generation. She told him that after graduating from the academy, a trapper had 3 paths. The first was to join a guild, the second was to serve in the army, and the third was to become part of an international organization of bounty hunters. But the lady was going to offer him a 4th way, and Xiao wondered if it was worth it. The hero was afraid that he would be used due to his position, and even felt guilty for such thoughts. Then, casting aside his doubts, Xiao asked what this path was, and Shangguan Lan proudly told him that he would become part of the Emperor's soul and serve her. This organization was her personal guard, essentially suicide bombers performing the most dangerous missions. Silver priests changed every month, which proved the danger of this profession. The Reds had an even higher mortality rate. They died on missions undercover. To become one of them, you had to have 8 stars, perform a feat in the Imperial soul, and gain the full trust of the Empress. Seeing the guy still arguing, she asked what he thought. Xiao began by politely expressing his gratitude for the trust shown. The impatient mistress immediately understood from his tone that he was going to refuse, pretending to be a good guy. Then the hero assured her that he wanted to become stronger with all his heart and was ready to join her guard right now. It was the right choice, and the Empress praised him, patting him on the shoulder. The guy sighed heavily, knowing full well that he had no other choice. Serving the ruler was like living next to a tiger. But it wasn't that bad because Shangguan told him about advisor Sai's mistrust, and it seemed like she didn't trust the official either. After becoming the Great Black Priest, the boy could even take his place. And having taken the place of the second person in the Empire, one could think about the highest title, and only then get the identity of the Black Cloak. Then Shangguan decided to show the boy something and told everyone to come in, addressing the people outside the throne room. The servants were great, some kind of beast because of the bright light the guy did not immediately recognize who it was. And then he looked at the status of a noble beast, with the Qilin bloodline. Its deity parameters went beyond all reasonable limits, leaving practically no weak points. The Qilin was Shangguan Lan's favorite beast. They were only used by members of the ruling dynasty, and judging by the level, this beast was still a cub. Seeing Xiao's admiring look, the Empress asked him if he liked the beast. The guy was so surprised that she asked him about it again, in a gentle voice. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, the hero admitted that in the entire country, and perhaps even the world, there was not a single hunter who could resist Keelan. And if so, then he now belongs to him. The mistress suddenly stunned the guy, which knocked all the breath out of his chest. His exclamation made Shangguan raise her eyebrows in surprise, and the guy quickly asked for forgiveness, citing the unexpectedness of the gift. He was under tremendous pressure because in the empire only Shangguan Lan herself and her daughter owned Keelan. Xiao would become the third, which meant actually becoming a member of the family, which meant the Empress had too high an opinion of him. However, this gift was not just like that, but only on the condition that the guy next month, during the supernova test, takes on a top-ranking task and successfully completes it. This test was conducted for all the participants of the supernovas who entered the arena. The difficulty of the test can be chosen by yourself. In all the years at the academy, only 8 people chose the highest-ranked tasks, of which 6 failed, and only 2 managed to cope. In this way, the Empress wanted to test his potential and find out if he was worthy of her trust. Then the hero hit himself in the chest and assured the Empress that he would definitely cope completely. Shangguan Lan warned the boy that advisor Si wanted to promote his son Wei to her guard, but she did not allow it, after which she sent the hero home. Returning to the throne, this powerful woman thought that she had a curious young man, and she herself did not know why she decided to tease him. Old memories came back to her, shaking a rattle by the baby's bed. This is how she felt when Xiao was here. The guy returned home deep in thought and spent some time digesting what had happened. When he looked at his women, he asked why they were so gloomy, and they sighed heavily. Serving the ruler is like living next to a tiger, the fox said. And the boy asked his sweet Delu how else he could survive if he didn't agree to everything that was offered. Shasha was also worried about her master. She admitted that this was the only way to survive. But she reminded him that in the Imperial soul, the survival rate was only 10%. One could only wonder where they all went. However, Xiao was not discouraged. He believed that even in a hopeless situation, a path to salvation could open up. According to the Empress, she did not allow the son of advisor Azai to approach her. It was all because of her suspiciousness, since she treated even her first advisor like that. The Z clan became too influential. The girls agreed with the hero. And this was his golden chance because Xiao was a commoner with a clean background. If he became part of her guard, he would not be able to make behind-the-scenes alliances, and she would use him to restrain the Z family. And all he would have to do was wait for his time. And then it would be time to kick Shangguan off the throne. The fact that Xiao was voicing such plans out loud already spoke of his overconfidence or carelessness. But the hero had already imagined how the whole country would bear his name, and he really liked it. The fox immediately became indignant, because when he becomes emperor, there will be thousands of women around him. And the hero, smiling guiltily, replied that this is not what he meant. It was too late to retreat in any case, Shasha admitted. If they stumbled, I would die. The boy assured the snake that there was nothing to be afraid of. They would win in the end. Full of determination, Shasha knelt down and said that from now on, her life belonged to him, and she would follow him even to the next world. Even Dailu was amazed that the snake had suddenly learned to flatter so pleasantly. But in any case, Dailu was also going to follow Mr. Xiao no matter what he was planning. So the guy realized that he had received their approval to expand his future harem. Later, after a quick flight, he finally returned to his native home. Before leaving the plane, Xiao asked Professor Chen why they were the only ones flying on the plane. It turned out that Sweet Su Ruan was in a good mood and bought out the entire plane so that no one would bother them. Xiao came down the gangway loaded with various sweets because his sister Cai, whom he had not seen for a long time, loved them very much. Yang Shuo tried to reproach the guy for paying too much attention to his sister, but Xiao did not even think of making excuses, and declared that his Shui was the best girl in the world, whom he would take care of all his life. Together they looked towards Jinjian, who was staring out the window in fascination and couldn't hear anything because of her headphones. Yang Shuo even thought about adding fuel to the fire of his relationship with Xiao. When they sat down in their seats, the plane suddenly began to descend during the flight, which frightened everyone. Professor Chen was as worried as the others and did not know what was going on. Suddenly, Xiao stood up from his seat and said that he could smell alcohol. The sweet and beautiful Su Ruan only knocked out their pilot, thinking in her clouded mind that there was a man in the toilet. All this almost led to a disaster, but it's good that the reserve pilot returned in time and took the unruly director away from the controls. They were a little seasick during the flight, and everyone was glad to finally be back on solid ground. At home, the guy and the others were met by their entire class of no-names, whom no one remembers anymore. Of course, the first to remind of himself and swear eternal loyalty was his main henchman, Shen Yu. The hero pretended not to remember them, and then said he was joking, enjoying his friend's reactions. The guy with a mop on his head and a half-length t-shirt was called Song Hu. They were like adopted sons to the hero. For each of them, he made a special training plan and passed it on as a gesture of special favor, which immediately made his friends change their anger to mercy. The hero looked at the Murong siblings and asked why they were standing aside, but the boys gave up the place of the academy's main star to him. Xiao gave up the honorable but lonely laurels and pushed his allies forward, all of whom did well. So their trio of happy faces appeared on all the screens of the city, and even the country. One ragged beggar, in a rage, hit a brick wall in an alley. Even after everything that happened, humility still did not come to him. He saw how Xiao Xinyu took all the glory and all the women for himself, or at least wanted to see everything in that light. If it weren't for him, Wang Yan's beast wouldn't have died. He wouldn't have been expelled. His father wouldn't have gone missing, and the guy himself wouldn't be a scumbag and a dog that everyone despises. He had always considered himself to be the dark horse of the Azure Dragon, and this title should be his by right, Wang Yan thought when there was a knock from the bottom. Before him stood a man in a red cloak who seemed to know who he was and whose son he was. The man refused to answer questions and threw the dog a bone and some kind of letter. Wang Yan was puzzled by this and looked at the piece of paper in his hands in amazement. And then I saw the symbol of the Dark Hunters Guild written on the back. The next day, everyone at the Azure Dragon Academy was expecting good news, that this semester there will be a midterm exam. And it will consist of two parts. The first is a written part to test the theory, and the second is a real fight with magical beasts. Their group's mission would be to escort a freight train number 13, and the task was to deliver it safely within 24 hours, Professor Chen told them. Xiao thought at the destination, he might just be able to collect the last of the herbs needed to germinate the vine seed. The professor continued to tell them about their mission. They had to pass through the Gorge of Five Poisons, Mount Kunmi, and the Abyss of White Bones, where there was a chance to meet beasts of transcendental form. The students were panicked by the horror they might have to face, with even the midterm exam looking like a one-way ticket. But there was no reason to be overly worried, the professor assured them, because they were also supposed to be accompanied by the Heavenly Guild, and they were taking all the risks on themselves, while the students were supposed to observe and study. Xiao immediately thought of the red-haired sister Yanran and decided to write her a message where they quickly agreed to meet. The professor saw the guy sitting on his phone and reprimanded him. The guy tried to justify himself, but he was still called in for a conversation in the corridor. Amid quiet laughter that he got what he deserved, Xiao obediently walked out the door. Even the future emperor had to obey the school rules. The hero asked how exactly he would be punished, but Professor Chen knew perfectly well what Su Ruan, who had her sights set on the best student of the academy, would do to him, so he did not call the guy for that. Instead of punishment, he gave Xiao the core of a full-form magical beast from the charming and caring headmistress so that his wolf could grow up. Xiao immediately grabbed the core and asked him to convey his gratitude to dear Su Ruan. Here, the professor reminded the guy that he knew perfectly well that he had not been home during his recent vacation. He asked the student to do without tricks next time and go straight home, spend time with his sister, and not look for adventures on his butt. The hero said that he had planned it that way when suddenly he felt the familiar power of the dragon and shuddered. He immediately looked out the window to see what had happened. This power that was felt in the gloomy sky was very pure, but it did not belong to Shangguan, and Xiao realized with surprise that there were still pure-blooded dragons left in the world. High in the sky, a shadow with wide wings flashed, hovering above all. On the head of the red majestic beast rode two figures in cloaks. While flying over the academy, the commander-in-chief of the Flame Alliance forces, Ye Mei, noted how much stronger Xiao Xinyu had become and offered to meet him in disguise. However, the stern leader of the alliance, whose face was crossed by an old scar, Xiao Leian, declared that the time for their meeting had not yet come. It was unclear why the leader was waiting, but according to him, the guy was growing very quickly, so their meeting should take place soon. At this point, they accelerated their flight, and the hero stopped feeling their presence. For a moment, he still stared in amazement at the gray sky. At least it wasn't the Empress, he thought. Late in the evening, after a very long time, Xiao finally returned home and greeted his sister and little Shimeng. Seeing the guy, the little girl immediately rushed to hug him, as she missed him very much. Xiao also missed their cute faces, and Xumeng boasted that she watched his matches on TV and promised to marry him when she grew up. The hero gently stroked her head and said that she was too young to think about such things. But the little girl said that she was no worse than all the others. Then the beautiful and apparently unrelated sister Sue, who had just taken a shower as if getting ready to welcome the hero, appeared in the room. She asked little Xumeng not to pester her brother that he had just returned home. Xiao immediately rushed to hug his sister tightly, feeling her warm and moist skin after the shower, and also the smell of gel in her hair. His sister accepted his embrace and responded with tenderness. She also missed him. Here, even little Ximeng noticed that their relationship clearly went beyond family, but she didn't attach much importance to it. That night, the hero, without a second thought, asked to spend the night with his sister Sue, and he could understand she was wearing only a light and revealing nightgown with a deep neckline and barely falling below the waist. But his sister reminded him that he was already a big boy and should sleep in his own room. The prankster insisted because they had slept together since childhood, although it was a forced measure since they had only one room. But now they lived in a dormitory and also with little Shimeng, who could be adversely affected by their closeness. The hero looked closely at how the child was breathing and concluded that she was already fast asleep anyway. Then Sue gave in to his persuasion and agreed, but on the condition that it would be the last time, and the hero was very happy. In this mood, they lay down in the same bed, but at a short distance from each other. Zui noticed how thin he had become while the guy was away, and she anxiously stroked his face. But the hero told her not to worry and warned that because of the midterm exam, he would be absent for a long time again. He had to go to the semi-wild lands on the border of the state, but the guy confidently stated that everything would be fine because he had become much stronger. Xu agreed when he was so small that she could hug him with one arm, but now she couldn't even hug him with two arms. She said that it was okay and that he could now hug his sister himself, then pulled her towards him and hugged her tightly, feeling her warmth. He promised her that one day he would become rich and buy her a beautiful villa with a sea view where she could collect shells every day. And the hero himself will return to this house after each victory and eat food prepared by his sister. And then he will be truly happy. She quietly answered him that she was looking forward to his dream coming true, knowing full well that she would not be able to be with him all her life. Then Shua asked him to promise her something and extended his little finger to make an oath. Whatever happened to her, he had to live happily, Shui said, and the guy promised her that she would be okay. The next day, Shen Yu, the hero's first henchman, thoughtfully leafed through the textbook and thought about the upcoming exam. It was not so scary to fail it, but to die in the process, or on the contrary, to pass posthumously. Xiao chuckled and suggested that his friend write a will, but he sullenly replied that it was too early to write it off. Then their classmate with a mop on his head, whose name I have already forgotten, suggested going to the cafeteria together and promised to treat them. For this, the hero immediately accepted him as a henchman and gave him the second number. However, they had to abandon the common lunch since the guy already had plans and he left his friends in the classroom. Mophead thought about it. There were only 4 prominent beauties in the academy: Yening Shuang, Murong Xinshin, Qin Yanran, and another one with double pupils. Bai Wangi, the number 1 acolyte, recalled, both of them were more interested in the opposite sex than in their studies, which was normal at their age. However, this girl rarely showed herself in public, and they decided that the hero's most likely target was Jin Xin, with whom he was on the same team and who had a strong charm. The heirs of the Murong clan walked home together. A real feast was expected today since the head of the family, Admiral Jiang, had returned home, and he knew how to cook very well. Here, Yangshuo noticed Xiao's happy face and decided that this needed to be fixed somehow. They invited him to dinner, especially since Jin Xin's father wanted to meet the one he had heard so much about. Xiao almost blurted out that they already knew each other, but remembered in time that he was having dinner with a girl today. This open admission left Yangshuo greatly shocked that their clan was losing a promising marriage. They didn't know yet that they had long ago lost the competition to the main contender for the role of the first wife. Sue dressed strictly but looked elegant and attractive. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought that her brother had really grown up, in every sense, and immediately blushed embarrassedly from her thoughts. She said that he was meeting with Qin Yanran, whom he met on the way to the academy, and was now going to dinner, possibly with a sequel, but that's not certain. Just at that moment, the hero's phone rang, and the voice of a red-haired girl was heard from it. Qin said that she was waiting for him at the very entrance of the academy, and her voice sounded very sweet. Everyone leaving the academy walked with their mouths open, staring at the beauty at the exit next to a fancy car. Xiao promised to treat Yang Shuo and Xin Xin next time and said goodbye to them. Here the heirs of the Murong clan thought about it. Their situation looked precarious, and they needed to take emergency measures. So both of them, without saying a word, decided to follow the future emperor. Xiao's meeting with Qin began with a strong embrace. The girl admitted that she missed him, and the hero never refused such honors to anyone and cordially responded to her in kind. Yang Shuo assessed the red-haired beauty's appearance with an experienced eye and immediately noticed that his sister couldn't relax. Guys like Xiao had many worthy admirers. And if she wants to succeed, she will have to raise the temperature of their relationship by being more assertive. But the girl was completely upset. She didn't know what else to do, and she didn't see any point in it. So it's time to use the secret weapon, the brother said confidently. Shaya took him to the best restaurant with expensive dishes and told him to order whatever he wanted. This girl knew how to live easily. She decided to throw a feast and ordered everything on the top of the menu, and she was well known in this establishment and treated like a lady. The young people filled their glasses and the evening ceased to be languid. Afterwards, they moved on to discussing the upcoming exam, and Qin told the hero to be careful. There were a lot of wild animals on the border now. Moreover, if the border falls, all these beasts could invade the kingdom. And then there will be no time for jokes. In this case, Qin could only rely on him. And Xiao assured that he would protect the girl. While they were sitting at the next table, the conversation turned to the upcoming auction of various useful things for improving the animals. Chia noticed that the guy was interested and suggested going, but the hero refused because he was a beggar anyway. However, the red-haired cutie resolutely grabbed his hand and pulled him along with her. They didn't even finish eating, and Qin said that he could take it with him if he wanted. This girl knew how to take care of men. The auction took place in an elite skyscraper whose spire reached into the sky. Thanks to Qin, they entered the VIP box. The roads were open to the rich everywhere, and everyone bowed to them. They entered the main hall, which with its high vault looked more like a church. Xiao tirelessly listed all the useful finds that were found under the roof of the auction, but all of them were part of the exhibition, not for sale, from the personal collection of Ms. Jiangxue Zhou. The guy who was only interested in animals had never heard such a name, and then they heard a demand to get out of the way. Turning around, Xiao saw a dandy man accompanied by bald clone bodyguards. It was a member of the Hurricane Guild named Li Hain. The impudent dandy greeted Qin Ruan, but the girl said that they were not related in any way to greet each other. Then Li Han looked at Cao and asked who this greenhorn without a mustache had come here. He immediately belittled the guy, pointing out that he was only a second-star trapper with no money or connections. But Qin immediately shut him up because Cao was a supernova champion. The dandy began to threaten the hero and ordered him to get out of this tower. But Xiao only grinned, confident in his strength. Here they both heard a remark from the hostess of the house, who ordered that all issues be resolved from the outside and not to break everything inside. Her appearance caused a stir among all those present. A luxurious lady in a tight dress, furs, and a flirtatious fan in her hands, clicking her high heels down the steps, descended into the hall. A small furry animal sat on her shoulder. Covering her face, she asked them to do her the honor of stopping the men from raising empty quarrels. Li Han immediately began to fawningly apologize to Madame Jiang, saying that he did not want any trouble on her territory. Then she silently looked at the hero with a piercing gaze, and Xiao felt as if his mistress and his beast were scanning him. After that, she invited everyone to go to the exhibition hall on the top floor, where the auction was about to begin. In complete silence, everyone watched as the mistress of the house gracefully left. Qian immediately hit the guy in the side with her fist because he was studying the lady's back too closely, and Xiao justified himself by saying that he was simply lost in thought. However, contrary to the red-haired girl's suspicions, the hero was more interested in the snow ermine, a beast with the form of the king of beasts, which required a 6-star level to be tamed. Li Han, as he climbed up, promised to definitely repay the hero for everything, but Xiao just waved him off. According to the beauty, Qin Li Han was an extremely disgusting person, and their conflict began when the Hurricane and Heaven Guilds began to feud over influence in the city. The opponents had been holding the lead for several years, and thanks to this, they became fabulously rich, profiting from the customers. Having taken all the orders for killing monsters, Hurricane bent the prices dozens of times in their favor. But on the other hand, it gave the Heaven Guild an opportunity to rise and get their market share from dissatisfied customers. Now, Li Hanu followed the beautiful Qin everywhere and offered her to become his eighth wife, and even tried to set the girl up so that everyone would see her in a bad light. Now, after such a story, the conflict with the scoundrel Li Han became personal for the hero, so he promised to get even with him when they met. On the way to the VIP room, they met the Empress's secretary. The guy immediately recognized her. He was not too happy about this meeting. The secretary asked him to step away for a minute. Xiao already thought that he would be asked to come to the palace again, and told Qin that he would go away for a while. But the secretary only handed him the Shangguan Lan token that he had not taken last time. This was the seal of the Imperial soul, the symbol of Shangguan Lan herself. Although he was still not strong enough to join the guard, this seal confirmed the high potential and trust of the royal person. The seal was supposed to help Xiao make the right connections and finish his studies at the academy, so he sincerely thanked Her Majesty for it. The secretary herself simply happened to be nearby. She needed to accompany one person to the border, and she was just taking a shower in her room. Xiao, realizing that he had intruded into the private quarters of an important person, looked at Secretary Shangguan in amazement. But she said that since the doors were closed, the lady would not be offended by her. Xie smiled politely and hurried out of the room before a big embarrassment occurred. The beauty Qin asked him if everything was okay, and the guy replied that nothing would have happened to him, but he himself was extremely worried. However, the cunning fox was not so easy to calm down. In this, she was similar to Dai Lu because what else could you think about when a guy spends time alone with a beauty in a room? Although she spoke about her suspicions with humor, so as not to strain the guy, he still decided to justify himself and said that in 5 minutes he still would not have managed to do much. Qin pressed herself against him with her whole body without any embarrassment, and touching the hero's face, she decided to find out what kind of women he liked, rich and luxurious like Mrs. Zhang, or strict and sweet like the one he had just left with. She did not forget to ask about herself. The hero immediately declared that of course his taste was beautiful, and heroic girlfriends like the charming Qin, he knew a lot about flattery. The beauty immediately laughed and praised the ladies' man for his intelligence. Meanwhile, Li Han was going crazy with jealousy. Sitting in a throne-like chair, he was indignant about Qin's closeness with some commoner. His servant offered to drag Xiao out into the alley after the auction for a talk and tickle him with steel. But the self-confident dandy said that waiting was not his style. Then the servant showed him something, holding a bundle of papers in his hands. It turned out that they had already obtained Xiao's personal file and learned that he had a wonderful sister. The scoundrel Li Han was already greedy for beautiful girls, and when he saw the refined Shui, he even drooled. The bidding was in full swing, everyone shouting out sums that amounted to a fortune as easily as if they were pennies. Xiao didn't understand the logic of all these fans of showing who's cooler. They were ready to buy an item worth no more than 3 million, raising the price 3 times. But Qin explained to the naive boy that it wasn't just about the objects. All these men wanted to buy Madame Jiang's attention. The hero immediately noted that no matter how luxurious the lady was, she could not compare to Qin's beauty. And the red-haired girl accepted the praise, realizing that it was nothing more than flattery. This did not stop Cao from admiring the lady. There was some kind of incomprehensible mystery about her, and he wanted to get to know her if possible. It was time for the next lot, and the assistants, at the behest of the mistress, brought out the 9th item. The rarest treasure that could bring a dying beast back to life, the dragon horn root, was shown to everyone by Madame Jian, an item that could be mistaken for a piece of jade. The price started at 80 million. The auction attendees were speechless. It was the first time they had seen such a treasure. Everyone understood that it would not be a pity to pay even 800 million for this item. Xiao's eyes also lit up at the sight of the dragon horn, and he grinned greedily. Then the hero resorted to trickery to attract everyone's attention. He spilled a glass of expensive wine on himself and loudly announced this mistake. Everyone turned to look at the troublemaker, and Li Han did not miss the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark about the common people not knowing manners. Madame Zhang immediately asked for help to get the young master to the restroom, not wanting to stop the bidding. However, the impudent guy in front of the entire respected public asked the lady to personally show him where the restroom was. This immediately caused a storm of indignation from those who could not even imagine such a request in their dreams. Jealous fans quickly united in their persecution of the unknown newcomer. Li Han turned to Qin and asked if she understood the real face of the one she came here with. But despite the general indignation, Mrs. Zhang treated the unknown beggar boy as if he were an honored guest and agreed to help him. The beautiful Qin realized that the guy did everything on purpose to get closer to the gorgeous Mrs. Jiang, and decided that next time she would also wear a similar dress since the guy liked this style. Xiao and the mistress of the house went into the restroom. She also realized that the guy had put on this whole show to talk to her personally and handed him a towel. Then the hero informed the lady that the route put up for auction was a fake. He said it so categorically that she was forced to immediately declare that their house carefully checks everything that is put up for sale, and if he wanted to joke like that, then he had better leave. The guy spread his hands. He was only a second star trapper. While she had a Beast King level ermine sitting on her shoulders, there was no reason to try to deceive her. Such insight surprised Madame Jiang, and she agreed to listen to his arguments. The dragon root grew in an icy valley in the north of Long Country and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth there, which gave off a light, grassy aroma. And since Ms. Jiang's lot did not have it, Xiao assumed that perhaps it was Zhao Long's bloody mustache. Since they really looked very similar, it was decided to conduct an additional check. After some time, the check was completed, and Madame Jiang admitted that the guy was right. The Lingnan clan wanted to deceive her, and she thanked him for his help. In gratitude for solving this case, the lady gave him a gold card of the auction house. Xiao modestly declined as etiquette required. After all, a noble person does not help out of selfish intentions. But he didn't want to let the map go to waste, so he promised to return it when the opportunity arose. And Mrs. Jiang smiled and thought that the spirit of Cao Cao had been reborn in this young man. At this point, she asked him to return to the hall since the auction had to continue. The leader has a worthy son, Madame Jiang suddenly said, looking at the hero's back. Since their conversation took quite a long time and the dragon root was removed from the auction, this stirred up a new wave of rumors. She returned to his seat as if nothing had happened, and was rewarded with a questioning look from the lovely Qin. Of course, she couldn't help but be curious as to why he was leaving for another woman while walking with her for the second time in a row. The guy smiled and only briefly said that he had managed to become friends with the lady. Although Qin reproached him for developing their relationship so quickly, Xiao quickly reassured her that their relationship as brother and sister was still much deeper. Mrs. Jiang apologized because her old friend ordered the root for himself, and therefore it had to be removed from the auction. Of course, she couldn't tell the truth. The next lot was a special magic core with the attribute of sacred light. The starting price is 10 million, the lady announced, and the stone really did sparkle. It was incredibly difficult to purchase a spirit beast with such an attribute, so for most buyers, this item was useless. This core was stronger than even the blood of demons. Just what the angel Freya needed, Xiao thought. Sister Qin immediately noticed that the guy was interested and offered to buy him this thing, wanting to at least win his favor in this way. Before the hero could answer, she named the price at 20 million, doubling the purchase price. But Li Han took advantage of this and really wanted to get even with the guy. He accepted the bet and raised it by another 10 million. Cutie Qin frowned, but it was too late to retreat, especially since Li Han was involved in this matter, so she raised the price to 40 million without slowing down. But Li Han didn't want to give up his position either, and had already offered 50 million. It was hard to say what he would have won if Qin had suddenly refused to bid. Li Han stated that he was willing to bargain until Qin emptied his guild's treasury. Xiao had already understood which way the wind was blowing, and asked Sister Qin not to strain herself so much, because in the future he would still have opportunities, although such a quality might not be found. Here, Mrs. Jiang stepped in again and easily intervened in the bargaining process, realizing exactly how she could return the favor to the guy. Since Mr. Xiao was the owner of the gold card and her friend, she unilaterally withdrew the lot from the auction and simply gave it to the hero. Considering that this is already the second lot that was simply removed from the auction, and also because of a young guy, it is not surprising that fans and admirers of the luxurious Mrs. Jiang have many questions. Many have spent their fortunes on her auctions but only received a silver card, so the open favoritism towards a younger and more promising guy greatly outraged them. Li Han was also indignant and angrily asked the lady if her friendship with a stranger she had met just 5 minutes ago was worth so much money. But in response, he heard only a cold remark that this was her personal business and personal responsibility, which should not concern anyone. Here, Xiao himself was puzzled by such attention. Receiving a gold card was already a generous reward, but did the lady really value his ability to analyze objects so highly? Li Han angrily admitted that Xiao was quite the ladies' man, but what would happen if his pretty face was hurt one day? This was said with a clear threat. The bald clones from among Li Han's guards immediately surrounded the box where the hero was sitting. The guy himself remained calm, and the brave Qin asked the bald-headed monks what they were planning. Li Han stated that he came to teach his future brother-in-law a lesson and show who the big guy is in their town. These words made the hero unable to stand aside. He could tolerate insults as much as he wanted, but not an attack on his woman. However, it turned out that the scoundrel did not mean the beautiful Qin, but the charming Sui, and in his dirty language said that only thanks to such a sister the guy was still alive. The scoundrel also spoke in the most vulgar terms about the girl's beauty. Leaning towards the hero, this feeble-minded and courageous scoundrel declared that he would stop courting the obstinate Qin and would rather pay attention to the sweet Shui, and that night. In principle, he thereby signed his own death warrant. Xiao used his strong fist as a sealing seal and immediately knocked out a couple of the villain's teeth. The blow knocked him off his feet and rolled across the floor like a sack of potatoes. Li Han lost control of his legs and was unable to get up. Feeling his face, he did not immediately believe that someone dared to hit him, and then exploded with anger and began to threaten his father. Instead of giving a decent answer, Li Han started to talk about how cool his father, the head of the Hurricane Guild, was, and that the whole city was behind him. Then the hero chose to mark the villain's belly with his boot and sent him flying again. But even from this, Li Han did not draw any correct conclusions, and said that if he was hit again, then Sister Xiao would not live. However, the guy no longer listened to this chatterbox with a long tongue and put the back of his head to the ground so that it rang. After which he began to polish the scoundrel's face with his fist, at the same time only mentioning the beautiful Suo. The timid and useless bodyguards doubted whether it was worth saving the master, but were afraid that Xiao would simply take him hostage. So it was decided to call the guild for help. Xiao only let go of the bastard after his hand became tired from working. Li Han no longer looked so confident and looked more like a bloated dog corpse. The bodyguards pulled him away to give him first aid, but no one dared to tie him up with Xiao. Li Han barely moved his tongue and ordered Xiao to be destroyed on the spot, but the bodyguards were in no hurry. They liked to receive their salary, not work. And then the scoundrel Li Han's father appeared, wearing a suit and a vulgar cloak with a fur trim. Seeing the face of his son, who looked as if he had fallen into a beehive, the father was horrified. The cowardly son hid behind his father and pointed his finger at the offender. Xiao didn't hide or run away from anyone. He behaved confidently, feeling that he was right. The luxurious Madame Zhang hid her face behind a fan and chose to watch without interfering. Li Han's father ordered to catch the impudent man and break his arms. This time, the bald ones did not dare to disobey and rushed to Xiao. Here, the guy was covered by the beautiful Qin. Her arguments even grew from excitement. And she said that the guy was a member of the Heavenly Guild. So if they wanted to attack him, it would lead to an open conflict. But the Hurricane Chief knew that Qin's father was not in the city at the moment, so he could teach her a lesson and still get away with it. Then the hero moved the girl aside before she could be hurt any further and stepped forward himself. After which, as if on purpose, he dropped the Imperial Guard's badge. It fell with a clang at the old man's feet, and when he looked at it, his face lengthened in amazement. Li Han kept impatiently urging his father and bodyguards to deal with the offender. But his mouth was immediately shut without any pity. His father called him a fool in front of everyone. Headhand carefully and tenderly picked up the Imperial token as if it were a jewel. He respectfully blew the dust off it and handed it back to Xiao, smiling obsequiously, and began to apologize for the inconvenience, and was also ready to make amends and buy the guy everything he needed. Military advisor Zizhong, the four rulers, the generals of the three armies, all these people are Shang Guanlan's confidants, the pillars of the state. However, they are not the ones who enjoy the greatest trust from Her Majesty. To strengthen her position in the country, the Empress created a guard that obeyed only her. Each of them could give their life for her at any moment, and therefore enjoyed the privileges of the owner of the seal. Seeing the seal considered talking to the Empress herself. That was the unspoken rule. The stupid fool, Li Han, still didn't understand the difficult situation they were in, and bewilderedly demanded that Cao be punished. But the father was so angry that he was ready to give up on his son. The hero reminded the chief that Li Han wanted to cripple him, and the old man even threatened to kill him. This had to be explained somehow. Then the chief continued to obsequiously assure the hero that this was all a small misunderstanding. As a token of gratitude, he was ready to buy anything at this auction. But the fair hero was not interested in money. He did not want to have such a reputation. Since Chief Han admitted his mistake, Xiao considered himself entitled to choose their punishment. And the old man smiled unctuously again, agreeing with the bearer of the seal. For insulting the sisters and threatening to kill, the hero wanted to break the impudent man's arm and pointed at the confused Li Han. Seeing the leader hesitate, Cao suggested that he take the punishment himself. Then the old man asked which arm exactly needed to be broken, and the hero pointed to the right one, which still retained mobility. The scoundrel was thoroughly frightened. His former pomposity had disappeared somewhere, and he was shaking all over with fear. At that very moment, his father struck a powerful blow and broke his son's arm without any mercy. Screaming in pain, Li Han fell and began to roll on the floor, looking pitiful. Satisfied with this, Xiao ordered them both to get out of his sight, and he sounded imperious as he did so. Chief Khan assured the hero that he would punish his son to the fullest extent, after which he ordered the mountain bodyguards to quickly take his son away. She returned to Sister Qin in triumph and suggested that they leave this place. Even though everything happened in front of dozens of witnesses, Miss Zhang called on everyone to remain silent, using her authority. When they left the hall, the charming Qin asked him why he had taken such a risk, since if it weren't for the token, he really could have died. But in reality, this is exactly what the guy wanted. It was all part of his big and bold plan. From the very beginning, the guy pretended to be a weak, innocent lamb in order to provoke this attack. There were other important witnesses to these events. A lady with cherry-colored hair falling below her waist asked the secretary if she had made a note. And then she asked to send it to her mother, and the Empress's secretary bowed low, accepting the order. The luxurious Madame Jiang was also delighted with the performance of the one she called Young Master, who turned out to be much smarter than they thought. Late in the evening, Chief Khan visited his wayward son in the hospital, who asked him indignantly how he could allow a plebeian to break his arm because of some seal. The fool never realized his mistake. The leader told him to either run away or bow when he saw Xiao next time. The Empress herself was behind this guy. Just surviving was already happiness. Li Han immediately stated that his pride would not allow him to swallow the insult. However, this time, his father warned him that he would disown his own son if he continued to act foolishly in order to protect his guild. When he left, he must have regretted that he had spoiled his son too much. And Li Han was filled with childish resentment that the guild was more important to his father than his own son. It was all because of Xinyu, the humiliated idiot said through clenched teeth. Life had taught him nothing, and he was thinking about revenge. With tears in his eyes, Li Han called his uncle and began to whine about how his arm was broken. No one could stop a stupid person from ending everything. The adventures of the future Emperor of Beasts and People were just beginning.